unmarked, secret, hidden. All similar words I've used to describe all of these locations, but unmarked is the key word here. These are locations data mined from the game files that the devs had named, but the actual names never made the cut for some reason or another. They never had a marker placed for them on the Pip-Boy map.
These are also locations that fans have regarded as having significant value, enough so that it should warrant a little emblem and name on the map. These aren't just Easter eggs or throwaway destinations, it's entire buildings, camps, shrines, lairs, horrific scenes of the wasteland at its worst, and yeah, even some Easter eggs.
We have combined all of our unmarked locations into one massive and cohesive video for you here. That includes Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 4, its DLC, and Fallout 76. But even if you've seen them all, we also added new content to the video as well. The DLCs for both Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. We wanted this video to wrap up all of the locations in one spot.
These videos took a lot of effort and we can't thank you guys enough for watching them. Don't worry, there's a whole lot more to come to the channel. We never quit grinding. So make sure you're subbed and maybe give us a like on the video. It'll only take a second and that's pretty small relative to finding the damn Game of Thrones location in 76. Fuck that place.
Sorry for the long intro, guys. If you watched all of it, then thank you. Enjoy the video and remember, enjoyed time is never wasted time, and we'll see you in the next. Welcome to the 35 Court, a hidden gem in Boston's financial district. You won't miss it because the sign literally says 35 Court. It's like the post-apocalyptic version of Capture the Flag, but with more lasers and murderous robots. Guarded by ceiling turrets and crawling with raiders or gunners on one side and robots on the other, this place is an arena of chaos waiting for the sole survivor to stir the pot. Step inside, dodge the laser tripwires, and you'll be greeted by a Protectron who's not so keen on visitors. Hack your way through advanced and expert locks to find the hidden safes, or ride the elevator to the rooftop for a showdown with an Assaultron and a Sentry Bot duo. If you survive the rooftop rumble, your reward is a full set of power armor. Depending on your level, you might score anything from a T-45 to the coveted X-01 MK3. Just don't forget to bring your lockpicks and a whole lot of ammo. The Charlestown Abandoned House, Boston's premier haunted mansion. Not really, but it could be. You never know. This 3-story fixer-upper, once home to the ill-fated research assistant Peters, now serves as a cozy nest for feral ghouls. If you're heading to Bunker Hill, just hang a right at the end of the bridge, then take the first left and you'll make it there. Inside this charming residence features a kitchen, a living room, a master bedroom, and a child's bedroom adorned with nostalgic Nuka-Cola and Captain Cosmos memorabilia. Don't miss the attic though, and be aware of the boarded up windows and the deceased couple lounging on the porch with their ammo duffel bag. Explore the house to uncover 3 holotapes documenting Peter's tragic experiment with a new radiation serum. Be ready to fight off the feral ghouls on the first 2 floors and brace yourself for a glowing one behind an advanced locked door on the 3rd floor. Treasure hunters want to take note. The holotapes are scattered across the house, with the last one tucked behind the pesky locked door. And also, if you're bookworm, an overdue book awaits you on the 2nd floor dresser. Happy haunting. Welcome to Anna's Cafe, the Fens neighborhood's most nostalgic ruin. It was once famous for its Sicilian espresso and a cozy rest stop for weary city travelers. This 2-story diner is now a haven for raiders and a treasure trove of post-apocalyptic curiosities. East of Hangman's Alley and the Flagon Tunnel, Anna's Cafe greets you with a rusty patio furniture and a crumbling facade. Step inside to the 1st floor's classic diner setup, complete with rusting equipment and lingering memories of the better days. Venture upstairs to find a partially destroyed 2nd level where a long dead patron clutches a 10mm pistol near a ruined bed and perhaps a final stand against the apocalypse. Don't miss the desk by the skeleton for some intriguing loot. On the rooftop, another skeleton lies with some chems and remnants of a giddy-up Buttercup toy, hinting at the sad stories behind these remains. For the true scavengers, a Vault-Tec lunchbox awaits under the desk on the 2nd floor. Anna's Cafe may be a shadow of its former self, but it's a slice of Boston's history you won't want to miss. Just watch out for the raiders. Get ready for a blast, literally. The ArcJet engine transport is an unmarked pit stop in the Commonwealth just south of Fiddler's Green Trailer Estates. This spot features an XMB booster engine on a trailer, perfect for those who love a bit of danger with their scavenging. The main attraction here is a prototype booster engine hooked up to a terminal. I'm guessing your curiosity is piqued. Go ahead and select Begin Test Fire on the computer and watch as this baby explodes in a fiery spectacle.
Need any ammo? I have some to spare.
Just make sure you're a safe distance away unless you fancy becoming a crispy soul survivor. It might be a simple setup, but the ArcJet engine transport is a unique location for any player to come and visit. Who knew blowing up old tech could be so much fun? Nestled in the theater district of Boston, the Back Alley Camp is your friendly neighborhood hideout. This unmarked gem, located east of DB Technical High School and west of Hester's Consumer Robotics, offers a cozy retreat under an interstate highway on-ramp. Run by Slim, a ghoul drifter with a penchant for chems, this camp is a haven for weary travelers and tinkerers alike. The northern campsite boasts a cooking station, 2 unowned sleeping bags, and an ammo box, and a duffel bag perfect for a quick pit stop. The southern garage is a treasure trove of crafting stations, including a chemistry station, a power armor station, and a weapons workbench. Slim even has his own sleeping bag here, marking his territory in this makeshift home. For the adventurous, the roof of the garage can be accessed via the highway on-ramp, revealing another hidden duffel bag and ammo box behind a rooftop generator. Keep an eye out for the Ally Rail sign scattered around, marking this spot as a safe place for fellow wanderers. So whether you need a place to rest, trade chems, or work on your gear, the Back Alley Camp is a must visit. Just be sure to say hi to Slim. He's always up for a chat and a trade. The Backyard Bunker, the West Everett Estates underground hideaway. It's perfect for those who prefer their apocalypse with a touch of coziness. This small shelter, once belonging to the pre-war resident Wayne Turnquist, is tucked away in the neighboring property of the West Everett Estates. Step inside to find a compact living space complete with bunk beds, a restroom, and a common area. This bunker is also the source of the mysterious separated family radio signal. Dive into Wayne's terminal for a treasure trove of logs and to unlock the wall safe bypassing the expert lock with ease. There will be a Nuka-Cola Quantum awaiting you in a bucket on the table. David's holotape can be ejected from the terminal.
Mama, this is David. The Batman came back. I saw them shoot Mr. Lance and he fell off the roof. Michael said he'd be okay, but he isn't moving.
David, come on. Dad said we had to grab our stuff.
No! I have to leave a note for Mama so she can find us. Stop it!
Boys, come on. We're leaving. Now.
Hold it! I have to get Jangles!
Michael, grab your brother. There's no time. They'll be back any second.
And a hazmat suit is stashed on the shelves. There's also a Vault-Tec lunchbox that sits on the kitchen counter, ready for the taking. Pro tip, reading the terminal logs will mark the Irish Pride Industries shipyard and Mass Bay Medical Center on your map, leading you to the missing mother of the bunker's original inhabitants. It's a bunker with a backstory and some bonus map markers. So whether you're in it for the loot or the lore, the Backyard Bunker is a cozy corner of the Commonwealth you don't want to miss. Just watch out for any ghouls lurking nearby, they do have a knack for crashing the party. This is the Barricade and Rooftops, the ultimate raider hangout in Boston's Esplanade neighborhood. It's located just east of Backstreet Apparel. This unmarked spot is the perfect playground for those looking to scale new heights and scavenge some loot. This raider outpost is all about vertical living. The alleyway divided by rough wooden barricades can be accessed through an unlocked door on the east side. But the real fun starts when you climb the fire escapes on the north side, leading you to the interconnected rooftops. On these rooftops, you'll find an ammo box, a first aid box, a cooler, and 3 sleeping bags, which are all the essentials for a raider's life on the go. Whether you're looking to catch some Z's or restock some supplies, this hideout has you covered. If you're up for a bit of rooftop raiding and alleyway antics, the Barricade and Rooftops is your next must-visit spot in the Commonwealth. Just remember to watch your step. It's a long way down. Baxter Building is a relic of Boston's pre-war financial district, now serving as a monument to chaos and looting. Located just north of Faneuil Hall? How the hell do you even say that? This unmarked location is where corporate history meets post-apocalyptic adventure. The Baxter Building once housed the offices of the Weatherby Investment Trust. Now, its main entrance, an elevator tucked between a Slocum Joe's and a dilapidated shop, partially blocked by a crashed bus, setting the stage for an intriguing ascent. Ride the elevator up to a completely ruined interior. While most doors are annoyingly inaccessible, a few containers with random loot await the determined scavenger. A second elevator at the top of a short flight of stairs takes you to the roof, offering a spectacular view of the USS Constitution, which has dramatically crashed into the building during the last voyage of the USS Constitution quest. And as you can see, I haven't done that quest in this playthrough, so. The Beacon Hill Apartments are the prime real estate of post-apocalyptic Boston's Beacon Hill neighborhood. This unmarked location is a hotspot for raiders, robots, and the occasional synth during the reclamation quest. The Beacon Hill apartments are a pair of small tower buildings, though only the interior of the south building is accessible. This 4-story tower, simply labeled apartments in-game, is a charming fixer-upper featuring a narrow stairway cluttered with empty beer and liquor bottles, a true testament to its lively past tenants. The top floor boasts another cozy sleeping bag, a bed, and an exit to the roof. For those of you daring to venture to the roof, a bridge connects to the otherwise inaccessible north building. Here you'll find a steamer trunk, an advanced lock safe, an ammo box, and another sleeping bag. Perfect for the quick nap between looting sprees and if you're playing on survival. The notable loot here includes an overdue book chilling in the fridge on the top floor and an unarmed bottle cap mine hiding in the shower. If you're on the reclamation quest, you'll be helping Dr. Seckard by placing a tracking beacon on the kidnapped synth, then reporting back to the Synth Retention Bureau. Fun fact, there's a cut map marker named Tower Apartments meant to guide you here, but it never made it into the game. So enjoy this hidden gem of the Beacon Hill Apartments. This is less unmarked location and more like unmarked radio station, and it's pretty interesting. You can tune into it after extending the satellites at Relay Tower 1DL109. It features a funny recorded message from a trapped employee who's stuck in an operations building due to a reactor malfunction. The employee is frustrated with his lazy and unclean coworker Spiegel, who seems more interested in fashion magazines than in helping out.
Okay, looks like a reactor malfunction in sublevel D. System locked the gates down, again. I guess I'm gonna need a manual override. Look, Spiegel, I know you got pressing matters like reading that latest copy of Le Coiffe to attend to, but when you find time, let me out, okay? Meanwhile, I guess I'll loop this thing and have a smoke. It's probably what you're doing up there, you lazy skeezer.
The signal originates from a ham radio hidden in the reactor level of a dam side building, marked by a blue door, so technically this is the unmarked area. The fates of the workers remain a mystery. Hopefully they made it out. The boxing gym is an unmarked yet unforgettable spot in the north end of Boston. Once a Madden's boxing gym, this place doesn't look too bad despite over 2 centuries since the Great War. It's located on a street corner near the Old North Church. This gym features a central boxing ring, a weightlifting area, and a manager's office with an advanced lock safe. Among the weights, you'll find about 160 lead, and for those roid ragers out there, there's 7 bottles of Buff Out scattered around. But don't miss the little touch of toy alien in the corner, defiantly lifting a 160-pound dumbbell with a bottle of Buff Out at its side. You'll find this in the Fens neighborhood of Boston. Once a bustling modern bank, it met a violent end on the fateful morning of October 23, 2077. As the streets outside buzzed with life, 2 masked gunmen stormed into the building, leaving a trail of bloodshed in their wake. In their desperate attempt to crack open the newly installed vault, their explosives detonated prematurely, sealing their fate alongside their victims. The chaos of the Great War soon followed, and the bank, once a symbol of wealth and security, was abandoned and forgotten. Today, the bank's remains still stand, directly south of Backstreet Apparel. Inside, a master lock terminal guards the vault, which holds 15 safes of varying difficulty and an unlocked safe tucked beneath a shelf. Among the riches within are 4 gold bars and stacks of pre-war money, just waiting to be claimed by those bold enough to venture inside. By the way, this place will respawn its loot every week, which is pretty wild. This unmarked location is one of those spots you might just stroll past without realizing it has some cool secrets. To get there, you'll need to make your way to the Garden Terrace. You can reach it by exiting through the roof of the Haymarket Mall, or if you're not afraid of heights, you can traverse the elevated highway from the 3rd floor exits of the Commonwealth Bank or the Congress Street Garage. Once you're on the terrace, head to the northeast corner where you'll find the remnants of a monorail that has crashed into an apartment building. The cars are still dangling and are accessible via some rickety scaffolding. Inside, you'll find a few suitcases and a duffel bag worth a quick loot for sure. But the real prize is in the front of the car, where you'll discover a steamer trunk and a perfect vantage point for the weather vane quest from Tinker Tom. Also, watch out for the Protectron, it's still active here. Klein Building is an unmarked location in the Fens neighborhood of Boston. It's situated south of Hangman's Alley and is occupied by super mutants and their mutant hounds, who frequently clash with Diamond City guards. Some notable loot includes a Vault-Tec lunchbox found on a shelf in the front of the building. Other than that, it's just an apartment building for our green friends, it seems.
What are you doing? Something good? Something fun?
In the South Boston neighborhood, tucked behind Joe Spucky's sandwich shop, lies the bus and apartment wreckage. Once a home, this building now stands in ruins, with a bus dramatically crashed through its roof. which must have happened after the bombs fell. On a mattress on the top floor, you'll find a rare issue of Grognak the Barbarian. To reach a hidden Vault-Tec lunchbox inside the bus, you'll need to either don a jetpack, attempt a daring jump from the nearby highway, or navigate the collapsed structure. But this location is more than just another unmarked location. It's a recreation of Fallout developer Emil Pagliarulo's childhood home. Emil shared a laugh on Twitter talking about the grimy mattress and the brain fungus inside eerily resembling his old bedroom from 1984. The Grognak comic here even nods to his past work on the Thief series. I hope Emil thought this was just a funny touch on his past and not him getting some kind of pseudo-revenge. The Cambridge Academic Center stands as a forgotten relic of the past, located just northwest of the Cambridge Campus Diner and near the Cambridge Police Station. The building itself is completely boarded up, its doors and windows sealed, making it inaccessible, of course. However, beneath the surface, you'll find the real mystery, a partially submerged basement accessible through a gaping hole in the exterior wall, which just harbors a small nest of mirelurks. This small threat is all that remains of what was once an academic institution, now claimed by the wasteland. The Cambridge construction site is a chaotic and dangerous unmarked location situated west of Bunker Hill and southeast of the Mass Chemical Building. This site is divided into three key areas: a garage, an unfinished building, and a warehouse. The garage, located to the west, offers some useful supplies, including a weapons workbench. However, the real danger lies in the unfinished building, a towering 9-floor structure with a partially flooded basement. This building is a maze of hazards, including machine gun turrets, a precariously placed cooler on the top floor, and a tricky path across broken sections of the freeway. Steamer trunks and a locked Vault 81 trailer can be found if you're willing to brave the heights. North of the construction site is the warehouse, guarded by super mutants. Inside, you'll find a forklift and a sleeping bag on a catwalk, but the mutants make every step treacherous. The site also ties into the Weather Vane quest, where Tinker Tom asks the sole survivor to place atmospheric sensors at high points. However, the heavy presence of super mutants here can complicate the Boston After Dark quest as well. If you're unlucky, you might even encounter super mutant suiciders, adding yet another layer of danger to this already perilous location. Sick of Cambridge yet? Well, good, because this is the last one. It stands as a rugged outpost just north of the Kendall Hospital. This fortified camp is heavily guarded by a small squad of raiders, along with 2 automated turrets and 2 spotlights, making it a pretty formidable stronghold. The streets leading to the camp's entrance are littered with landmines, adding another extra layer of danger. The base's entrance is a large wooden door to the southwest. Inside the camp's heart is a bustling courtyard featuring a large bonfire and a spit cooking station. Surrounding the bonfire, several ruined buildings provide shelter for the raiders. The southeasternmost building contains a mattress, a bed, and a terminal that controls one of the turrets and the spotlights. The northeasternmost building holds a sleeping bag and a steamer trunk on its second floor. The Cambridge Raider Base is a well-defended and strategically laid out stronghold, posing significant challenges for anyone who enters. You've probably been here because there's like a million quests that use this place. Camp Kendall is a notable unmarked location situated in Kendall Square, nestled among the ruins of Green Tech Genetics and the Cambridge Crater. This open-air raider camp rises around the surrounding damaged buildings, giving it a commanding view of the area. The camp features a gondola system that links it to a nearby building, which is also the destination for one of the Weather Vane missions. At this location, you can find a valuable steamer trunk. The raiders here have set up a stronghold in the heart of the city, making Camp Kendall a key spot for those navigating the ruins. Tree Camp is an intriguing unmarked location situated southeast of the Recon Bunker Theta. The camp features an interesting sight of a pair of intertwined trees with a car leaning against one and 2 others on the branches. In the front of the tree, you'll find 2 sleeping bags, a cooking pot, and a duffel bag, hinting at the camp's former inhabitants. Disturbingly, there are 3 bodies. 2 settlers partially buried with only their legs exposed, and another settler slumped against the tree's roots. Who the hell knows exactly what happened here? Maybe this guy was in a rush to bury his friends before he himself died. It's weird stuff. Positioned southeast of Bunker Hill, you'll find Charlestown Laundry by the green dry cleaning sign on the west side of the building, just down the road from the Weatherby Savings and Loan. Inside, the laundry's employee backroom is locked with a Novus level door and houses 2 radiation barrels and an expert level safe. Just outside, there's a railroad dead drop hinting at its covert significance. The laundry is stocked with useful supplies, including acid, antiseptic, fiberglass, and oil. You'll find 18 boxes of Abraxo cleaner, turpentine, antifreeze bottles, and plenty of soap. Some interesting loot includes a luck entrance and a Nuka-Cola Quantum on a desk behind the locked door. The coastal hideout is positioned on the road between Makra Fish Packing and the coastal cottage. To access it, you'll need to find the door under the bridge connecting these two locations. Be cautious though, as this bridge is near a spot where a Mirelurk queen might spawn. Inside, the hideout appears as a small shelter or a storage area cluttered with skeletons and random loot. It contains a power generator with a fusion core, but the room furthest from the entrance has a dangerously high radiation level, and it's frequented by feral ghouls, including potentially a glowing one. Some notable items in the hideout include a fusion core in the generator and a Vault-Tec lunchbox behind a Novus locked door. The area above the hideout's bridge might also be the site of some random encounters. The coastal hideout was originally part of the cut content for Danvers, a location that was eventually merged into Salem during the development. The hideout's editor ID, Danvers Hideout, shows that they had a plan to name this place something, but nothing came of it. Columbus Park is an unmarked location situated in the Boston Harbor area of the city, located just east of Faneuil Hall, I still don't know how to say that, and north of the Custom House Tower. This small park offers a tranquil harborside setting. The park is inhabited by radstags and features a fire barrel topped with a skeleton in place of its former monument. Among its few points of interest, you'll find a cooler on a picnic table, some mute fruit plants, and lounge chairs scattered around. There's also a boat anchored just outside the park, adding to the scenic, though desolate, atmosphere. The Commonwealth Bank can be found in Boston's financial district, just south of Faneuil Hall. This building is protected by 2 raiders and a turret. You can enter the bank through 3 routes: an advanced locked side door, a gap in the rubble near some wooden fencing, or an unlocked door near the turret. Inside, the bank features a stairwell leading to the 3rd floor and a roof accessible via an elevator. On the 3rd floor, you'll find an advanced locked restroom with a first aid box. There are also 2 elevators. One returns to the street level, and the other takes you to the roof where you'll need to install the Mila for a related quest. The vault area is to the west, containing 2 terminals. One controls a Protectron and the other unlocks the main vault. Deep in the Commonwealth, across from the quaint, if suspicious Covenant, lies the Compound, a dark and twisted testament to Dr. Rosalind Chambers' obsession with hunting down synths. This secretive base is perched on the west shore of Mystic Lake, camouflaged by its grim surroundings. To reach the entrance, you must brave the murky waters and navigate to a large rusty pipe jutting out from the lake. As you push through the pipe's door, you're greeted by an interesting scene.
I just came across this place.
You've already seen too much. This ain't personal.
Inside, the atmosphere shifts from grim to downright sinister. The compound is fortified and guarded by loyal sentries. Part of the compound is a chamber of horrors equipped with a chemistry station, an armor workbench, and a terminal. Adjacent are 3 prison cells, one of which holds Amelia Stockton, the unfortunate prisoner in Dr. Chambers' cruel experiments. As you explore, you'll find some interesting loot. A fusion core that rests in the central chamber just past an extendable bridge, and nearby a bottle cap mine is cleverly hidden next to the chemistry station. For those lore buffs though, there are some holotapes scattered about. The Subject 12 baseline, the Subject 12 debrief, and the Subject 12 testing, each detailing the grim progress of the Chamber's sinister projects. Also, you should know that Dr. Chambers and her loyal guards don't take kindly to intruders. And if you take her down, expect Covenant to turn hostile, as the dark ties between the 2 locations unravel. The Congress Street Garage is an unmarked raider-infested location set in the financial district of Boston. This 2-level garage is a crumbling mess, featuring 2 functional Protectron pods with a Novus-locked activation terminal on the upper level. An expert locked door provides a sneaky back entrance to the Haymarket Mall. And on the roof you'll find a ruined market stall accessible by a short staircase. Downstairs, the lower level hides an advanced locked safe and 2 elevators. The left one leads to the building's 3rd floor with a walkway connecting to the Commonwealth Bank and stairs leading to an elevated highway and garden terrace. The right elevator takes you higher to a small platform, where a careful descent to the northwest reveals a steamer trunk on the roof of the old corner bookstore. Oh, and don't be surprised if the Raiders and Protectrons are already out of commission when you arrive. This seems to be a random bug and occurrence that just happens. Oakley Station is an unmarked location situated in the Back Bay neighborhood. Located on the Green Line, this metro station is just north of the Boston Public Library and directly connects to it. The station is of course infested with supermutants, including the dangerous supermutant suiciders. From the street entrance on the north side of the library, a stairway descends southeast to the main subway platform. Heading south along the platform, then turning west and north around the first subway car, you'll find an open car containing a cooking station, a mattress, and 2 unfortunate dead traders. Nearby, a short side corridor to the east hosts a chemistry station. On the east side of the platform, a stairway leads up to an advanced locked door that provides direct access to the library. If you pass an easy speech check at the intercom nearby, the door will unlock, and the library's security system will mistakenly identify you as an employee. This makes all turrets and protectrons inside friendly, unless you attack them, in which case only the targeted unit will turn hostile. Station includes super mutant heavy gauntlets near an overturned newsstand and a Vault-Tec lunchbox stashed in a stroller near the southern end of the platform. A bonus interesting little tidbit, it'll be revealed that Mayor Hildenbrand's secret 6-digit code is a laughable 123456. The Dorchester Heights Monument is nestled in the South Boston neighborhood, perched on a raised oval park just west of the South Boston High School. This towering structure serves as a notable landmark due to its impressive height, making it hard to miss as you explore the area. While the monument itself doesn't offer much in terms of gameplay, it is a faithful recreation of the real-world Dorchester Heights Monument. In the Fallout 4 Vault Dweller's Survival Guide, this location is named, though it remains unmarked on your map. The Drug Den is an unmarked and raider-infested location, tucked away northwest of the USS Constitution and northeast of Bunker Hill. This 3-level house does live up to its name, with raiders controlling the area and plenty of chems like Jet, Buffout, and Psycho scattered on the shelves and tables. You'll typically encounter a raider on the roof with 1 or 2 more lurking in the street. Inside, the 2nd and 3rd floors host a few more raiders, making it a dangerous spot to navigate. The 3rd floor is where you'll find a full bed, a steamer trunk, and a door leading to the roof. Up top, there's a sleeping bag along with a couple of armchairs and sofas, likely where the raiders kick back. More interesting loot includes an unarmed bottle cap mine next to the steamer trunk on the 3rd floor. And if you're on the quest Quarter Mastery, you'll also find the haptic drive inside this steamer trunk. The Drumlin Diner in East Boston will be found sitting quietly along the riverfront in the Commonwealth. This small oval-shaped diner, once owned by its namesake company before the Great War, has seen better days. The exterior is marked by a small car park with an ice cooler and a trash can leaning against the building, while a station wagon is parked at the drive-up window. Inside, the diner is in disarray, with tables toppled over and junk scattered across the floor, giving it a rundown and abandoned feel. Though it is just a simple roadside stop, the Drumlin Diner does stand as a silent reminder of the world before.
Mason asked me to help him through some of these locations, and that's what I plan to do, so I'll be co-narrating here on out. Just another Drumlin Diner that is located along the Gibson Point Pier. Nothing really special about this diner compared to the last one, except that for some reason, there's a laser tripwire located at the door. I have no idea why someone would want to guard this place. It's found in the Commonwealth between the CIT ruins and Green Tech Genetics. It appears as an office building on the map. The camp consists of a building with wooden scaffolding, gates, and debris, with entrances on both the roof and street level. Inside, there are a couple of raiders and an elevator connects the 2 accessible floors. The upper floor leads to a walkway connecting to a second building where you can find a chemistry station and lootable containers. This one is cool because out of the other million other secret location videos you've seen over the years, this one probably isn't in them. The Enclave Retrieval Operations Encampment is introduced in the game's next-gen patch along with the Enclave encampments. Situated beneath a collapsed superhighway near the Slog, this discreet outpost is run by the Enclave to recover lost equipment using reconnaissance, coercion, and other harsh methods. The Enclave has interrogated several individuals leading to the identification of missing items, including X-02 power armor and plasma weapons. The outpost is guarded by light infantry and a power armor trooper and serves as a starting point for the Echoes of the Past quest. This stuff is really cool and you should definitely check this out if you're doing another playthrough. The Evans Way Cul-de-sac. It's found northeast of the Boston Police rationing site. To reach it, you can turn left after exiting Diamond City. The area has 3 entrances, all with expert level locked doors. The main gate is to the right, past a machine gun turret and up some stairs with additional doors on the east and west sides. The west side also has windows that can be shot through. The cul-de-sac features a fortified 2-story building with turrets guarding the area and raiders patrolling the location. The factory is situated southwest of the 4-leaf fish packing plant. The exterior is surrounded by blood bugs and a nearby shed to the west contains an armor workbench and power armor station. Across the street is a construction site with super mutants and a mutant hound, and an advanced lock safe on the second floor. Inside the factory, you'll encounter more blood bugs and rad roaches. The foreman's terminal located behind a novice locked door unlocks the cashier's cage on the ground floor, which also holds a master locked safe. You can also find a fusion core inside a generator near the stairs. The Faded Glory Laundromat, referred to as the Laundromat in-game, is an abandoned pre-war building in Lexington located slightly northeast of the Red Rocket gas station. The laundromat consists of 2 rooms, one filled with washers and dryers and a small office with a first aid kit. Feral ghouls may be nearby. Notable loot includes an overdue book on a table at the northern entrance. A full set of human bones can be found in one of the dryers, with a note from the Creation Club's anti-material rifle, content explaining that Zane's gang used the laundromat to hide victims' bodies. We're only going to do one of these, but just know they are located all over the Commonwealth. But I think you'll get the point after this. Fallon's a pre-war department store that was part of a larger chain, located within Monsignor Plaza. While the building itself is inaccessible in the game, the store's signage is still visible. Fallon's was a prominent department store franchise before the war, with billboards and advertisements found throughout the Commonwealth. Other notable Fallon's locations in the region include the flagship store in West Roxbury, Fallon's basement in Diamond City, a kiosk in the Hall, a store in Concord, and a branch in the General Atomics Galleria. The Fens Cafe is an unmarked location in the Fens neighborhood of Boston, situated directly north of Parkview Apartments in Founders Triangle. It consists of a small open-air diner and the connecting Fens Cafe apartments. The cafe is littered with meat bugs left by super mutants, while the apartments span 2 stories. The lower floor houses the diner's kitchen and pantry, with access to the apartments via a stairwell hidden behind a broken wall in the kitchen. The first floor apartment has 2 exits, one leading to a former room and the other to a balcony. Notable loot includes a tiny toy alien with a baby rattle and bottle in a small carriage on the first floor, and an overdue book on a sofa armrest on the second floor. Fenton's Foodstuffs is located in the Quincy Ruins. Originally a cafeteria owned by a man named Fenton, it still appears operational despite the Quincy massacre, with gourds and mole rat meat being served. The building is a makeshift structure made from scrap metal and wood positioned across the street from Guns, and directly east of Quincy Church. It is an unmarked location situated south of Hangman's Alley. Originally a pre-war thoroughfare, the tunnel is now partially submerged and filled with wrecked vehicles, some of which are underwater. It runs east to west beneath another street, with a door at the west end leading to Hangman's Alley. A trader has set up a home in a small alcove on the tunnel's north side, near the center. The floating barge is set in the Commonwealth southeast of Spectacle Island. This area, originally a minor settlement for a group of scientists, now features a pair of barges and a sunken tugboat. The scientists attempted water purification and crop cultivation, but eventually died off, with some buried at sea. The southern barge has a small yard with a clothesline, a swing set, a basketball hoop, and floating coffins. Inside, there is a cabin with a microscope. The barge also has makeshift planters for crops and a sleeping area with an advanced locked safe. A rudimentary water purifier is set up, though the water is irradiated. The northern barge is heavily damaged and partially submerged, with a collapsed winch and cable still leading to the tugboat. The tugboat's wreckage at the harbor's bottom contains a small amount of loot and 2 skeletons. Founders Triangle is an unmarked location in Fallout 4, located in the Fens neighborhood of Boston, just west of the Fen Street sewer entrance. This plaza features 2 large pre-war statues on a central island. The western side of the triangle is home to the Fens Cafe. The area has been taken over by super mutants who have constructed barricades and cages around the central island and the surrounding plaza. The freeway pileup is situated just south of DB Technical High School in the Commonwealth. The site is characterized by a large wreckage of junk and pre-war vehicles, including a tank scattered across a freeway.
The garage alcove is situated next to MedTech Research in the Commonwealth. This 2-level parking garage features a weapon workbench on the first level and a cooking station on the second level. It may be encountered during the Long Time Coming quest or while completing railroad missions to Malden Center and Station. Situated just west of Grey Garden in the Commonwealth, this small, partially collapsed house has entrances on both the first and second floors, with an open garage nearby containing miscellaneous items. Inside, the first floor features an inaccessible door that reveals a small room with a bed, accessible only during the quest Pinned. The stairs lead to a cellar locked with an expert lock, which is notably larger than the upper floors. The cellar contains a novice lock toolbox, an advanced lock safe, and a chemistry station. And you have to love this. The bathroom in the cellar has a poster with a question from the GOAT test. The Greenbrier radio signal is a distress broadcast transmitted from an old bunker near a river in the Commonwealth. The signal can be picked up after extending the satellites at Radio Tower 3SM U81. Broadcast is a plea for help from a group trapped in the bunker surrounded by unknown creatures. The bunker is located just east of Radio Tower 3SM U81, hidden in the bushes behind an iron barrel at a dilapidated campsite. There are 2 campsites nearby. The correct one features a picnic bench and a cooking station, while the other one has deceased settlers and traders. Upon reaching the bunker, you might encounter a Mirelurk queen at higher levels. Inside, the bunker contains 2 skeletons, several food coolers, first aid kits, a wooden crate, a hunting rifle, a suitcase, and the ham radio transmitting the signal. The sole survivor can then turn off the radio to cease the broadcast.
Please, anyone, help us. We're stuck in an old bunker next to the river. Those things are crawling around up there. We're trapped. If you can hear this, just kill those things and get us out of here. Please, we're running out of food. I'll give you whatever you want.
This has been a pre-recorded message. Message repeats in 3 seconds.
Positioned just east of Quincy Church and adjacent to Quincy Apartments, this one-story building resembles a pre-war weapons and armor shop. The interior features a layout typical of such establishments. One counter dedicated to weapons, another for armor, and a central area for regular clothing. Additionally, the shop is equipped with both a weapons workbench and an armor workbench. A notable feature is the advanced lock terminal that provides access to a floor safe hidden behind the armor counter. It's important to note that this store should not be confused with the Kill or Be Killed store in Good Neighbor, despite their similar neon signage. Hawthorne Estate is a crumbling mansion in South Boston located near Andrews Station, University Point, and South Boston High School. The house is mostly in ruins, with only the kitchen accessible due to the rest of the building being collapsed and inaccessible. This is a secret location perched on the rooftops just outside Diamond City in the Fens. To reach it, you can either use a jetpack or buff jet for a series of jumps from the South Fens Tower, or make a series of challenging jumps and climbs without chems. Inside, you'll find a power armor station, a bed, and a dead settler. Notably, there is a mini nuke on the counter, and the diner's entrance is through a window facing south. Hillside Home is a secluded unmarked location in the Commonwealth set on a hillside overlooking the lake. Access it by following a road southwest from Natick, which eventually splits off towards the home. The 2-story house has been badly damaged. The second floor is crushed by a fallen tree. The property includes a garage with a truck, bags of fertilizer, and a sledgehammer. In the backyard, you'll find a swing, a doghouse, and possibly some mongrels. Inside, the fallen tree has caused the second floor to collapse into the first. The remains of the previous occupant are found in the bathtub with an interesting story. You'll also find another set of remains hanging from the garage rafters. Approaching this skeleton may trigger a deathclaw attack from outside, which can then get stuck due to the garage's tight space. In the north end of Boston, situated on the rooftops northeast of Cabot House, you'll find the hoarder's apartment accessible by climbing the fire escape near Pigman Gallery or using scaffolding near the boxing gym. The apartment is a single room cluttered with junk and boxes. Some notable loot includes a ladies' auxiliary tape on a console, 4 overdue books under a certain table, and a Vault-Tec lunchbox on a shelf near the sink. Holy Mission Congregation is situated north of the Boston Public Library. This church, now a dilapidated ruin, features a single large room. Inside, the church is inhabited by 2 feral ghouls. The west side contains scattered minor loot, including a destroyed Protectron, a hat, and fashionable glasses. Under the podium, you'll find a 10mm pistol and 2 stacks of pre-war money. A Vault-Tec lunchbox is located on a pew next to the skeletal corpse. Despite visible damage to the choir's roof from within, the exterior appears intact. Hub 360 is an unmarked location in Boston's Theater District, situated west of the Harbor Master Hotel and south of the fallen Sky Bridge. Accessible via an alleyway and back stairwells, it features several notable areas. The building's exterior east side has catwalks leading to the roof, where you'll find a first aid box and an explosives box. Inside, the first floor has 2 entry doors and is littered with bottle cap mines. A staircase then ascends to the second floor, and an elevator reaches the mostly destroyed 11th floor, which has a kitchen and exits to the cafe patio and rooftop pool. The 12th floor, with its partially collapsed areas, offers exits to the rooftop and the fallen Sky Bridge. From the rooftop pool, players can descend a ramp to the Sky Bridge or use an elevator to reach the top of the skyscraper, which does contain a steamer trunk and the Weather Vane quest objective. An alternative entrance can be accessed from the south, via a fire escape and rooftop traversal. This part includes a room with a jackpot quest objective and an armor crafting station, with an open elevator shaft providing a return route to the first floor. The Creation Club content expands Hub 360 with television studios, production offices, a film set, and a noir penthouse addition.
Jimbo's Tower is in Boston's Back Bay neighborhood, situated east of Trinity Tower, south of Hubris Comics, and north of Wilson Automatoys corporate HQ. This apartment building has been taken over by raiders who use its upper floors as a base. The raider stronghold is accessed from the street level via a fire escape, which is guarded by a turret. The roof features a sleeping area with a chem box and a kitchen area that includes a steamer trunk and an ammo box. Above the sleeping area, there's an upper room with a cooking station, a suitcase, and a wooden crate. Below the kitchen area is an alcove with a weapons workbench. A daring jump from the roof above the kitchen leads to a hidden room on a neighboring rooftop, where another wooden crate and the body of a deceased trader can be found. Joe's Spuckies is situated in the financial district of Boston, specifically within the Postal Square buildings. It has become a stronghold for the Gunners, who use it to protect against super mutant threats from the south. The interior of Joe's is home to Gunners and a Mr. Gutsy robot. The main floor contains an armor workbench, a weapons workbench, a duffel bag, an explosive box, and a chem cooler. The upper floor has chems near a mattress and a trunk. On the roof, there's an advanced lock safe, a first aid box, and a dead raider next to a chem box and an ammo box. The roof is reachable via an elevator that also connects to an adjacent building to the east via a rusted ramp. Joe's Sandwich Shop is an unmarked location in South Boston, nestled on a street corner north of Andrew Station. In 2287, this seemingly ordinary diner was once a front for mob boss Eddie Winter's operations. It served not just as a dining establishment, but also as a cover for a hidden speakeasy located in its cellar. Kendall Parking is directly across the street east from the entrance to Green Tech Genetics. This area features a dilapidated parking garage, with its lower two levels inhabited by mole rats that are uniquely dangerous due to fragmentation mines strapped to their sides. The garage is populated by 4 booby-trapped mole rats, each with explosives attached. One is on the second level, 2 on the first level, and the 4th remains buried in the ground on the first level until the other mole rats detect the player. Additionally, a mole rat is sleeping in a cage next to a drifter on the first level, but this particular mole rat is not booby-trapped. The drifter, who appears to be mentally unstable, interacts with the mole rats as if they were her companions, referring to them affectionately as ratties. Initially non-hostile, she will become aggressive if she witnesses any of the mole rats attacking the sole survivor. Using the Animal Friend perk to pacify the mole rats will lead the drifter to acknowledge the player's kindness, although she does not actually offer anything in return. Conversely, if the player stealthily eliminates all the mole rats without being detected, she remains non-hostile. The drifter's belongings, including several fragmentation mines, are stored on a makeshift bench behind the caged mole rat. L Street Bathhouse is positioned south of South Boston High School. This area is characterized by its elongated, dilapidated structure. The bathhouse is divided into 3 sections. Upon entering, visitors find themselves in a space with restrooms on either side, which feature standard amenities such as toilets, sinks, showers, and lockers. To the south, there is an exit that leads directly to the seafront in 2 piers. The men's restroom is located on the left side of the entrance, while the women's restroom is on the right. This location actually draws inspiration from a real-world counterpart of the same name located on L Street in Boston, Massachusetts. While a map marker exists for this location, it remains disabled during gameplay for some reason. What is that reason? We may never know. Lexington Bank. Positioned across the street from the Super Duper Mart, this single-story building has been left in despair with its front door knocked down and the side of the bank broken. Inside, remnants of its former purpose remain, including some furniture and 3 cash registers. Operating the wall terminal grants access to a vault containing several stacks of pre-war money. However, the backside of the vault has been demolished, leaving additional stacks of money scattered around. A skeleton can be found near these stacks, with the duffel bag holding even more pre-war money. Notably, the stacks of pre-war money inside the vault will respawn after some time, offering a recurring opportunity for loot. Lexington Pharmacy. Situated directly southwest of the entrance to Lexington Apartments, this abandoned pharmacy offers a glimpse into its former life amidst the post-apocalyptic decay. The interior of the pharmacy is a single room featuring a counter and a number of decayed and destroyed shelves. Among the ruins, several skeletons can be found, hinting at the pharmacy's grim fate. While the space is otherwise deserted, feral ghouls might be lurking nearby, so keep a good eye out. Lil Gentry Playground. Positioned northeast of Vault Tech Regional HQ and west of the Boston Bugle building, this quaint courtyard retains some of its pre-war charm. The playground features 2 seesaws and a jungle gym designed to resemble a flying saucer. Nearby, 2 unowned sleeping bags are scattered on the jungle gym. In the northwest corner of the courtyard stands a small garage labeled Gun Shop, which houses a power armor station, a weapons workbench, a novice lock tool chest, and a large toolbox. Following the Great War, a makeshift barricade was erected in the western alleyway, restricting access from that direction. Long Wharf is an unmarked location situated in the Boston Harbor neighborhood. Located east of the Custom House Tower, this area features a wharf and an adjacent warehouse, both of which are occupied by super mutants. The wharf and warehouse are strewn with debris and remnants from the Great War, creating a desolate and hazardous environment. This location mirrors the real-world Long Wharf in Boston, Massachusetts, though its map marker remains disabled in-game. Longfellow Bridge. Spanning the Charles River, the bridge connects Boston's Beacon Hill neighborhood with Cambridge and extends from Starrow Drive, running east to west. The bridge itself is still intact and functional, although raiders have fortified both the western and eastern entrances with makeshift barriers, making traversal hazardous. The Longfellow Bridge in the game is modeled after its real-world counterpart in Boston, named after the poet Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
This area is situated in Malden, just north of Taffington Boathouse and near Malden Center. It marks the beginning of the Malden River, which flows south towards Boston Harbor. Historically, the drainage was used by a fraternal organization for initiation rituals. Over 2 centuries later, the Sutton siblings, Russell and Margaret, discovered a holotape in a nearby boathouse detailing the chems used in these rituals. Their attempt to locate and trade these chems led to an accidental release of a swarm of blood bugs. The drainage area features a small overlook and a sewer system. Inside, there's a mag-locked room with an advanced security terminal on the western wall. The north end has a gate-covered pipe and a few radioactive waste barrels, emitting up to 27 rads. The overlook can be accessed via white tubing from the northwest corner. Some cool loot includes a holotape detailing the initiation instructions found on Russell Sutton's corpse, a fusion core in a charging station, and various chems on shelves.
Greetings, brothers! You are here because it is that time of year when we induct our newest members into this most esteemed fraternity. Before their initiation is complete, they must be prepared to receive the mysteries of our order. You can find the substances necessary to open their minds in the drainage, as you all remember from your own initiation. Remember that the pledges should be blindfolded before you bring them up the canal, and keep an eye out for anyone out late in the park. The elders will be by Sunday evening for the dinner, and all new pledges must be present, so stick to the normal dosage. Orto oblitus osa.
Marlborough House is situated west of Hallucinogen Inc. This small residence has been repurposed by the Gunners as a forward recon base for their raid on Hallucinogen Inc. First floor contains a duffel bag near the entrance, a dead gunner beside a first aid box, and an ammo box behind a table with sandbags at the base of the stairs. Upstairs, you'll find a small area that includes a cap stash under a chair. The house features 4 sleeping bags on the lower level and a mattress upstairs. A notable piece of loot is the Esplanade mission brief, found on a long table on the first floor. Taking this note adds the location of Hallucinogen Inc. to the Pip-Boy map. This chemical lies southwest of the BAD TFL regional office and south of the Cambridge Church. The building itself appears uninhabited, but shows sign of a super mutant presence through scattered meat bags. Inside, the lower level houses a utility Protectron in a pod, which can be activated using a nearby novice lock terminal. As you ascend the ramps, you'll find a chemistry station, a weapons workbench, and an exit to the roof. On the roof, a super mutant can be found lounging on a wooden box. Once activated, the Protectron will leave the building and head towards a large construction site to the south, where it'll attack any nearby super mutants. Situated in the north end of Boston, this location is positioned west of the Old North Church and east of Cabot House, directly across from the north end graveyard. The interior of Mean Pastries is straightforward, featuring a single room with a long U-shaped counter. Behind the counter, an expert lock safe is hidden under the cash register. The room also includes a few booths, tables, and a porta-diner. The only living occupant of this bakery is a solitary house cat, and he's a good boy. The Minutemen Monument is an unmarked location situated near Concord. This monument features a statue overlooking the Old North Bridge, commemorating the original Minutemen who engaged British forces at this very spot. It marks the site where the first shots of the battles of Lexington and Concord were fired, signaling the start of the Revolutionary War. This is a cave situated in the Commonwealth, directly south of the Red Rocket truck stop and just across the bridge from Sanctuary Hills. This cave, once used by truck stop employees to secretly dispose of waste before the Great War, has become a hot spot for mole rat activity. The interior is draped in brain and glowing fungus, creating a surreal and unsettling atmosphere. The central chamber features a small depression inhabited by mole rats, while a rear room shelters a glowing mole rat, its levels dependent on the player. The den is also littered with explosive containers and a vehicle ready to blow. Among the notable finds are a fusion core and a Trash Busters Awardno, both located in the right-hand room off the central area. Collecting 36 brain fungus and 23 glowing fungus is possible, though these resources cease to respawn once the Red Rocket Workshop is activated. This is a modest eatery nestled in the heart of Nahant, a neighborhood in the Commonwealth. This two-story building situated across from the Nahant Chapel features a quaint restaurant on the lower level with tables arranged in the eastern half and a kitchen occupying the western half. The upper floor is largely unremarkable, except for a lone steamer trunk in the western room. Outside, a patio offers additional seating, with a view of a nearby pier to the south. The location frequently becomes a battleground among various factions, including the Gunners and the Brotherhood of Steel, adding a layer of conflict to its otherwise serene setting. Located in the Natick region west of the Roadside Pines Motel and near the edge of the map, this was originally a pre-war electrical substation. This location now harbors significant dangers. The area is a battleground where a fearsome Deathclaw clashes with a super mutant behemoth. The power station itself is enclosed by a gate and surrounded by various pieces of old machinery. Nearby, there's an empty barn alongside a main warehouse littered with wrecked cars and tires. For those of you brave enough to explore, a small patch of glowing fungus is available for collection amidst the desolation. The North End Graveyard site is tucked away in Boston's North End, where danger and mystery intertwine. As you approach, you'll encounter a few feral ghouls eager to defend their territory. The graveyard's standout feature is Shem Drown's grave, situated in the northwest corner. Intriguingly, the grave can be opened without a need for a shovel, revealing a hidden cache of valuable items. Among the loot within Shem Drown's resting place are his skull, a sword, and a Fear Not note, along with a gold bar, 2 silver bars, and 3 copper bars. These treasures are crucial for the quest The Gilded Grasshopper, where the sole survivor investigates a rumored treasure map hidden in the Gilded Grasshopper atop Faneuil Hall. Shem Drown's grave pays homage to the real-life coppersmith and tinplate worker Shem Drown, known for crafting the iconic grasshopper weather vane atop Faneuil Hall, although he is buried at Copp's Hill Burying Ground in Boston. The North End Graveyard provides a fitting, albeit fictional, tribute.
The parking garage. Situated east of Super Duper Mart and on north of Slocum's Joe, this unmarked location offers a stark contrast between its desolate exterior and the perilous interior. On the surface, the garage's ground floor and roof are full with car wrecks but are otherwise unremarkable, save for a small room on the ground floor containing a leveled pistol and some ammo. The real danger lies below. To access the subterranean level, you can either navigate through a large junk wall on the vehicle ramp or enter through a small blue door down the stairs. The underground parking space is dimly lit and teeming with feral ghouls. The area is cluttered with debris and wrecked vehicles, including a yellow car and a pick-her-up truck, where a female settler lies dead in the truck bed alongside a first aid box and an ammo box. An explosive container and an oil spill offer tactical advantages against the ghouls. The main room also houses a Protectron in a pod which can be activated via a novice lock terminal. Additionally, a novice locked maintenance cage contains a first aid box and an explosives crate. Among the notable loot, you'll find a Vault Tech lunchbox in the car hulk closest to the small door. The Paul Revere House is a historic remnant of pre-war Boston found in the North End. The building is marked by a pre-war plaque and a Freedom Trail marker, making it the 7th stop on the trail coded 8. The small courtyard in front of the house is occupied by a super mutant and 2 mutant hounds, adding a layer of danger to its historical significance. The house itself features 2 entrances and a collapsed southern wall. Inside, the first floor holds a dining table and a lamp, while the second floor is sparse, with just a desk and a ruined bed remaining. The structure has 2 partially destroyed floors, reflecting the ravages of time and conflict. The plaque outside provides a glimpse into the past. Pierwood Residences is a hidden location in Fallout 4's Theater District, situated to the east of the combat zone. Before the Great War, it was the home of Kim Woo and her family. During a raid, they were forced to hide on the roof, and they later relocated to Natick before the bombs fell. The building has 5 floors, each with distinct features. The lobby, or ground floor, contains 5 glowing fungi and an elevator that ascends to the 5th floor. This top floor has 2 Nuka-Cola machines, an exposed bathroom with first aid kits and an ammo box, and fire escape access. Descending to the 4th floor reveals a suitcase with random loot. The 3rd floor includes a duffel bag containing pre-war money in Kim Woo's bedroom. The 2nd floor is equipped with a first aid kit, while the 1st floor, which serves as a lower street level exit, has no loot. Also, there's a hidden map marker named Oakwood Residences that directs player to this location in the game files, though it's not visible in the actual game. Pinelli's Bakery. This abandoned bakery is located in the center southeast of town near the hole in the wall and is mostly in ruins. The building features a small accessible interior that includes a counter with a cash register and a mannequin dressed in a chef hat. The rest of the interior is obstructed by rubble. Access to the building's roof is possible via walkways connected to the surrounding structures. The Pizza Parlor is located on the wharf just northeast of Pickman Gallery. The building is marked by a sign reading Hot Pizza Pies. The structure consists of 4 stories, but only the 1st floor, which includes the kitchen and dining area, is accessible. An outdoor dining area with tables and chairs overlooks the bay. The parlor is home to a small group of raiders. You can also find a complete set of power armor and a fusion core on a barge east-northeast of the Pizza Parlor. The power armor is secured in a cage between 3 armored personnel carriers, and the cage can be opened using a novice-locked terminal. Plumber's Secret is an unmarked location in the Commonwealth, situated in Cambridge, southeast of Mass Gravel and Sand. It appears to be a pre-war plumbing store that has been abandoned except for a few rad roaches and some armed bottle cap mines. The store features 4 entrances and contains an advanced locked safe behind the counter, guarded by a bottle cap mine. There's also a large toolbox located up metal stairs in the storeroom, accessible via a wire bridge. The real secret of this location is on the ceiling. Following a trail of plungers, you can spot items stacked to the ceiling. Although they seem out of reach, shooting the boards will cause the loot to fall to the floor. Notable loot includes a short syringe rifle and a cap stash on the ceiling where the plunger trail ends, a Vault-Tec lunchbox behind the counter, and 4 armed bottle cap mines placed around the store. The location also features 23 plungers stuck on various surfaces. The use of plungers to navigate the space may reference a similar unmarked shelter in Fallout 3, though that location does not contain a hidden cache like Plumber's Secret. Prospect Hill, also referred to as Cambridge Park, is situated in Cambridge. Originally a historical park with a small cafe building, it has become a barren field in the post-apocalyptic world. The area is known to be inhabited by Northie, a member of Sinjin's raider gang, and was used as a keyword sent to the railroad by Patriot via an escaped synth in 2284. The park is elevated and located north of the Cambridge crater and south of Watts Consumer Electronics. It features stone brick walls, a cafe building in the northwest, a small playground to the south, and a cooking station near the central clock post. An empty Pulowski preservation shelter is found further east, with a small chem lab and chemistry station located north of the shelter under a corner overhang. Prospect Hill is based on the real-world Prospect Hill Park in Somerville, Massachusetts. Quincy Church. It was previously occupied by Sturgis, Mama Murphy, and other settlers before the Gunners took control of Quincy during the Quincy Massacre. The church, a tall spired building in the northwest part of the ruins, serves as a main access point to the overpass structure. The 1st floor contains a cooking stove, a weapons workbench, and a power armor station, while the 2nd floor features an expert locked safe. Notable loot includes a fusion core found in a wooden box near the terminal on the 1st floor. There's other unmarked locations here in Quincy, like the pharmacy, but I think you guys get the gist of it.
This is positioned north of Diamond City and south of Backstreet Apparel. This site is used by a small group of raiders as their base. The camp is set up in a section of an old patio and surrounding housing. The patio features a deck chair, a picnic table, a barbecue, and an explosive box. The stairs leading to the camp are fortified with sandbags and equipped with a jury-rigged laser gun connected to tripwire for defense. Additionally, there is a bathroom scale trap in the alleyway to the south. Railroad Hideout is an unmarked location located just west of Custom House Tower. This hideout is used by members of the railroad. It can be accessed through an alley. The hideout features a fire escape leading to an area where Opal, a merchant, can be found. You guys know about the old red rockets, right? Of course you do. Well, there's a shit ton in Fallout 4 and they aren't located on the map. So instead, let's just do a red rocket barrage and rush through these in a cool music montage. That was fun. Let's continue on. The root cellar is located under a neighboring property 2 houses east of the House of Tomorrow. It was originally built by Jahani before the war. The small shelter contains a single mattress, a safe, and various pre-war food scattered across the floor and shelves. The entrance is behind the house, near the cul-de-sac in the northeast part of Sanctuary Hills, next to the wild mute fruit plants. Inside, you can find 3 gold bars, one on the ground, one under a shelf, and one on the safe. The game files indicate that Jahani owned or constructed this underground shelter and lived in the attached house. Additional military ammo and a duffel bag cache are hidden on the roof. The root cellar is not present during the pre-war introduction stage, and the containers inside are safe for storage and do not respawn. And none of the settlers in Sanctuary are able to remove any of the stored items. Midway between Covenant and the Wildwood Cemetery, a red tractor has crashed into a section of fencing in the wilderness. Nearby, you'll find several dead feral ghouls, with one still alive and a deceased settler nearby crushed by the tractor. Inside the tractor, there's a cap stash and a toolbox is located on the ground beside it. This location is a nod to a scene from the first episode of Telltale's Walking Dead, where a tractor accident traps a character underneath as zombies attack. This shop was once a gift store for a nearby academic institution before the Great War, and is now run by a pre-war Mr. Handy robot. The store is a single room featuring various odds and ends for sale, including 9 units of flamer fuel. It contains a novice lock safe on the wall behind the register, and though there is no penalty for picking the lock, stealing items will turn the Mr. Handy hostile. The shop also has several vials of jet in the corner, accompanied by 3 skeletons and another skeleton in a lab coat on the opposite end. A chemistry station is located against the right wall upon entering. With a robotics expert perk, the Mr. Handy can be deactivated, allowing access to the store's contents without destroying the robot. This shop's design is similar to the real-world Boston Museum of Science, including features like a drawbridge and a white dome resembling the planetarium. This site, positioned southwest of Natick near the western edge of the map, was once a pre-war campsite overlooking the coastal town. The campsite is now inhabited by a Deathclaw. The remains of a settler can be found near a campfire who had used several semi-trailer trucks as shelter. After dealing with the Deathclaw, you can find a cluster of glowing fungus around the campsite. Additional loot can also be found in a derelict warehouse across the road to the north, which may also be patrolled by another Deathclaw. The warehouse and 2 trailers parked nearby contain an advanced lock safe and some minor loot. This small trading post is run by Leonard Moore, who deals in scrap, general goods, and ammunition. His sole companion is Jangles, a moon monkey. Leonard is a reserved character who prefers to focus solely on trading and provides little personal information. The store is situated southeast of Coastal Cottage. It features an elevated shack with a trade counter for customers and a living quarter for Leonard. Inside, you'll find a cooking stove, a water pump, and a bed, although all these amenities are marked as owned. Outside, there are various food and junk items on display, also marked as owned. Notably, the water pump here is unique as it is the only one in the game not located in a settlement or a potential settlement. The shanty store's open sign makes it visible from a distance, and it serves as a useful spot to stock up on ammo before heading to Far Harbor. The bed in the store remains unusable, even if Leonard is killed, and there is a potential Mirelurk Queen spawn location directly north of the store. Nestled just south of Andrews Station, this unmarked location perched high on a ruined elevated roadway was the home of an individual who, despite their frequent bouts of sleepwalking, sought the security of an elevated vantage point. To reach the place, you'll use an elevator that whisks you up from the ground level to a trailer suspended precariously above. Inside the trailer, you'll find the remnants of a life lived in disquiet, a space marked by the eerie solitude of someone who perhaps never quite felt at ease. Among the notable finds here is a fusion core tucked away in a generator below the elevator, and the Sleepwalker's Key, located on the road beneath the trailer and close to their unfortunate resting place. This unlocks a master lock safe within the trailer itself. The safe, along with a poignant note from the Sleepwalker detailing their fate, paints a somber picture of their final moments. Perched high in the trees, the sniper's hideout is a secluded elevated shack located in the swampy region of the Commonwealth. This unmarked spot, found southwest of Gunner's Plaza and southeast of Somerville Place, is a perfect vantage point for its former occupant, who is a member of the Commonwealth Minutemen. Approaching the hideout, you'll encounter hostile feral ghouls and mirelurks eager to defend their territory. The hideout itself is accessed by a rickety set of stairs that lead up to the main level of the raised shack, which features a basic cooking stove and a mattress for rest. A ladder then continues up to the roof, where the remnants of the outpost's former inhabitant, a dead Minuteman, can be found. The roof also has a militia hat perched on a chair, adding to the scene of abandonment. Among the notable loot, you'll find a laser musket on the roof near the fallen Minuteman. Inside, there are also 2 bottles of Bobrov's best moonshine, one on a table in the main level and the other on the roof beside the chair.
South Boston Church. Positioned east of the South Boston High School, this church is both ominous and intriguing, offering a glimpse into the area's tumultuous past. The church grounds feature a small, desolate graveyard surrounded by radioactive barrels and guarded by a few feral ghouls. A cellar hatch provides entry to the church's interior, where the atmosphere is steeped in decay and neglect. Inside the cellar is a single room inhabited by 3 feral ghouls and a solitary house cat. Among the ruins of the church's former life, a canvas on the wall depicts a cat playing with a toy rocket. Nearby, an altar dedicated to Mr. Tittles is adorned with pieces of mongrel dog meat and a cat bowl. Behind the canvas, a smaller hidden portrait of a colonial-era man can be found. The room is also scattered with skeletons. Spooky. South Fens Tower. This unmarked location is found southeast of Diamond City's entrance. The tower can be reached by scaling a wooden scaffolding ramp located on the west side of a junkyard. The ramp provides access to 2 distinct structures, a smaller, abandoned apartment building to the north and a taller, more impressive tower to the south. Inside the apartment building, players can find a lower room that's accessible by dropping from above. The tower's top floor houses an office with a jury-rigged gun trap set on the desk. Interesting, while South Fens Tower is present in the game, its map marker was removed, making it a bit of a hidden find for those exploring the Fens. The splintered statue is situated north of Somerville Place. This site features a derelict pre-war concrete statue that a raider has commandeered for his own peculiar project. The raider has set up a makeshift workshop complete with construction lights and cans of yellow and blue paint. Tools like a screwdriver, blowtorch, and hammer are scattered around the base of the statue. Notably, the statue itself is a jumble of mismatched parts, its head awkwardly attached to its right wrist and its hand grafted onto the neck. In a quirky touch, a chem box has been placed in the statue's left hand. Nearby, the raider has created a small campsite with a tarp draped over some fallen branches, along with a sleeping bag and a suitcase. A day tripper is found next to a drinking glass on a bench beside a wobbly ladder. By the way, this raider will always attack, so don't think you can ask him what's going on. Suggs Garage is a compact, unmarked location in the Cambridge area of the Commonwealth, positioned between Kendall Hospital and Cambridge Crater. Added to Fallout 4 as part of Creation Club content with the next-gen update, this garage serves as a small but notable stop for players. Inside, you'll find Suggs, a merchant who runs the place. The garage itself is modestly outfitted with a workbench and various tools reflecting its practical use. Suggs is available for trade, offering a selection of goods and supplies that can be useful for your adventures. The Ticker Tape Lounge, an unmarked location in the Theater District of Boston, offers a glimpse into a once bustling pre-war establishment now overrun by gunners. Situated just northeast of the Mass Bay Medical Center, it can be accessed via the elevated highway from the fallen Skybridge. The lounge is divided into 2 main sections, each spanning 2 levels. In the western section, the lower floor features a fire barrel and a few useful items, including an ammo box and an advanced lock safe, though the safe is being actively kicked by a gunner in frustration. The upper floor is more relaxed, with some couches and chairs, but no notable loot. A short hallway connects this section to the eastern section. The eastern section is partially buried under rubble on the lower floor. Here you'll find a cooking station, a chemistry station, and a small kitchen with a radio playing Diamond City Radio. Among the debris, a skeleton in a yellow dress lies beneath the collapsed floor. This section also features a cigarette machine and several unusable wall seats. The upper floor is set up with diner booths, one of which hides an explosives box. In the rear area, a mattress and sleeping bag are set up with an ammo box on the booth table. An exit on the lower floor's southwest wall leads to a small roof balcony with 2 gunners and an elevator to the Mass Bay Medical Center roof. The elevator cannot be activated from the balcony itself. Access must be gained from the Mass Bay Medical Center. The train car is situated southeast of Relay Tower 1DL109 and south of Oberlin Station. This derailed and tipped over blue train car can be found in a train yard, accessible by following a distress signal broadcasted after the sole survivor adjusts the radio dish at the relay tower. Inside the train car, you'll find a grim scene. A single room with the skeletal remains of a woman beside a ham radio surrounded by a pool of blood. The suitcase next to her body hints at a hurried escape. The distress signal was a desperate plea for help from the woman and her son, who had sought refuge in the train car from an unknown threat. The sole survivor has the option to turn off the ham radio to end the broadcast forever. Union Man Circle. This area, positioned south of the South Boston Police Department, and is dominated by a raider camp that encircles a traffic circle marred by a toppled bronze statue of George Washington. The camp is enclosed by wooden gates on the east and west sides, making it a somewhat fortified area. To the east, you'll find the Dorchester Heights Monument, while the Hawthorne Estate lies further south down the road. Inside the traffic circle, there is a building with an exposed top floor. This floor can be accessed by using a jetpack, as there are no stairs leading up to it. In the small room, you'll find the holotape Ladies Auxiliary Tape 10. Union's Hope Cathedral. Situated in Cambridge, positioned adjacent to the Collegiate Administration Building, it is surrounded by a graveyard and guarded by feral ghouls. The cathedral's exterior is marked by a van that has crashed into its front stairway, scattering debris in a wheelchair. Nearby, a skeleton in a Vault-Tec lab coat lies discarded. Inside, the cathedral features a grand, open main room dominated by an altar at one end. Father Gabe, a hostile figure, will attack on sight along with 3 other feral ghouls. The room is sparsely furnished with a mound of benches on the left side, under which you can find a suitcase containing random loot. One of the pews holds a skeletal couple with a dirty army helmet and a burn book beside them. At the altar, you'll find candles, a silver plate, and an ammo box on the floor. Glowing fungus grows throughout the cathedral, adding to its eerie ambiance. A small side room on the right, accessible through an advanced locked door, contains a first aid kit and brain fungus. This side door leads out to the Cambridge Cemetery. Also, some companions may sit in the pews and pray. Maybe they find a sudden change of faith here. Valenti Station. Located in Boston's North End, the station's access is blocked by rubble, leaving only the lobby and token windows accessible. Inside, the scene is unsettling. 3 skeletons sit facing a cage containing 4 more skeletons, surrounded by stacks of pre-war money. Among these grim remains are a boxing glove, a pool cue, and a teddy bear dressed in a worn fedora and sunglasses, positioned next to one of the skeletons. For those scavenging, notable finds include a Vault-Tec lunchbox on a nearby table and 2 day trippers hidden behind the cash registers. The Vitale Pump House is found just south of Hub City Auto Wreckers and east of Finch Farm. This unmarked location, situated near the water, is reached through a small corridor leading to 2 rooms within the pump house. To access the second room, you'll need to input a code found written on the south wall in the first room. While it initially seems to be 0451, the actual code is 10451, as indicated by an additional 1 higher up on the wall. Inside the second room, you'll find a red skeleton holding the unique weapon, the Gainer, along with the fusion core. The pump house features a cool Easter egg. The choice of 0451 as the code is a nod to a recurring access code in many games, initially from System Shock, and is considered an Easter egg within an Easter egg by the game's lead designer. The inclusion of the Gainer and the red skeleton also pays respect to various gaming and pop culture references.
Walden Drugs is a small drugstore located in Cambridge, which was once a local pharmacy before the Great War. The building is a modest 2-story structure situated slightly northeast of College Square, accessible via a small road leading north towards Lexington. It features a small parking lot cluttered with rusted cars. Inside, the store contains a cash register, a dose of medics on a shelf, and a first aid box. The setting reflects its former role as a pharmaceutical provider amidst the post-apocalyptic landscape. The Water Filtration Cap Stash is an unmarked location situated just east of Sanctuary Hills across the lake. To access this stash, you need to flip the circuit breaker located at the riverbank. Inside the filtration unit, you'll find a hidden stash of valuable items, including 5 .44 rounds, 3 cap stashes, 2 Radaway, 1 Rad-X, 1 purified water, 1 pork and beans, and 1 .44 pistol. This stash is protected by mole rats, but it provides essential supplies for players on survival in the wasteland. Western Bell Vessel is an unmarked location situated on a riverbank northwest of the Breakheart Banks. This beach commercial fishing boat known as the MV Western Bell was stranded following the Great War. The boat's interior is a small cabin with a metal shelving holding a ham radio that continues to broadcast a distress signal. The message, sent out before the vessel lost power, pleads for help amidst rough seas and expressed confusion over the lack of response. Inside the cabin, you'll find a novice lock cooler with minor loot, along with a coffee cup, a yardstick, and a sea captain's hat. There's also a fishing rod, a metal bucket, and a patch of glowing fungus scattered across the flooded floor.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is Merchant Vessel Western Bell. We are in immediate need of assistance. Over. Boston, this is Western Bell. We have no power and we're in very rough seas. Do you copy? Hey, we need help out here. Where the hell is everyone?
This has been a pre-recorded message. Message repeats in 3 seconds.
Riverside Cottage is located in the north end of Boston, east of Pickman Gallery and north of the Old North Church. This single-story house, previously owned by a cat enthusiast, appears to have been left largely undisturbed since the Great War. Inside, you'll find a raider occupying the space alongside a house cat and several cat portraits, which hint at the cottage's former owner's love for the felines. Let's start with Far Harbor. By the way, these DLCs don't have a ton of official unmarked locations, as you can see. A lot of them seem to be historical landmarks or geographical locations, like the Atlantic Ocean, the Acadia National Park, or Cranberry Island, which has locations on it that are marked. Anyway, I'll cover the ones that I can, and I also did a little more diving into some Easter eggs or cool little spots you can find, and I'll show you those as well. These are the buildings in the town located near Far Harbor, or part of it. I included it because I think it has an interesting backstory. It was once a bustling tourist spot in Maine's Down East region. It lies close to Acadia National Park, home to Cadillac Mountain, the tallest peak along the eastern seaboard within 25 miles of the coast. Before the devastating fire of 1947, the town thrived as a summer retreat for the wealthy elite. After World War II, it suffered from the effects of salvage operations, the reoccurring fog, and monstrous creatures. The decline was worsened by the collapse of the Bar Harbor Bridge, which cut off the island from the mainland. Today, the town's boardwalk hosts the only active community left, known as Far Harbor, perhaps named so due to the faded B on the old sign resembling an F. A lot of landslides have buried most of what used to be Bar Harbor, but time in itself has brought the most devastation. Little fun fact, in Fallout 76 in Berkeley Springs, you can find a sign that advertises Far Harbor. The Bar Harbor Museum is found close to the settlement of Far Harbor. It was once a popular museum in the town. The museum is known for its past issues with vandalism, especially targeting the Vim machines, a problem that seemed to be widespread across the island. Despite efforts to catch the vandal, the museum staff never succeeded. Although they did discover that a similar issue plagued Beaver Creek Lanes. Who the Vim Vandal was is a whole other story. Maybe I'll cover it in another video. It is pretty interesting. To reach the museum, you have to travel just past the Super Duper Mart occupied by trappers. A short driveway opposite a bus stop leads from the main road to the property. And here's what you'll find. West of the museum, there's a yellow wooden crate next to a cannon, 2 rowboats, and a dry dock trawler. North of the property, a small pier extends into the water, holding another cannon and a red steamer trunk, possibly containing some okay loot. East where the museum stands, or rather what remains of it, the building is severely damaged, but you'll find a Coast Guard hat near a broken terminal on a desk, an advanced lock safe, and a basket with 3 cannonballs, which gives us a little more history about this place. Find this, head behind a fuel station southeast of the Radiant Crest Shrine, where you'll spot a hatch with a novice lock. Once you're inside, you're greeted by a small basement room packed with useful amenities. There's a chemistry station where players can work on determining the recipe for Vim Captain's blend, a terminal loaded with notes about sabotage activities, a weapons workbench for modifying your gear, and a firing range to hone those shooting skills. This setup suggests it was once used for nefarious activities related to the Vim distribution. Inside, you'll find some loot. 2 bottles of Vim's Captain's Blend, one on the chemistry station and another on a nearby console, and a missile launcher with 2 missiles lying on a table by the firing range. This place was originally owned by Aubrey Copeland, but now feral ghouls might be lurking around. Copeland has something to do with the Vim Vandal, which like I said, I'll cover at another time. Not to blue ball you guys, but mostly because it's a long story and we have a lot more locations to go. Wakatek Station was once serving as a pre-war campsite. Its existence is hinted at by a banner that would guide visitors from Bar Harbor through state routes 233 and 102E. The area consists of 3 cabins located east of the Children of Adam Shrine. However, only one cabin is accessible. The other 2 are securely boarded up. This open cabin hosts a small abandoned camp. It mostly contains a bunch of pre-war junk, including 2 wrecked cars, a heap of tires, and various other pieces of debris. As far as loot goes, there's basically nothing here. Well, not nothing. You'll find a pack of wolves prowling around. So I guess that's something. I was debating on adding this one because it's connected to a major quest, but it's still an interesting little spot. If you follow the road southwest from Echo Lake Lumber, you'll come across an intriguing scene. A wrecked Vim truck with its rear wheels mired in a pond right next to a drainage pipe. This pipe isn't just a piece of scenery. It serves as an entrance to a hidden location. Inside the pipe, you'll encounter a feral ghoul, but more importantly, there's a locked entrance to a pump control. To access this, you'll need the worn key, which presumably you'd have to find somewhere else. It's part of the quest that we spoke about earlier. Once inside the pump control, you'll find yourself in a small room with mild radioactivity. This space is pretty minimalistic, featuring only a bed and a shrine. The room was a hideout of Confessor Martin, a used-to-be member of the Children of Adam. The shrine holds a ton of notes and holotapes about the Children of Adam and the Confessor. The rope bridge complex is located northeast of the nucleus. The complex is situated along a north-south road that slices through the mountain terrain. A rope bridge ingeniously attached to a utility pole spawns a crevasse directly over this road, providing a passage above. Around this bridge, you'll find 3 wooden shacks, 2 positioned to the east and 1 to the west. These structures house basic amenities like a sleeping bag and 2 mattresses, indicating they've been used for habitation. Additionally, there's an abandoned tent set up near the water to the south-southwest of the complex. This area has seen its share of control by different groups. Originally, it was occupied by the Children of Adam, as evidenced by their remnants and decorations still present. With the presence of the dead Children of Adam bodies and their artifacts, I think it's safe to assume that the changing of guard took place, so to speak. That's it for the official unmarked locations for Far Harbor from the wiki. Yeah, not the most profound stuff, but don't worry. Like I said, I did some more digging and I found some more interesting stuff. Running across this spot is highly unlikely, given its obscure placement. Located southwest of the Fringe Cove docks, there's an unassuming boat that holds a little secret. On this boat, you'll find an unlocked safe. Inside, you can loot some ammunition and some other minor loot. But what makes this spot truly unique is what lies beneath the boat. There sits a teddy bear perched atop a cannon. Fallout and teddy bears are a thing, in case you didn't know. Tons of Easter eggs feature these little guys. Adjacent to this setup, there's a box of cannonballs, which is especially useful for players wielding the broadsider, a weapon that uses these for ammunition. In the water southwest of Fringe Cove docks, not far from the teddy bear on the cannon, is a creepy sight known as the Mannequin Ship. This ship is almost entirely underwater, and it's crewed by mannequins, creating an eerie feeling that might remind some players of the unsettling atmospheres found in games like BioShock. The dead-eyed mannequins feel as if at any moment they might animate and lurch forward. While there's some loot to be found directly on the ship, the area's true treasure lies in the nearby shipping container. Inside this container, you'll find not just another mannequin, but also a few gold bars. These gold bars are worth a pretty penny, or cap. So I would recommend checking this one out for sure. At the southeastern edge of the map, there's a spot just beyond the visible world boundary. To reach this location, start by heading southeast from the Harbor Grand Hotel. Keep moving into the water until you reach the point where the game indicates you're at the edge of the world map, then dive underwater. Once underwater, if you're in the right spot, you'll notice a crashed vertibird on the sea floor. Near this wreckage, on the side of a hill, there's a cave entrance. Inside the cave, you'll find a suit of T-51 power armor displayed upright. However, you can't actually access this. To do so, it requires installing a mod that removes the map's boundary restrictions. But if you do, not only can you claim the power armor, but you'll also find the area around it strewn with fusion core modules, making it a valuable find. Why the devs left this juicy morsel perfectly out of reach? No one knows. Maybe they intended to extend the map's borders at some point, and they forgot. Or they left it just out of reach to torture us. That pretty much does it for Far Harbor. By the way, the ocean and water areas are filled with all types of small Easter eggs like these ones. Bethesda really loves their skeleton jokes. Anyways, let's move on to Nuka-World. Much, and I mean much, of the locations on the wiki for this place are just buildings that you can find in the main locations. Not exactly secret or all that interesting. I'll skip most of those for you guys, unless it's something really hidden. This is a vast, barren expanse that once might have been productive but now stands as another example to the neglect of the wasteland. You can reach this by traveling a short distance east from the Hobologist camp. You'll find 2 houses and a garage marking the western side of this plot. The southern house offers little in terms of shelter or supplies, with just a refrigerator inside. Outside, a makeshift fireplace with a Diamond City radio sets up a lonely scene. Nearby, you'll find 3 silos, a tractor, and a large piece of yellow machinery. Oh, and a couple of carrots. The northern house is decorated with light chains, and it has a bit more to it. The first floor holds minor junk items, while upstairs you'll find a crib and a bottle of whiskey. Behind the house, a small field with 5 corn plants and 1 razor grain plant attempts to reclaim the land, accompanied by a bell and a doghouse. The garage contains a rusted car and 3 cabinets. A dirt road stretches east towards Nuka Station, and another runs north, connecting the houses and leading to a toxic dump. Along these paths, several half-sunken vehicles litter the landscape, and the presence of dead Brahmin and non-functional water pumps, along with 2 windmills, all of it adding together to create a feeling of despair and emptiness. It gives Children of the Corn vibes. I don't like it. This small cave is located northeast of the Safari Adventure Reptile House, and it's divided into 2 distinct areas. Upon entering through the cave's main entrance, you'll find yourself in a cavern area, and you'll be a first-hand witness to an intense battle between a gator claw and a yaoguai. The second entrance is accessed via a ground hatch. This section of the cave leads to what was once a maintenance area. This part was utilized by park employees before the Great War. The area is separated from the southern cavern by a cage door. Here you'll also find a terminal with several historical log entries that provide insight into the park's operations before the apocalypse. Within the cave, particularly near the cage door separating the 2 sections, there's a wooden cart holding a Nuka-Cola lunchbox and a bottle of Nuka-Cola Dark. The Capian Bottle Shrine is located behind a large brown billboard northwest of Dry Rock Gulch in the exterior of Nuka-World. The shrine features an old Capian bottle sculpture, surrounded by heads on pikes, 5 human skulls, and offerings including 2 Nuka-Cola Dark and 2 cap stashes. The site also contains 2 chairs, 2 stools, and an expert lock safe. I wonder what kind of cult or goofballs decided to make these guys their idols. The dead-end houses are found directly north of the Nuka-Cola bottling plant's back entrance, and northwest of the Nuka-World Red Rocket. This location comprises 3 dilapidated houses along a dirt road. The eastern house is almost entirely buried, with most of its walls gone. You'll find a dryer and a doghouse here. The western house features a rusted picker-up truck partially sunk near the porch. There's a master lock safe hidden behind some of the bushes under the staircase. The northern house at the road's end has a porch with a patio table. The backyard contains 3 corn plants and a picnic table with a lunch pail, potentially serving as a spot for random encounters like Brahmaluffs or settlers defending against bloodworms. The distiller shack lies hidden in the hills just south of Morton residence. This area is made up of 2 recreational vehicles and a makeshift shack with a roof. Both RVs are inoperable. One has been flipped over with a tree now sprouting from it, and the other is cluttered with tires, making it inaccessible. The ground around the shack is scattered with bones and overgrown with wild vines, though only 1 vine, located just south of the shack, can be harvested for resources. To the northwest, past the shack, you'll find a chemistry station and a novice lock chem cooler on a rickety table. Nearby, an expert lock safe sits behind an overturned Corvega Blitz. Inside the central shack, there are wooden barrels, a brewing vat, and an ammo box. Also, the sight of a headless skeleton is suspended from the roof. Then you'll find a small triangular hut adjacent to the table that houses a mattress and a master-locked floor safe. The roof of the shack can be reached by using a makeshift walkway that starts behind the RV filled with the tires. The hangar camp is positioned to the east of Nuka-World Junkyard and just south of the entrance of the Galactic Zone. This spot features a solitary hangar shack situated by a river. The back of the shack is open, directly facing the water, with 2 rowboats moored beside a small fallen pier. The area around the camp is alive with flora, including tarberry, hubflower, and carrot flower plants. Outside the shack near the entrance, you'll find a cooking station for preparing meals. There's also an explosives box located on a wooden walkway near one of the rowboats, so make sure you pick that up. Inside the hangar, the setup is modest yet functional. 3 mattresses on the ground providing sleeping arrangements, a duffel bag next to the 3 metal barrels suggests storage for personal items, and a first aid box next to the 2 wooden crates offering medical supplies. Also, there's an armor workbench that is present. The camp is scattered with various junk, food, and aid items, making it a decent spot for scavenging. Be aware though that this location might host a random encounter, potentially involving creatures like cave crickets or flying ants, and you might stumble upon the bodies of settlers who have met an unfortunate end. The Little Nuka gift shop is found in Bradburton near Nuka-World. It was once a bustling spot for tourists looking to grab a piece of Nuka-Cola memorabilia before the Great War. The gift shop, although not part of the main park, was officially sanctioned by the Nuka-Cola Corporation. Here, visitors could find items like Cappy ashtrays and candy cigarettes, with the shop's employees well versed in the latest promotional deals, including discounts on park tickets for substantial merchandise purchases. Unique to this location, it did not participate in the park's bottle return discount program, instead directing customers to the park gates for those deals. The shop owners even utilized adjacent land for parking, charging an hourly fee with a policy absolving them of vehicle-related liabilities. Inside, the shop retains its theme with Nuka-World and Nuka-Cola branding everywhere. But now it's a place of decay and danger. On the first floor, a novice lock terminal sits at the counter, and an expert locked wall safe is hidden behind it. You'll also find some skeletons on the floor next to some blood. Maybe the workers here died by looters or something. The first floor is cluttered with Nuka-Cola items all scattered across the ground in shelving units. Access to the second floor is possible by the staircase or through a collapsed section of the floor that acts as a ramp. The shop is filled with feral ghouls, so keep an eye out. The Northwest Maintenance buildings sit just northwest of the Galactic Zone. This area features 2 maintenance sheds that can be entered, accompanied by a small parking lot. A short driveway leads from the sheds to the main road, with a ticket booth positioned nearby. The surroundings include several abandoned vehicles. Outside the sheds in the parking lot, there's a well-stocked Nuka-Cola machine attached to the southern shed's exterior wall, and a lunch pail resting on a nearby picnic table. This shed has several shelves, a novice lock tool chest, an advanced lock footlocker, a wooden crate, and a first aid box for supplies or emergencies. A small office space in the southeastern corner contains a radio, a stash of caps on a shelf, and a cooler next to the trash can. The southern shed is more extensively furnished with shelves that hold a footlocker, an explosives box, a metal box, and a large toolbox, suggesting it was used for more intensive maintenance or storage. An advanced locked floor safe is cleverly hidden between 2 desks, one of which is tipped over. The southwestern corner hosts 2 restrooms, and in front of these, a file cabinet drawer on the floor contains several chems. The Placard building sits at the end of the road leading east from Nuka Station, a 3-story structure with its northern part half sunken into the ground. The entrance features a faded, unreadable placard, giving the building its name. Nearby, a rusted blue Atomic V8 car is parked, and the area around is littered with half-sunken vehicles and a stone pedestal to the north. On the south side, you'll find a fountain with 2 skeletons seated on benches beneath it. Inside, the first floor is filled with empty shelves and display cases, along with the desk where a typewriter sits, suggesting it was once used for some form of record-keeping or display. Moving upstairs, the second floor shows signs of collapse, with non-interactable hospital beds present, hinting at a past medical use or perhaps a makeshift shelter. Access to the third floor is blocked by collapsed stairs and wooden boxes. This location can host a scripted encounter where either gunners or super mutants may occupy the building. Upon your approach, 5 Nuka-World raiders, either from the Disciples, Operators, or the Pack, will rush towards the building, leading to a battle with the existing occupants. If the raiders emerge victorious and survive, they'll stay at the Placard building indefinitely, unless killed by the player or other enemies later on. The pool house, found off the beaten path in Nuka-World, lies down a dirt road branching from the main road south of the Red Rocket Station. This was a once luxurious 3-story house, and it's now in severe disrepair, with a swimming pool that's seen better days located behind it. The first floor remains somewhat intact, offering an armor workbench and a cooking station, useful for any traveler needing to repair their gear or prepare food. The second floor is sparsely furnished with just a dresser, and the third floor is completely devoid of any items, possibly stripped or left untouched post-war. The swimming pool, now mostly drained, presents a interesting sight with a small whirlpool section on its southern side, adorned with a mannequin. Yes, more of these guys. And then you have a water cistern to the north, suggesting it was once part of a well-maintained estate or a vacation home. The red tent camp is just northeast of the power plant. The camp is noticeable by its bright red tent fabric, making it visible from a distance. Surrounding the camp, you'll find the debris of various rides from nearby amusement parks, with one attraction, a rocket, remaining in relatively good condition. The camp itself is set up under a patio umbrella, providing shade and a gathering spot. Here you'll find 3 mattresses possibly occupied by the bodies of settlers, indicating that this spot might have been someone's last refuge. Then you'll find a Nuka-Cola lunchbox, a duffel bag, and then a variety of Nuka-Cola flavors that are stored in a wooden beer crate, including Nuka Grape, Nuka-Cola Quartz, Nuka-Cola Victory, and Nuka-Cola Wild. Reservoir houses are along the western shore of the river, just south of the North Point Reservoir in Nuka-World. This spot comprises 2 small structures, but you can only enter the northern house. The northern house is surrounded by 2 rusted vehicles in its parking lot. A restricted area sign is posted near the east entrance, suggesting it was once an area with controlled access or importance. Inside, the house is filled with desks, indicating that it might have served as an office or an administrative building before the war struck. The southern house, however, is sealed off. Its garage door is blocked by the earth that has risen around it. This location is linked to the dam by an off-ramp descending to the water, though it's potentially risky due to the presence of mirelurks. East of the houses, a set of stone stairs leads down to the water where 2 rowboats are tied to a wooden pier, allowing for water exploration or escape if needed. This one is quick, but also deadly if you decide to check it out. Located in the hills west of the Nuka-World junkyard, the area consists of 6 nests. A total of 5 stingwings protecting the hives can potentially be encountered in the vicinity. You'll also find some trader's dead body nearby with some loot on it. The toxic dump can be found southeast of the hobologist camp and south of the abandoned farmland. It has a shed with one open side positioned beside a small, highly irradiated pond. You can get here by a dirt road that links to the main road in the southwest and extends north towards the abandoned farmland. At the site, there's a red tractor with a skeleton still attached, hooked to a half-sunken, rusted picker-up truck via a tow winch, suggesting some form of an accident or abandonment was in progress. Inside the shed, you can find a tool chest and a wooden crate. The pond and the shed are littered with radioactive barrels, which emit up to 15 rads per second, making the area extremely dangerous for prolonged exposure. This one is actually pretty unique. The TV tree is north of Dry Rock Gulch and west of Safari Adventure. It features a large tree adorned with an array of broken televisions and terminals. It's strange, with televisions suspended from its upper branches by metal rods and additional TVs and terminals scattered on its lower limbs in the surrounding ground. The tree trunk itself is decorated with metal star ornaments, almost like a ritual site or something. Around the tree, you can find several Nuka-Cola variants. There's one Nuka-Cola Quantum on a television hanging on the northern side of the tree, and 3 more bottles of Nuka-Cola Quantum, a Nuka-Cola Dark, and a Nuka-Cola Quartz are located within broken terminals on the ground. What do you guys think of this place? Raiders just having some fun? Ritual site? Something else? Pretty cool nonetheless. Let's cap the vid off with a funny one. Cap? Get it? The world's largest fire hydrant stands as a colossal pre-war sculpture, located in the parking lot of the hobologist camp. This was crafted by Thomas Denton III. This 250-ton, 30-foot tall art piece was designed with durability in mind, purportedly able to withstand both a tornado and, in a somewhat ironic twist of fate, a nuclear apocalypse. A claim that has been proven true given its presence right here. Funnily enough, the concept for this fire hydrant is inspired by a real-world counterpart, the world's largest working fire hydrant, originally constructed at Disneyland for promotional purposes, related to the movie 101 Dalmatians, and later donated to the Fire Museum of Texas. The abandoned camp in Fallout 3 is a hidden gem under a bridge, just north of the Super Duper Mart. It's surrounded by tires, offering a bed, an ammo box, and a table with a duck and cover skill book. But watch your step, there's a frag mine at the entrance ready to ruin your day. Mirelurks crash the party every 3 in-game days, so don't get too cozy.
The abandoned tent in Fallout 3 is a cozy little hideaway in the Capital Wasteland, tucked between Mason-Dixon Salvage and the MDPL-21 power station. Inside, you'll find a bed, a footlocker, and a shelf stocked with goodies like Nikola Tesla and U-Book and a Nuka-Cola Quantum. The tent might not have much security, but it makes a decent makeshift home if you need a break from the wasteland's chaos. Just look out for a nearby shack. It's hiding a shish kebab schematic and another Nuka-Cola Quantum. Quick little sidebar. We were going to add the alien crash site, but after the Mothership Zeta DLC, Bethesda added a map marker to the site, making this in fact a marked location. But here's a little shout out. The Anacostia River in Fallout 3 is a small but significant waterway snaking through the Capital Wasteland. Named after the Anacostan Native Americans back in 1608, it serves as a tributary of the Potomac River. The river stretches from just across the Maryland border, flowing southwest into Washington, D.C., where it meets the Potomac near the Jefferson Memorial. Along its banks, you'll find Rivet City, one of the key locations in the game, making this river more than just a scenic backdrop in the post-apocalyptic world.
The Arlington Sewer in Fallout 3 is an unmarked, grimy underground spot in the Capital Wasteland, just southeast of Arlington Library. It's a 3-level maze filled with raiders who'd love nothing more than to ambush you. The bottom level holds a locked storage room packed with loot, including a safe, an armor crate, and ammo boxes, all accessible via a terminal. Outside, a nearby Talon company recon camp offers a stealth boy if you're up for some extra scavenging. Despite the raiders' presence, the sewer remains oddly pristine, no graffiti or hanging bodies, just some fallen shelves and boxes. Raiders respawn every 3 days, so you might want to make this a regular stop on your wasteland rounds. Banks in Fallout are relics of pre-war financial life, scattered across the Capital Wasteland, Point Lookout, the Commonwealth, and Appalachia. These once bustling institutions were all about handling your money, from deposits to loans. In Fallout 3, you'll find 5 banks in DC, but don't expect to cash any checks, they're all boarded up with no interiors once again. Notable spots include a blue sign bank in the Mason District South, a green sign one by the Park and Mason District, a red sign bank in Tacoma Park and Pennsylvania Avenue, and of course the standout is the Burnside Bank and Loan in the DuPont Circle, with its rusted sign and a haunting reminder of a bygone era.
The Bannister Crater in Fallout 3 is an unmarked hotspot of radiation and danger in the Capital Wasteland, located just east of Fort Bannister. This blasted landscape is littered with smaller craters, but the real action is in the largest one, where you'll find an overturned military truck hiding a safe, a personal footlocker, and a stash of Radaway. Post Waters of Life, the Enclave moves in, setting up shop with soldiers, a turret, and a scientist poking around the truck. If you're lucky, you might even score a Fat Man and Mini Nuke from one of the Enclave soldiers, along with 96 alien power cells tucked beneath the truck. Just watch out for the rad scorpions, they love the place too. Besnick's Barbershop in Fallout 3 is a relic of pre-war grooming, tucked away in the ruins of L'Enfant District in the Capital Wasteland. Once a bustling barbershop, it's now inaccessible, sealed off amid the destruction of Washington, D.C., located across from the L'Enfant Cafe and next to Madame Giel's. The exterior of Besnick's is still a bit treacherous, with a trapped pipe ready to spring if you trip the nearby wire. It's a slice of the past, locked away in the wasteland's present.
The Bethesda Underworks in Fallout 3 is a ghoul-infested metro station buried in the Bethesda ruins of the Capital Wasteland. Unlike most stations, there's no obelisk to mark it, making it an eerie radioactive hideaway. The tunnels are partially destroyed, limiting access and adding to the hazardous atmosphere, with radioactive waste barrels strewn about. Expect to be ambushed by a swarm of feral ghouls, and if you're unlucky, a glowing one or even a reaver if you have the Broken Steel add-on. Hidden within this ghastly labyrinth are some treasures, a Tales of a Junktown jerky vendor and Grognak the Barbarian comic, a mini nuke, a stealth boy, and some Nuka-Cola Quantum all tucked away in the storage room. Just remember, once you step into this ghoul den, it's survival of the fittest. But if you're great at sneaking or you wear the ghoul mask, then the ghouls may run out of the station entirely and engage the raiders nearby. Just food for thought on your approach. The Broadway Cinema was a once bustling pre-war movie theater in Seward Square, Washington, D.C., now reduced to a decaying ruin in Fallout 3. The marquee still bears the names of the last films shown, like One Wife Hold the Meatballs and Raz Bastion in the Amazons of Zarn. While the interior is inaccessible, the exterior features a Nuka-Cola vending machine, standing as a relic of the old world on Broadway Boulevard between 4th and 5th Streets. It's kind of weird to see what the people in the Fallout universe were watching before the bombs fell.
The Brotherhood Outcast Shack is a hidden spot in the Capital Wasteland, nestled west of SATCOM Array NN03D, down at the base of a hill. This ramshackle metal hut is often occupied by a few Brotherhood outcasts. Inside you'll find shish kebab schematics on the table and a Nuka-Cola Quantum chilling on the roof. It's a neat little hideaway with some useful loot for those who stumble upon it, and a must-known spot for those role-playing as a Brotherhood outcast member. The C&O Canal in Fallout 3 is an unmarked waterway tucked away in the Georgetown area of the Capital Wasteland. Accessible via a sloped ramp west of the Foggy Bottom station, the canal is flanked by steel arches bearing its name. The waterway is partially blocked by rubble, and you'll often find super mutants patrolling a nearby bridge. On the southern side, amidst the ruins and the occasional centaur, you can scavenge an ammunition box and a first aid kit. The canal also connects to the DCTA Tunnel 014-B Potomac. This spot is a nod to the real-world Chesapeake and Ohio Canal, though in-game it's a shadow of its former self.
Caleb's tent is a spot in the Capital Wasteland found at the Lincoln Memorial. It only shows up if you complete the Head of State quest siding with the slaves. Nestled among other tents at the memorial's base, Caleb's tent is situated near Simone's and the maintenance room entrance. Inside you'll find 4 beds, one of which is usable, a locker, metal boxes, and a couple of Nuka-Cola bottles on the table. It's well equipped for a makeshift home for the lone wanderer. Alberton is an unmarked location nestled in the Capital Wasteland, specifically to the southwest of the Jury Street Metro Station. The area consists of a small ruined town and a nearby chapel. The town features 6 destroyed houses arranged in a 3-way intersection, with 4 houses clustered to the west and 2 to the east. Among these, the northwesternmost house stands out with a very hard locked safe, a trunk, and an unknown bed, while another unknown bed is located in the southernmost house of the 4. To the north of the town lies a church that has become a stronghold for raiders. The church is equipped with several traps, a tripwire that triggers a shotgun at the entrance, and a pressure plate that sets off a grenade trap at the back. Inside, the church contains a podium, some barrels, and a few mattresses, contributing to its makeshift and dangerous interior. Adjacent to the church is a small graveyard enclosed by a broken white picket fence, adding to the somber atmosphere. Beyond the town, the surrounding area includes a rocky canyon to the east and a trailer truck that shows signs of previous occupation. To the southwest, the road is blocked by sandbags and car wrecks, while the southeastern road features a billboard where, if you've completed the Waters of Life quest, you might find Enclave soldiers fighting rad scorpions. Calverton also features some noteworthy loot. In the church you can find lying congressional style on the speaker's podium, pugilism illustrated in the bathroom, and a mini nuke on a bench. The southwesternmost house holds Nikola Tesla and You on a bookshelf, and the US Army 30 handy flamethrower recipes can be found inside a truck on the east side of town. While the town is mostly empty, it can occasionally attract Talon Company hit squads and leveled creatures. The church in particular can trigger scripted events, such as raiders attacking a wastelander or additional raider spawns when first entered. Notably, a super mutant camp related to the unmarked quest Searching for Cheryl is situated north of Calverton near the railroad tracks. This place is one of Fallout 3's most substantial location that doesn't have a map marker, which feels pretty mind-blowing. Maybe they forgot it, or maybe the devs liked the idea of the player stumbling upon a hidden town full of all kinds of mysteries.
Another significant location is Camp RHO, a small, unmarked enclave outpost located in the eastern part of the Capital Wasteland, near Canterbury Commons. Positioned northwest of Vault 108 and southwest of the Robot Repair Center, this camp remains hidden until after completing the Waters of Life quest. The camp is part of an Enclave isolation program and is inhabited by an Enclave officer and 4 automated turrets. The officer carries an experimental RHO ID chip, which makes the turrets friendly toward both the Enclave and the player character, as well as their companions. If you have the Broken Steel DLC installed, you might also encounter an Enclave Hellfire Trooper equipped with a heavy incinerator. Camp RHO is situated at a crossroads and consists of a central container housing a terminal. This terminal contains information about the camp's experimental technology, although some options are disabled. The automated turrets are strategically positioned around the container to provide security. For loot, the Enclave officer holds the experimental RHO ID, which can be a valuable find. It is important to note that Camp RHO can be a significant threat to caravan merchants traveling from Canterbury Commons, as the camp's presence in the same cell means these merchants might be killed without any chance for the player to intervene.
The Capitol Post in Fallout 3 is a small pre-war newspaper office complex located in the Capital Wasteland's L'Enfant area. Surrounding the building is a plaza often inhabited by super mutants, with the possibility of encountering super mutant overlords, if the Broken Steel add-on is active. Inside, the building's layout includes a reception area with a rigged terminal, a back room with pre-war newspaper stories stored on terminals, and a basement printing room. Internally, players must navigate through rad roach-infested corridors, with a notable feature being a locked door that can be circumvented via a hole in the wall. The printing room downstairs contains the body of Gibson, alongside a key to his house in Minefield. Gibson here has a whole interesting background and story that we won't get into in this video, but for sure we'll talk about him at some point in the future. The car dealership in Fallout 3 is an unmarked location nestled in the northeastern part of the Fairfax ruins and northwest of the Red Racer factory. This locale once advertised the luxurious 2077 Corvega car model for nearly $200,000, showcasing the societal status of owning such a vehicle. Externally, the dealership mirrors the industrial architecture of its surroundings, with a notable water tower adjacent to it. After the quest, the Waters of Life, an Enclave presence sets up under this tower. Inside, the dealership showcases a spacious showroom with 2 Corvega sedans and 2 fleas on display, alongside an administrative area and a raised repair bay. The site holds strategic importance post-quest, with potential encounters involving lone Enclave soldiers or even a 3-way battle royale between the Enclave, Talon Company, and the Brotherhood of Steel. This location can also serve as an ambush point for Talon Company or regulators based on the player's karma. There's also some interesting loot like the US Army 30 handy flamethrower recipes, found in the garage area. The concrete treehouse is situated southeast of Fort Independence, midway between Fairfax Ruins and Andale. This makeshift dwelling is constructed from the remnants of a destroyed building, elevated slightly off the ground with access via a small ramp. Inside, it's pretty basic, featuring only a bed, making it a possible rest spot for the player. The treehouse is inhabited by a scavenger accompanied by their dog, offering a refuge from the wasteland's dangers. However, the area isn't entirely safe. Nearby raiders do pose a threat, yet they are deterred by an automated turret mounted on the ceiling. It's not allied with the scavenger, but strategically positioned to keep threats at bay. You can find a Tales of a Junktown jerky vendor amidst a pile of ruined books near the mattress. The scavenger, who can be either male or female, deals in a limited range of goods with prices that don't vary much between genders. It's an interesting little spot that you might miss out on if you're not looking hard enough. There's a little area called the Corvega Township that is located near the Corvega factory. It's just a small town, if you can even call it that, with a bunch of rundown buildings all centered around a plaza. The loot here isn't noteworthy, at least from what I could find, but it's a unique area where the workers of the Corvega factory probably lived. The cratered hamlet is just south of Moresty Train Yard. The area features a few dilapidated houses surrounded by wrecked Chrysler Corvegas, hinting at a once thriving community that's now reduced to rubble. A significant crater where a large building presumably stood dominates the landscape, filled with barrels of radioactive waste that emit a constant background radiation, making it hazardous. Among the debris, one can find minor loot scattered around, with a house boasting a carport containing additional items and a lawnmower. Near the crater, a wrecked bus with skeletons nearby paints an all too familiar picture of the past. An average locked safe sits in the middle of the radioactive ruin, challenging players to brave the radiation for its contents. Additionally, a Tumblr's Today skillbook can be discovered in the bathtub with one of the ruined houses, offering potential improvement in lockpicking skills. Early Dawn Elementary is the skeletal remains of a pre-war school located in Washington, D.C., just north of the GNR building plaza. The place is of course interesting, but what's even more significant is the historical event tied to it. On October 23, 2077, a field trip from this school to Lamplight Caverns coincided with the Great War. The survivors of this trip eventually founded Little Lamplight, a place I'm sure most of you are familiar with. By the time the player explores Early Dawn Elementary in 2277, the school has become dilapidated and a burnt-out husk, overrun by super mutants. Inside, remnants of its former life are scattered about: school desks, books, chalkboards, and a lone Nuka-Cola vending machine. I don't usually include locations that are tied to the main quests or important quests, because most everyone has been here. But for this one, I thought it was interesting because I'm sure, like me, most people just fight their way through without a second thought of what this place actually is or means. They also redid this location in some Content Club stuff in Fallout 4 if you're interested. It pretty much looks exactly the same. The Exploding Scientist truck is a unique and hazardous unmarked location situated west of Broadcast Tower KB5. This site features a wrecked truck perched on a bridge, above a Mirelurk nest. Nearby landmarks include the Overlook Raider Shack and Raider Wreckage fortifications, suggesting a dangerous neighborhood even before considering the truck itself. Approaching the truck triggers an explosion, often leaving behind a scientist's remains. Inside the truck, one can find a makeshift home with basic amenities, like a table, chair, and a mattress. However, the real intrigue lies in the contents. A laser rifle, ammunition, components for crafting, stim packs, and a mini nuke that might explain the explosion. The setup not only provides valuable resources, but also a narrative cue about the scientist's last moments. Among the loot is a big book of science found on the scientist's remains, and of course the mini nuke found in the truck. Additionally, duck and cover can be discovered slightly to the north, nestled next to a skeleton and car wrecks. What do you think this scientist was doing here, and did he rig this mini nuke up to explode? It's all kind of strange. Similar to the other cinema, we have the Fantastique cinema found on Vernon Square. You can't enter the location, but it has some more funny movie names listed. Adios Muchachos, P.S. I Hate You, The Nutty Nanny, and Destination Anchorage. The Festive Raider Camp is a relatively small, yet distinctively decorated raider encampment located directly south of Dukov's place. It's encircled by a makeshift scrap fence. This camp serves as both a base of operations and an ambush point for raiders targeting unwary travelers. The entrance is fortified with a sandbag barrier, indicating the defensive nature of the site. Inside, the camp features a unique blend of post-apocalyptic survival and holiday cheer, with a tree adorned with white Christmas lights standing up in the center. Nearby, a red sofa awaits, adding more of that holiday color. The interior setup includes a kitchen, tables with chairs, sleeping mats, and bunk beds, suggesting a communal living arrangement. Notably, between the bunk beds on a small round table, players can find the skill book Duck and Cover. Yes, another Duck and Cover. Why are all these found at these unmarked locations? It's kind of odd. The Flooded Metro Raider Camp is a strategic location southeast of the Flooded Metro, serving as a formidable outpost for raiders. They're usually encountered by players who choose a route that does not involve fast traveling to Rivet City with James, host the Tranquility Lane quest. And this area is pretty perilous. The approach to the camp is marked by numerous cars, presenting a fire hazard when gunfire ignites the vehicles, complicating combat scenarios. The camp's layout offers multiple entry points, with a covered bridge to the northeast guarded by a raider and an automated turret, the latter controlled by an average lock terminal. Alternatively, one can enter through a breach in the southwestern fence. The interior features raiders in various defensive positions, including one on a fortified rubble pile equipped with heavy weaponry. Among the camp's loots are skill books like the Pugilism Illustrated and Tumblers Today. There's also a rare Nuka-Cola Quantum and various crafting components scattered throughout. Most people probably never run into this place. Another raider encampment, and this time it's the Freeway Raider Encampment, which is a heavily fortified raider stronghold positioned on a highway just north of Vault 101. This location boasts a significant presence with at least 10 raiders, making it a formidable challenge even for seasoned players, particularly those at lower levels due to its proximity to the starting point of the game. Constructed from various broken down vehicles, the encampment serves as both a defensive position and a base for raider operations. Among the raiders, two stand out with superior weaponry, one equipped with a sniper rifle, likely positioned for long-range engagements, and another with a flamer, ready for close quarters combat. The rest of the raider force wields less advanced gear, yet their numbers and strategic placement on the elevated highway make the encampment a significant obstacle in the wasteland landscape. The Ghoul Outpost in Fallout 3 is a modest but menacing encampment, located southwest of Marigold Station, tucked within a building that serves as a home to 3 hostile ghouls and features a unique element: a gelled super mutant. This location isn't marked on the world map, but it is identifiable on the local map as Outpost, with its entrance marked by double doors on a large building. You'll find it right after passing through a barricade welcoming visitors to Great Edge. Inside, the outpost reveals a cramped square room warmed by a burning barrel, amidst which are scattered desks and debris, kind of creating a claustrophobic atmosphere. Among the clutter, there's notable loot to be found: a mini nuke resting on a shelf in the back room, and a Nuka-Cola Quantum also hidden away. You also find 3 random ghoul wastelanders in here that are always hostile. I have to wonder why they captured a super mutant. Were they running experiments on it for some unknown reason? I don't know. I guess we'll never know. Gold Ribbon Grocers is situated on Jury Street, just northwest of the Jury Street Metro station, presenting itself as an intriguing anomaly within the game's world. The store has been ingeniously transformed into a complex Rube Goldberg machine, utilizing everyday items in an elaborate setup to retrieve loot hidden within the ceiling. This contraption involves a series of interconnected actions triggered by stepping on a pressure plate, leading to a cascade of events that includes falling boxes, a pitching machine, and even a bouquet of frag grenades. all culminating in an explosion that ignites a gas leak. When successfully activated, this chain reaction results in a skeleton and valuable items dropping from a hole in the southwestern ceiling. Among the loot are skillbooks like Nikola Tesla New and Tumblers Today, alongside a mini nuke, missiles, and a plentiful supply of sugar bombs. However, the process isn't without its risks. The player must carefully manage their positioning to avoid the explosion's aftermath. It's a super cool location, and if I was ranking these places, this one would be near the top to check out. Inc.'s electrical supply is found adjacent to Jury Street Metro Station, right near the other building we were just talking about. It transforms from an innocuous building into a significant location within the installation of the Broken Steel DLC. Initially just an old abandoned shop, it becomes a raider stronghold, notably marked by the presence of raiders both inside and on its roof, guarding a cache of the Aqua Pura barrels. The building's interior, accessible only post-DLC, features 2 rooms. The main shop area, split by a counter with a ladder leading to the roof, and a smaller back room housing an already unlocked safe with a nearby terminal. I guess you could consider this location a Broken Steel DLC unmarked location, but the building is in the base game, so I just decided to add it anyways. The hotel is an unmarked yet significant location on Pennsylvania Avenue, close to notable landmarks like the Penn Avenue Georgetown Metro and the White House, serving as a makeshift outpost for the Brotherhood of Steel. The building itself is largely inaccessible due to the collapsed ceiling, restricting exploration to its entrance and lobby, which still hosts remnants of its past life as a hotel. Upon arriving, players encounter a battle scene where 3 Brotherhood of Steel paladins are engaged with super mutants, offering an immediate opportunity for combat or observation. Inside, the environment is sparse, but it feels safe and serene. Other than that, you can find a Spec Ops training manual. No quests are related to this location, which I find odd. But it's places like this where Bethesda does some of its best work, which is world building. Fallout 3 will be forever undefeated in atmosphere. The internment truck in Fallout 3 is an unmarked location on a highway, positioned east of the SATCOM array NW07C, and northwest of the abandoned car fort in the Capital Wasteland. This site serves as a somber reminder of a dark historical footnote, where Chinese Americans were forcibly transported under Executive Order 99066 to concentration camps. The truck itself is a relic of this period, left abandoned with its horrid contents exposed to the elements. Approaching the truck, one first encounters a skeleton outside, hinting at the fate of its occupants. Inside, more skeletons are found alongside remnants of their attempted survival or resistance. 2 first aid boxes, ammunition boxes, and a 10mm pistol. Among these, a holotape titled Internment Orders lies near the entrance, documenting the orders that led to this tragic convoy, offering players a piece of lore around the game's narrative on historical injustices. The irradiated outhouse is a uniquely makeshift location, situated south-southwest of the Chased Acres dairy farm. It represents a failed attempt at creating a safe haven, or perhaps just a private space in the post-apocalypse. This outhouse is built using 4 ruined cars as a barricade against wildlife like Yao Guai, though this defense proved ineffective, compounded by the unfortunate choice of location atop an irradiated pool. The layout is both tragic and hilarious. An outhouse beneath the impromptu shelter of old cars, with a bathtub and ammunition boxes placed nearby, possibly as remnants of the occupant's daily life or defensive measures. Inside the bathtub, a Nuka-Cola Quantum awaits. It's worth noting that the area's high radiation levels and its status as a potential spawn point for dangerous creatures like rad scorpions, Yaoguai, or even deathclaws, especially at higher player levels, make this spot as perilous as it is peculiar. Whoever lived here either learned a lesson and moved on, or succumbed to Darwinism. Ah, the Me Beauregard. Or should I say, the La Mason Beauregard. Because Mason is my name, in case you didn't know. It's an intriguing location set within Georgetown. It's known for its connection to Lagbolt's lover and a hotspot for super mutant activity. The exterior of this once grand building bears the scars of time and battle, with dilapidated walls exposing its interior and its signs still standing proudly despite the decay. The entrance area reveals a stark contrast between the building's former elegance, evidenced by well-preserved decorative chairs, and in its current state of disrepair with damaged wallpaper and shattered floors. Inside, the accessible area is limited due to the heaps of debris blocking off further exploration. This main room, cluttered with remnants of furniture and a landslide of rubble, suggests a life once lived here. Now it's overtaken by nature and decay. The presence of a bar with flickering Nuka-Cola sign, a pool table, and remnants of everyday life juxtaposes the super mutants now inhabiting this space. They're equipped with heavy weaponry, making La Maison Beauregard a dangerous yet historically poignant place in the Capital Wasteland. This location does feature an unmarked quest from the Broken Steel DLC as well, but we'll get into that another time. Lady Frumperton's Fashions. Because nothing screams fashion more than the name Frumperton. It's a quaint clothing store nestled in the DuPont East area, just steps from the DuPont Circle Station escalators and near the entrance to the dry sewer. It's accessible by crossing a bridge and taking a left between two buildings. The shop's interior holds forgotten styles and trends, now serving as a backdrop for scavenging or exploration. And behind the desk to the right, as one enters, is the skill book Tales of a Junktown Jerky Vendor, which provides a boost to medicine. It's a super minor locale, but it's places like this that'll sneak past you. Or you'll sneak past it. You know what I mean. I just recently ran into this next location in a different video I was making, and I never knew it existed. It always blows my mind when that happens. Lucky's serves as a modest trading post located southwest of Tenpenny Tower and Warrington Station. The small establishment is inhabited by a scavenger who manages a simple setup. A shop area with shelves and a counter, alongside living quarters featuring a bed and basic bathroom. The exterior of Lucky's is a battleground, often host to skirmishes between factions like Talon Company mercs and regulators, making the area around it a dangerous yet potentially profitable zone for players who might be inadvertently or intentionally engaging in these conflicts. Inside, while most of the items are marked as owned, there are several notable pieces of loot, like the lucky shades on a mannequin which provide a +1 luck bonus. And then there's also a copy of Pugilism Illustrated behind the counter. Additionally, a Nuka-Cola Quantum is placed on a shelf, tempting those willing to risk their karma for a rare drink. Lucky's not only offers these unique finds, but also contains almost all the materials necessary for crafting custom weaponry, except for a few rare components, making it a strategic stop for players aiming to enhance their gear. Adam Giels, I don't know. Known in the game simply as Shop. It's a quaint pre-war adult bookstore that once catered to the discreet gentleman, and is now nestled in the shadows of the L'Enfant Plaza, just west of the cafe and behind Besnick's barbershop. Its entrance, marked by a blue door, leads into an alleyway often guarded by super mutants, making approach risky due to both the creatures and a booby-trapped tripwire linked to an explosive pipe at the entrance. Descending into the shop reveals a small, dimly lit room decorated with mannequins and a few chairs, evoking a sense of debauchery. The centerpiece is the front counter, behind which an average lock safe is embedded into the wall, which holds a stealth boy, a valuable piece of loot for those skilled enough to unlock it. It's a, interesting place. I wonder what kind of books people were purchasing here. The Mirelurk Nesting Hole. What a name, I know. It's an unmarked subterranean location accessed through a sewer grate south of the reflecting pool in the mall. This cave system was once a refuge for humans, now deceased, likely victims of the area's high radiation or the predatory mirelurks and giant ants that have since claimed it as their territory. The environment is harsh, marked by leaking radioactive water. Navigating the nesting hole involves a path that forks and eventually merges, leading explorers into a central chamber where the mirelurks, including potentially formidable variants like hunters or a king, fiercely guard their nest. Among the hazardous beauty of this locale, there are treasures to be found. A Nuka-Cola Quantum tucked away in a southwestern chamber, and the Chinese Army Special Ops Training Manual, lying in the northwest corner of the main chamber, offering both refreshment and knowledge to those brave or desperate enough to venture into the Mirelurk's domain. The Mole Rat racetrack is situated on a raider-controlled section of an old highway, just west-southwest of Greatitch, and it's pretty awesome. Here, raiders have taken the barbaric pastime of racing mole rats, with only 2 of these creatures surviving the brutal sport at the time of the encounter, evidenced by the bloody traces within the makeshift tracks. The setup includes 2 barbed wire tracks down the slope of the highway, with cages for the racers, and it's littered with remnants of raider entertainment, empty liquor bottles, jet, and various debris. The area, while small, is packed with 5 raiders, each engaged with this bizarre spectacle or guarding their turf. They're equipped with a mix of melee or ranged weapons. Players approaching must exercise caution to avoid detection, as both the raiders and the mole rats are hostile. So make sure you're not heard or found, or you won't be able to watch the race. And then you'll hear a pistol shot that signals the start of the race. It's such a weird and funny event to witness, and I think most people never get the chance, because they just run into this place and everything turns hostile. The Monorail train wreckage, which is a crash site northeast of Germantown Police HQ. This location features several monorail train cars strewn across the landscape, where raiders have established a makeshift camp. Surrounding the wreckage, they've created a rudimentary living space using scrap metal, shopping carts, and even a bathtub. Among the raider belongings, players can find the skill book Duck and Cover, lying next to the bathtub because of course you can. The Musty Caverns, my old nickname back in high school. It provides a subterranean adventure located east of the Mason-Dixon salvage, marked by an unassuming anthill entrance. This cavern system mirrors the layout of an ant warren, with its networks of narrow, winding tunnels adorned with cave fungi, leading to a central round chamber where the remnants of 2 unfortunate explorers lie. The tunnels are interspread with ant waste piles, which can yield ant nectar and occasional corpses offering basic loot. The caverns teem with life, predominantly giant ants, but it also serves as a hotspot for other creatures like rad scorpions, with the potential for deathclaws to appear at higher levels, making it a dangerous locale for foraging or exploration. The exterior acts as a respawn point for these creatures, ensuring that those venturing near or into the musty caverns are constantly on guard against hostile encounters. The office building, specifically located within Falls Church, once served as the Department of Research Subsidies for the General Accounting Office before the Great War drastically altered its purpose. Now it stands as a battleground where the Brotherhood of Steel clashes with supermutants, marking it as a pivotal location in the ongoing conflict within the Capital Wasteland. The building retains its pre-war architectural integrity to some extent, with its main entrance on the Washington Boulevard and another facing a children's playground. Inside, the first floor opens up to a series of offices and a restroom, where remnants of this conflict are evident, including a presence of rigged shotgun in the latter, suggesting there were traps laid during the skirmish. The terminal entries of Elise Walton, a government worker, provide a glimpse into the past, capturing the final moments of normalcy before the war. Pirate Pele is an endearing unmarked location situated just south of the irradiated metro and north of the Jefferson Memorial. It's nestled in the tidal basin. This little boats and bait shop, despite its current state, preserves a slice of pre-war Americana, with its offerings of boat rentals, worms, ice cream, and the whimsical touch of talking parrots. The exterior is marked by a distinctive, seemingly luminescent sign, giving the place an eerie glow. The shop's interior is cramped, yet filled with character, featuring a drinking fountain, lockers, and behind the counter, remnants of its former business life, including a refrigerator. A touch of intrigue lies beneath this counter, where a hard lock safe and an average lock terminal offer a challenge for loot. The only inhabitant? A lone rad roach, which scurries about this forgotten nook. Pirate Pele not only serves as a nostalgic reminder of simpler times, but also as a subtle homage to the game's lead artist, Istvan Pele. Hope I pronounced that right. The Pylon Shack is a unique makeshift dwelling located north of the VAPL 58 power station and west of Arafu, ingeniously constructed around the base of a power pylon, which not only provides structural support, but also adds a layer of post-apocalyptic ingenuity to its design. This location, though small, is home to 2 hostile ghouls. Inside, the shack offers more than just a shelter. It's equipped with basic amenities like 2 usable beds, hinting at past habitation beyond mere squatting. The interior also includes valuable items for adventurers, such as ammunition boxes, a first aid box, and weapon crafting components, alongside a very hard locked personal footlocker that promises potentially significant rewards for those skilled enough to open it. Outside, near the pylon footings, one can find a mini nuke and a pre-war book. Additionally, the first Keller family transcript holodisc on a bookshelf provides a narrative link to a large unmarked quest, which I covered in a different video. It's in this video somewhere, I think. I've done so many videos I forget, but I know I covered this. Radiation King is location nestled in Georgetown, right next to a Cup of Joe and the cornucopia fresh groceries, surrounded by potential hostile encounters like super mutants or other factions based on your karma. This store serves as a modest home and trading post for a lone scavenger. Inside, the single room layout accompanied by a bathroom is filled with the remnants of civilization, a ham radio for communication, a jukebox, and 3 radios, creating an almost nostalgic atmosphere. The scavenger offers trade and basic repair services, even though he's not really skilled in repair. Don't ask. This location also holds the potential for player housing if one chooses to oust the current residents. Comforts through music can be played from the jukebox and the radios. 2 are tuned to the Galaxy News radio and 1 to the Enclave radio, which is nice. So here's a free house for you. Well, free-ish. It'll just cost your soul. The Raid Shack in Fallout 3 is a hotspot for raider activity, serving as a base of operations for these marauders. Its positioned east of the Bethesda ruins, south of the Wheaton Armory, and north of the Chrysalis building. It's marked by a hostile exterior, where there's 2 raider patrols guarding a yard that includes a trailer stocked with ammunitions and drugs. The immediate surroundings are littered with tables and more ammunition, setting a scene of makeshift fortification and resource hoarding. Entering the shack, one is greeted by the rough interior housing of up to 4 raiders, depending on the player's level. The ground floor consists of a kitchen and a living room, while the upstairs there are bedrooms and a bathroom. Despite its hostile inhabitants, the shack offers various supplies, including weapons, health items, and ammunition scattered throughout. Notably, within this den of raiders, one can find the Tales of a Junktown jerky vendor upstairs, alongside the unique combat knife Stab Happy, which is carried by a raider in the kitchen. You can also find this utility pole northwest on the map. It's an Easter egg reference for the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. The red speedboat represents a small but intriguing point of interest. Stranded in the Potomac River just south of the Jefferson Memorial and east of the riverboat landing. This speedboat marooned in the middle of the river has become a small oasis for scavengers or explorers, with items like 2 ammunition boxes and a first aid kit scattered on the deck. Additionally, the speedboat holds a submerged hunting rifle on its floor. Even though it's small and some would argue not worthy of videos like this, I think they're wrong. Some Bethesda devs spent time creating this random boat in the middle of the river and added actual loot to it. It's not just a boat anymore. It's a small piece of someone's work that went out of their way hoping that some player would find and maybe talk about it. And here we are. Rockopolis stands as a reminder of the lost utopias in the Capital Wasteland. Located at its western edge, just north of Girdershade and southeast of the Yaogwai tunnels. It was once a hidden subterranean village and kingdom. Rockopolis thrived in secrecy, until its location was unwittingly betrayed by its former residents, Herbert Dashwood and Argyle, leading to its downfall at the hands of slavers in the 2250s. The exterior of Rockopolis is marked by a unique boulder entrance, draped in festive decor, which glows at night, serving as a beacon for those in the know. Despite its festive appearance, the entrance leads to a now desolate interior, where once was a thriving community. Inside, the only accessible area is a small cave segment. The rest was sealed off by fallen rocks, symbolizing the village entombment. Here lies the corpse of Argyle, evidence to the tragic fate of the village inhabitants. Loot includes the holotape "Rollings Were Done on a Desk Near a Ladder," hinting at external conflicts and foreshadowing future events in the Fallout 3 DLC. More significantly, next to Argyle's body rests the unarmed bobblehead. This place is connected to an unmarked quest given by Herbert Dashwood in Tenpenny Towers. He has a whole story about this place and about Argyle. You guys should really check this one out. The Scavenger Ruins is situated just north of the Charnel House. This place is another home for another lone scavenger. The scavenger here can engage in trade or perform repairs, providing a rare service, supposedly, in the wasteland. However, your interactions are governed by a sense of personal property. While certain items like pre-war books and Nuka-Cola Quantum can be taken without repercussions, accessing other personal belongings like their footlocker or food is considered theft. The exterior of the ruins is cautiously fortified with frag mines, suggesting the scavenger's awareness of the wasteland's dangers. Inside, the scavenger's living area is modestly furnished with notable items including the aforementioned Nuka-Cola Quantum in a milk crate by one of the mattresses and 2 pre-war books on a nearby table. The Scavenger Shack is a modest dwelling perched on a hill overlooking the Potomac River, east of Arafu. This location, while small, is fraught with danger due to the nearby mirelurks that often drive its human inhabitant, another scavenger, accompanied by their dog, to flee or meet an unfortunate end. Inside the shack, basic amenities like a bed, tables, and a fridge lacking a door offer shelter and storage for essentials like mines and grenades. The Scavenger's Bridge is located north of the Red Racer factory, and serves as another home and trading post for a scavenger and their dogs. It's set on a bridge spanning the highway with a blue truck below, which was once hauling bathroom fixtures. Surrounded by raider territory, including the infamous Mole Rat racetrack, the spot provides a precarious sanctuary where the scavenger offers trade, with their shelter containing valuable skill books like the Chinese Army Spec Ops Manual, Duck and Cover, and Grognak the Barbarian, plus 5 motorcycle handbrakes, all marked as owned, unfortunately. Or maybe fortunate considering your certain circumstances. Last of the scavenger locations. The Scavenger's Jetty is an isolated yet resourceful abode south of Willem's Wharf and west of the Anchorage Memorial, where a dock serves as a home to a scavenger, who is unofficially dubbed as the Potomac Fisherman. This inventive shelter is created from an upturned boat propped against a tree, offering a bed and a footlocker for basic living needs. Interestingly, the scavenger has unique behaviors like sitting on the docks, an action that's pretty unique to his NPC, which emphasizes their distinct existence. Hopefully you get a glimpse of him before he's killed by some random encounter. Shacktown is located north of Jalbert Brothers Waste Disposal. This settlement, now abandoned to the ravages of time and radiation, once housed a community that has since turned into hostile ghouls, reflecting the harsh reality of life in the Capital Wasteland's most irradiated areas. The layout of Shacktown is a desolate assembly of rusted shacks and old vehicles, arranged in a diamond formation with additional makeshift shelters. The area's southern boundary is a steep cliff, hinting at its past as possibly a mine or a makeshift fallout shelter, now inaccessible or forgotten. The inhabitants, a group of 6 ghouls, are aggressive, with one lurking in the northern shack. Among the ruins, evidence of survival is scattered. There's a shack with human skeletons behind a makeshift barricade and another with a morbid scene of a skeleton in a bathtub, with a toaster between its legs. Despite its desolation, Shacktown holds several pieces of notable loot, including skill books, a stealth boy, and even a mini nuke, suggesting past inhabitants or scavengers who left behind traces of their existence or ambitions. Also, another cool little fact, the Fallout 3 official game guide refers to this place as the Wasteland Gypsy Village. Not sure why, and I'm not sure if that would have even been a good idea. Probably best it's not canon. The shelter offers a glimpse into the Capital Wasteland's bizarre underbelly. Located south of the Chrysalis building and east of the Farragut West metro station. This location's entrance is discreetly tucked beneath an intact bridge, surrounded by super mutants, Enclave encounters, and Talon Company mercenaries. Upon entering the shelter, one is immediately struck by a strange array of items. A makeshift tower with chess pieces, a Nuka-Cola bottle, and a tin can balanced precariously, as if untouched by time or chaos. The interior suggests it once served as a lab or a medical post, now left in disarray. The presence of a feral ghoul among medical effigies, a skeletal figure surrounded by plungers, and a mannequin adorned with the same, paints a picture of the post-apocalyptic madness or perhaps a dark attempt at humor. Also in this oddity, you'll find a garden gnome, resembling the Statue of Liberty, embedded with medical supplies. The shelter's layout, combined with the bizarre contents, including an array of plungers, a mini nuke outside, and eerie decorations, like a plunger man on a gurney, makes it a memorable sight you probably won't forget. It's super odd, and it seems like a place where devs could just create madness. Very cool to see. The Sniper Shack is a notably isolated location perched on a cliff west of Rockbreaker's Last Gas, presenting a secluded vantage point in the Capital Wasteland. Inside, it's a modest setup with survival essentials like a bed, locker, ammunition boxes, and kitchen appliances, alongside a workbench, suggesting its use as a hideout or a sniper nest. The most unique feature of this shack is the presence of 2 named rad roaches, Fluffy and Jitters, both contained in a cage. These roaches, if killed, will respawn, making them a recurring point of interest or an annoyance for visitors. Externally, the Sniper Shack is surrounded by an environment that reflects the wasteland's volatility. Post the quest The Waters of Life, the area might see Enclave activity, with a vertibird deployment nearby, adding to the strategic importance of this overlook. The presence of super mutants by a nearby pond further emphasizes the constant threat that permeates the Capital Wasteland. You can also find a unique sniper rifle in this location called the Victory Rifle, which is in a very hard lock to locker. But if you have dog meat, he can retrieve it for you by bypassing the lock. Just a thought. The Super Mutant Bunker serves as a central hub for super mutant activity, strategically situated beneath the mall, between 2 trenches. This location not only showcases the super mutants' territorial dominance east of the Washington Monument, but also hints at a past conflict or occupation by the Brotherhood of Steel, evidenced by the presence of their dead and equipment. This bunker suggests a history of struggle over this strategic position. The bunker's design includes 2 booby-trapped entries, one to the east of the bottom of the pit and another to the west hidden behind sandbags, emphasizing the super mutants' defensive tactics. These traps indicate a wariness of intrusion, whether from wastelanders or other factions like the Brotherhood. Inside, the bunker holds resources and possibly information about super mutant operations, or their broader plans in the Capital Wasteland, making it a point of interest for those daring or desperate enough to explore. The layout with its defensive measures paints a picture of a fortified holdout, central to the super mutants' control in the area. Also, you can of course find a duck and cover book here. Tacoma Motor Service and Repair is a seemingly inconsequential garage in the Tacoma Park area, notable primarily for its dangerous inhabitant, a super mutant behemoth roaming the parking lot, making the approach, well, dangerous to say the least. Despite its hazardous exterior, the garage itself contains a Nuka-Cola vending machine by its blue entrance, and inside lies the US Army 30 handy flamethrower recipe skill book on a desk. Is that worth killing a behemoth? You tell me. The Talon Company camp serves as a forward operating base for the Talon Company mercenaries, situated southwest of the sewer way station and northwest of Grey Ditch. This location, embedded in an old office building, is identified by its distinctive metal staircase on the east side, often surrounded by the reminder of past conflicts in the form of scattered corpses. The building's layout is straightforward yet tactically advantageous for its inhabitants. A narrow hallway leads to a common area, effectively serving as a choke point against intruders. From here, access branches out to a storeroom and control room dormitory, each manned by a Talon Company mercenary, showcasing their readiness for defense or ambush. The building's upper levels are blocked off, likely due to the structural damage, restricting movement and adding to the camp's fortified feel. Scattered loot within offers little beyond survival necessities, reflecting the mercenaries' focus on maintaining operational readiness rather than accumulating wealth. I wish once you cleared out this place, the Talons would stop spawning and attacking, but that's unfortunately not the case. The Roach King's throne is a weird location northeast of Minefield, where the Roach King presides over a court of his 6 rad roaches. This bizarre monarchy is centered around a Red Rocket playground set, which is repurposed into a throne with a humble wooden chair at its heart, encircled by dark plastic mats and crowned with a clock. You'll find a hidden mini nuke within the Red Rocket and some other random loot. The Roach King himself is always hostile. I made a whole video on the lore behind this guy because he was so random and interesting. He literally speaks to the roaches. The Wastelander campsite is a discreet hideaway at the edge of the map, southwest of the Yaoguai tunnels and west of Rockopolis, blending seamlessly into the rugged landscape with cliffs enveloping it on 3 sides. The campsite features a camouflage tent where 2 Wastelanders enjoy a moment of peace by a campfire, tuned in to a radio static whispers. Nearby, a rock spire hosts a sniper's nest equipped with a chair, rifle, and ammunition, offering a strategic overlook of the surrounding area. The tent, though basic, provides shelter with a bed, medical supplies, and minor loot like a plasma grenade hidden in a pot, suggesting the inhabitants' readiness for both defense and survival. Despite its isolation, this campsite does serve as a potential player housing spot, without a map marker. And strangely enough, you can kill one of the Wastelanders to take their spot and the other won't become hostile. So then you also get a roommate. They must hate each other or something. The Wastelander Lake Hideout is a secluded campsite situated on the northern reaches of the capital wasteland, cleverly hidden behind a radioactive lake west-northwest of Oasis. This location features the remains of diverse wasteland inhabitants, a scientist in a radiation suit, a Wastelander, and a drowned raider. The hideout, accessible by navigating around the lake and behind a dilapidated dump truck, offers shelter with a bed, essential supplies like Radaway, various chems, and a safe containing caps and more chems, suggesting it once served as a strategic retreat or perhaps an ill-fated experiment station. You can then find a copy of the DC Journal of Internal Medicine on a bedside table. Willie's Grocer is a modest convenience store located east of Tenpenny Tower, serving as a minor point of interest for those exploring the region. Outside, it's marked by a Red Rocket gas pump and some abandoned cars. The store itself, although small from the outside, reveals a surprisingly spacious interior filled with shelves, a counter, and a safe behind it, which is now overrun by 4 rad roaches. Inside, 2 notable items stand out: tales of a Junktown jerky vendor near the right register, and tumblers today found just south of the store in a nearby ruined building. It's not the most amazing location to end the video on, but it kind of encapsulates the entire video. All these places are just random locations that fill out the world and make it feel more alive. The Coastal Monument, sometimes called the Black Hall Needle, is an unmarked location within the Point Lookout territory. It's positioned to the west of Black Hall Manor. The monument stands as a tribute to Captain John Smith, the explorer credited with the discovery of Point Lookout back in 1612. The monument marks the exact location where Smith first landed. Over time, the historical importance of this site has faded among the local populace. Nowadays, it's more commonly recognized for its proximity to Black Hall Manor than for its connection to Captain Smith, probably because no one in Point Lookout can read. In terms of layout, the coastal monument consists of a central obelisk adorned with a commemorative plaque. Surrounding this are benches intended for visitors to rest and reflect. Beyond the monument itself, the area includes miscellaneous items that might be of interest to explorers, with additional items found at nearby camps and docks. Also, there's usually a shit ton of swamp ghouls that show up, just so you're aware. Ruzka's lair is found in the northwest corner of the map. You're probably wondering what the hell a Ruzka is. Well, the lair is the domain of a unique Yaogwai. It's found in a rocky alcove with an overhang, directly west of the jet crash site. You'll find many of Ruzka's favorite toys here, like a ridiculous amount of skeletons, or a giant red ball. If not friend, why friend shape? The smuggler camp is situated west of the Ark and Dove Cathedral. This camp is home to 3 hostile smugglers. It consists of a small open area with alcohol and ammunition boxes scattered around. The center features a campfire with cinder blocks used as seating. Graffiti resembling a Jolly Roger decorates the metal walls. 2 motorcycles and 10 beers are also found near the campfire. The smuggler shack is located on a small island to the south of Point Lookout Lighthouse. The shack itself is a simple rusty red metal structure. It's open on the south and east with a bed against the north wall, and a rock to the west that acts as a windbreak. A single smuggler, who respawns, occupies the shack and is usually equipped with a sniper rifle. This smuggler will fire upon anyone approaching from the surrounding islands, even if they're sneaking. Attempting to sneak towards the shack results in a scripted frag grenade being lobbed at you. However, if approached from the back by swimming, the smuggler won't attack due to the lack of line of sight. Also know that when exiting the nearby underground lab, the smuggler will shoot immediately. I don't blame them though. Point Lookout always gave me the creeps, and I usually shoot first and ask questions later. I covered this one in a different video about myths in Fallout, and I think it's one of my favorite Easter eggs you can find in the series. You'll find it underwater south-southeast of the coastal grotto, directly beneath a buoy. When diving down, you'll discover the skeletal remains of a T-Rex, along with a human skeleton clutching a lever-action rifle. Nearby, there are 2 ammunition boxes and an average lock safe. How did the T-Rex bones even end up here? That's probably an interesting story. The Swamp Lurk hatchery is positioned further into the sea from the sea cave. It's a small rocky island cluttered with Mirelurk egg clutches. Swamp Lurks guard the area both in the surrounding water and on the nearby smaller islands. It's always interesting to me when Bethesda devs, or devs in general, add a little immersion touches to games, like the biologically canon locations or the sharecropper farms in New Vegas. Very cool. Other than that, that's pretty much all the unmarked locations in Point Lookout. There are a bunch of cool buildings found on the pier, but it's some very basic locations that we usually avoid in these videos these days. As far as the rest of the DLC goes in Fallout 3, it's actually pretty sparse. I mean, one location has you in an alien spaceship, another in a war simulation, one that's just an add-on to the base game, and the other is the Pit, which actually is a small hub outside of the game similar to Point Lookout. But the unmarked locations are basically non-existent. By the way, these locations are different from Easter eggs, like I mentioned before. We do have one. It's the Vertigo Bar and Grill you see here. I didn't want to run all the way through the Pit for a singular location, so forgive me. I've always disliked the Pit. It gave me anxiety as a kid. You can find this location in the abandoned bog town. Our first location isn't anything too special, just a pre-war diner called Adelaide's, where they served coffee and ice cream before the Great War. It's got some basic resources, but nothing else really worth commenting on. The Appalachian Monorail represents a once futuristic transportation network designed to seamlessly connect to the region of Appalachia. Before the Great War, it was advertised as the epitome of convenience and speed, promising to transport residents from Watoga to various locations within 15 minutes or less, with a refund guarantee and tokens for delays. This system not only aimed to enhance the lifestyle of local inhabitants by facilitating easier commutes, but also to promote tourism by providing access to scenic views, like those from Spruce Knob and industrial landmarks such as Robco Research Center. The monorail's infrastructure was a marvel of its time, featuring an elevated track supported by numerous concrete and steel pylons, stretching from the industrial heartlands of Robco in the east to the mining operations of Garin in the west. Its route was ingeniously designed to navigate through challenging terrains, including the use of a monorail elevator to bypass steep cliffs, which showcases its advanced technology. Despite its intended purpose post-war, the monorail fell into disrepair, with sections now serving as makeshift shelters, laboratories, and even fortified positions for post-apocalyptic survivors like super mutants. By the year 2103, remnants of the monorail were repurposed by the community of the Foundation for practical uses such as housing and wind power generation. The aquatic outhouse is found in the Mire region of Appalachia, near Valley Galleria, where a street toilet and a safe entangled by strangler vines rest bizarrely in the middle of the river. The scene features the skeleton of an unfortunate individual seemingly eternally perched on the toilet seat. But what's inside the safe, you ask? A treasure of the wasteland, no doubt. 9 rolls of toilet paper. No wonder this guy stayed here so long. The Archery set is an unmarked location tucked in the forest region of Appalachia, positioned midway between White Powder Winter Sports and the top of the world. Under the transmission tower, archery equipment and targets have been arranged, with the odd side of a skeleton using a pumpkin as its head propped against one of the targets. Be careful with this area though, because it is usually home to a deathclaw. Between the tower and its neighbor to the north is a minor radiation fissure, and to the east, just below the cliffs, is a lead deposit. It's a cool little location to check out. The Ash Heap Marketplace can be found southeast of Hornwright Testing Site number 2 in the Ash Heap region. The makeshift market features an overturned trailer draped with red sun sails, surrounded by an array of wooden crates, barrels, and wicker baskets. The presence of broken display cases, a park grill with food, and a radio playing Appalachia radio feels like a time before the bombs fell. Despite the ruin, functional elements like a cooler, a cash register with caps and a stash, and the trailer's interior containing a dead settler, a first aid box, and a locked safe hint at the location's past use as a trading post or a refuge. The marketplace's vicinity is surrounded with dangers of the wasteland, inhabited by creatures like cave crickets, feral ghouls, and robots, making it a risky venture for scavengers. However, the site offers potential rewards such as a recipe by the radio, a weapon mod in a display case, and a stealth boy within the trailer. Some pretty decent stuff if you want to take a little detour and check out this marketplace.
The Barrel Burial is tucked away in the Savage Divide area right next to Sugar Grove. Here you'll find a skeleton sprawled out on the ground wearing what looks like a lab coat, and next to him there's a gas mask. It's like he was in the middle of some shady business when things went south. Now around him, there are these barrels, not just any barrels, but ones that someone tried to bury. They're covered in stacks of old cash. It's like whoever was supposed to be hiding these barrels got paid in cash, but didn't quite finish the job before kicking the bucket. There's even a truck nearby with more barrels in the back, like they were in the process of dumping them all. It's also a reference to Breaking Bad when Walt buries a bunch of barrels full of money in the desert. The Bathing Skeleton. It's exactly as it sounds. You'll find it located underneath a power pylon west of the camp. It's a bathtub with a skeleton in it, and it's full of soap, 24 bars to be precise. It's an excellent place to get some oil. Other than that, there's an unusable mattress and a broken fridge and nothing else. Berkeley Springs Castle is a location situated in the Berkeley Springs West area. This castle, which overlooks the town from its northern vantage point, features a design reminiscent of a medieval architecture with a tower and stone battlements. However, accessibility to the castle is somewhat restricted. The main floor is boarded up, making it initially seem off limits. You can gain entry by a scaffolding staircase at the back, which leads to the second story. This level offers a room for exploration where you can find minor loot and musical instruments. The exploration continues as the scaffolding extends to the castle's roof, where a weapons workbench is conveniently placed, possibly for players to upgrade their gear while enjoying the view over Berkeley Springs. The castle is advertised by a local iBot as a historical site worth visiting, suggesting it holds both cultural and strategic value within the game's setting. It is part of a minor quest, and like Mason said in the intro, we're going to try and avoid locations tied to quests. But the quest that's linked to this location just has you take a picture of the castle, so I think it's still worth showing. Berkeley Springs Spa, located in Berkeley Springs, West Virginia, was a pre-war establishment renowned for its beauty treatments. Owned by Edna since at least 2075, the spa was innovative in its approach to customer service and cost management. Edna invested in a Mr. Handy robot, which she affectionately named Beckham after her teenage dog to enhance productivity. Despite initial success, the spa faced challenges like Beckham's mechanical errors, such as using a loofah instead of pumice scrub, which displeased clients. The spa also ventured into making its own honey treatments more cost-effective by having Beckham gather honey directly from natural hives, a solution that worked well due to Beckham's immunity to bee stings. The business climate, however, grew tougher by early 2076. With rising operational costs, Edna was forced to cancel seasonal discounts, which led to significant customer backlash. She expressed frustration over her clients' reactions, hinting at the financial pressures of running the spa. The spa's narrative took a turn when Edna modified Beckham to fear bees for her amusement. Unfortunately, the spa ceased operations following the Great War, its legacy fading until the area was repurposed by the Blood Eagles in 2103, with Beckham still performing his duties, now potentially aided by vault dwellers. The Bicycle Graveyard, an unmarked location in the Maya region of Appalachia. South of the Gulper Lagoon, it's essentially a small rundown shack packed with a collection of rusty, dilapidated bicycles in various stages of decay. This site also features an assortment of scattered junk, including 10 random vacuum tubes. I think someone got bored either before or after the bombs fell and decided to just hoard a random amount of the exact same item. Wait, this feels familiar.
Big Papa Mo's lip-smacking sandwich shop is located in Beckley. It's a notable unmarked eatery known for its cranberry sandwiches. Despite being physically inaccessible in the game, its backstory is rich with rivalry and intrigue. The shop was established by Charlie, who directly competed with Sal Jefferson's Sal Grinders, located just across the street. The two owners had a history of rivalry dating back to childhood, which intensified when Charlie's Sandwich Shack, offering identical fare, quickly outpaced Sal's in popularity. The secret to Big Papa Mo's success lay in their unique cranberries, sourced from a spa in the Cranberry Bog. However, Sal's investigation revealed a dark twist. These cranberries were actually irradiated, unknowingly poisoning the customers. This discovery set the stage for a potential showdown as Sal, fueled by both the rivalry and a sense of justice, plotted his next move against Charlie. All this info comes from the terminals located at Sal's Grinders, just in case you were curious. So yeah, it's just a building you can't enter, but the story surrounding it is pretty interesting. The Billboard Junk Camp is located in the forest region of Appalachia, specifically along Route 88 southeast of the Black Mountain Ordnance Works. This settlement is situated beneath a large Nuka-Cola billboard and enclosed by wooden walls. Inside, you can find practical amenities like the armor workbench and a weapons workbench, alongside a radioactive hazard from toxic barrels and a notable yellow silo. Scattered around the camp are various resources including piles of woods, crops like potatoes and mute fruit, and lootable junk, making it a handy spot for scavenging. There was a point in time when the developers were going to stop people from putting camps here because of the strategic location of the Organ Cave, but they decided against it. So it's still a really good spot if you want to put a camp down here. This is just northeast of Anchor Farm. You'll find a crashed PT-00D biplane, which is split in half, and the pilot, well, he's located just a few yards from the front of the plane. Not a great landing for him, I would say. The Birdhouse Ridge is an unmarked location situated near the Hornwright Summer Villa, positioned east-southeast of the villa and north of the Fisher Site Lambda. This spot is characterized by its unique setup along a ridge, featuring numerous bird cages and red birdhouses hung from the wooden beams, which feels strange when you compare it to the rest of your surroundings. The ridge serves as a simple campsite, offering basic amenities for survival such as a sleeping bag covered by an outhouse door, a metal table with a first aid kit, and a wood pile for potential crafting or warmth. Scattered sacks around the area provide random junk items, making it a minor but potentially useful stop for scavenging. The Birdwatcher's platform is designed as a vantage point for observing wildlife, situated west-southwest of the Crosshair. This spot is cleverly hidden beneath a large tree on a mountain ridge, offering a secluded and elevated perspective ideal for birdwatching. The platform itself is uniquely decorated with jars of luminescent liquid hanging from the branches, which creates a cool glow. At one end, next to the walking cane and a pair of binoculars, lies the Birdwatcher's note, providing insight into the platform's purpose and perhaps a glimpse into the life of its creator or user. Make sure to pause if you want to read it.
The Bog Channel Shelter is located just north of Quarry X3. This site stands out due to its makeshift nature, where remnants of human habitation are evident in the form of a blue tarp stretched over a lowered channel serving as a shelter. Inside this basic camp, one discovers the remnants of its last occupants. Two skeletons, one of which is eerily holding the skull of the other. The shelter contains several items of interest for scavenging, including a wooden crate, a sack, various junk items, and some glowing fungus. There's also a stealth boy on the ground and a mini nuke held by one of the skeletons, which makes you wonder what exactly even happened here. The Brotherhood Graveyard southeast of Huntersville is an unmarked location serving as a burial ground for fallen Brotherhood of Steel members from the Battle of Huntersville. This solemn site is accessible when traveling down State Route 107 past a checkpoint with the tank. The graveyard itself is organized with graves laid out in neat rows, highlighting the military precision of the Brotherhood. Some graves are marked with helmets and headwear, symbolizing the fallen's allegiance and role. Notably, among the graves are those of Squire Hannah D. Silva and Paladin Swafford, each marked with notes bearing their names and the Brotherhood's motto, Ad Victoriam, emphasizing their sacrifice and dedication. The presence of unsettled remains, dog tags, and an unfinished grave with a soldier in power armor leaning against a tree adds to the area's somber atmosphere. The graveyard is also home to floaters, so keep an eye out. The bunker and beehive located west and slightly south of Old Cremora Mines. This site features an open woodland clearing where random encounters might occur, making the area unpredictable. Adjacent to this clearing, one can find a tree hosting a beehive, where you can harvest honey with the risk of encountering an aggressive bee swarm, which will likely happen. South of this, there's an intriguing sealed blast door set into the landscape, hinting at an underground bunker. However, this door cannot be opened and the bunker remains inaccessible, resembling similar structures seen at Black Mountain Ordnance Works, but lacking any identification or means of entry. It's an interesting little area, and I wonder if the devs have a plan to do something with the bunker in the future. If you watched the Fallout 4 location video, then this might feel familiar. Carhenge is located northwest of the Bailey family cabin, and is a creatively constructed but unmarked site fashioned from rusted stacked cars that mimic the ancient Stonehenge. This setup not only serves as a unique landmark, but also features a makeshift throne, created from a leather car seat positioned within a central car husk, which players can sit on. Surrounding this throne are tires, contributing to the theme, and there's a random encounter possibility here, suggesting it might not always be a peaceful visit. Despite its structural ingenuity, Carhenge offers minimal practical value, with only a large toolbox available for looting. There's also a cult of a Mothman totem nearby. Fallout 4 was the first game to add a Carhenge, where you would encounter a super mutant behemoth living in it. It's pretty cool. 76 had 2 Carhenges when it was first released, but the other location was replaced by a different structure. Who keeps making these things? The Kemen Hoop Shack is south of Camp McClintock, and this location features a small shack up against a rock wall, highlighted by a basketball hoop on its eastern side, a remnant of a past competition between David and Trevor, where David absolutely dominated with a 51-4 victory. The shack itself is quite basic, sporting a dark couch inside, and outside, a downhill wooden platform with 3 basketballs signifies the long-range shooting spot used in the contest. The site includes a chemistry station, useful for crafting, and other scattered junk items, including a rad bear. Interesting, this location can also serve as a waking point for characters who've overindulged in Nuka-Shine in some weird hangover type of thing. How is Trevor so bad though?
Situated on the border of the Savage Divide and the Mire lies the Clifftop Vista Cabin. This rustic cabin perched on a cliff offers a panoramic view of the Mire's expanse. It features a small agricultural setup with corn crops to the southwest, basic amenities like a water pump and a weapons workbench, and an outhouse teetering on the cliff's edge. If you'd like to take a dump with a dose of adrenaline, then this is perfect. Inside the cabin, one finds a modest living setup with a stove, bunk bed, and a makeshift kitchen, and a dining area, along with a safe for those adept at picking locks. Outside, near a scarecrow, is a burial mound corresponding to Mire Treasure Map number 1. Since the Wastelanders update, this cabin has become the solitary dwelling of a settler. East of Graninger Farm lies another wreckage of a PT-00D biplane. The site is scattered on a hillside and includes fragmented remains of the aircraft and also the skeletal pilot, who's propped against a tree. The area around the crashed biplane is dotted with chem boxes, revealing itself as a scavenger's haven. Here, one can find scattered psycho and stim packs. It's not much, but it's cool to stumble across. Right between Point Pleasant and Marigold Pavilion, you'll find the cultist totem. Around this totem, there are 7 statues or figures with horns, all tangled up with tree roots, forming this archway that looks straight out of a horror movie. And right in the middle, there are candles flickering and dead bodies of cult members just lying there, like they've been sacrificed or something. Most likely the cult of the Mothman doing some weird stuff, though the whole area seems to have this dark, almost magical pull, because even small animals are drawn to it, like they can't help but wander in. It's not weird to find cult things in 76, but an unmarked spot feels a little different. The Dolly Sods Wilderness Ranger Station is located in the Mire region right here. This site offers a glimpse into the pre-war life with its well-preserved 2-story cabin, which is accessible by a path from the park entrance and features a tinkerer's workbench on its porch. Inside, the cabin's layout includes a spacious ground floor with a living and dining area warmed by a fireplace, connected to a kitchen. Upstairs, there are 3 rooms: a bunk bed area, a private bedroom with Ranger Trujillo's terminal, and a locked storeroom holding unique loot like a mole costume and potential weapon plans. You'll find lots of interesting loot in here, including an almost done note, a potential Vault-Tec bobblehead, and various magazines. The surrounding wilderness is home to creatures like bloatflies, blood bugs, feral ghouls, and rad roaches. The end of the road is a site centered around the wreckage of a truck and its trailer, which can be found to the west of Sunnytop Station and north of Monongah Mine. The scene depicts the aftermath of a crash where the vehicle slid down a hill after the bombs fell. This location holds historical and narrative significance due to its backstory involving a criminal element and personal tragedy. The layout of the end of the road is relatively simple, but it has a rich story. The crashed truck lies just off Route 95, with the trailer accessible via a door that requires no lockpicking skills. Inside, you can find an assortment of junk, various consumables, a first aid kit, and a duffel bag. There's 2 skeletons, one a female with handcuffs nearby, which suggests a captive, while the other, a male, is actually handcuffed to a trailer pole, hinting at an interesting end for the criminal. A note titled "For Vincent" found next to the male skeleton deepens the story, revealing that the criminal was involved in a dire threat against Vincent's daughter. The note says, "Vincent, I warned you. I warned you and look at what you did. What happens next is on your head, not mine. I hope you kissed your daughter goodbye last night. Sounds like something bad went down."
The Explosives Shrine is another fascinating unmarked location, situated on the eastern edge of Savage Divide. North of the National Isolated Radio Array, the shrine is positioned near a cliff. The layout of the Explosive Shrine is both simple and symbolically charged. At its center is a makeshift effigy, constructed from sticks and adorned with a carved pumpkin that holds a detonator box, suggesting either ritualistic approach or perhaps a warning against the dangers of explosives. This effigy is encircled by orange crates, each with an assortment of explosive ordnance like mines and grenades. The arrangement implies either a place of respect to the destructive power of these weapons or a cautionary tale about the volatile nature. We have zero info on who or what made this, so I guess you can make your own headcanon for this one. The Fairway Treehouse is north of the Dolly Sods Lookout and south of Gulper Lagoon in the treacherous mire. The treehouse itself serves as a makeshift refuge, previously occupied by a trio of wasteland survivors named Larry Richardson, Seth, and another person who is illiterate. In terms of layout, the Fairway Treehouse stands out due to its strategic design amidst the swampy terrain. The tree it occupies is enveloped by strangler vine. Access to the treehouse is a long walk away, leading to an initial platform with an ammo box. Beware, a tripwire trap guards the next section, leading to another platform where a footlocker awaits. The final ascent brings players to a spacious living area complete with various lootable containers, junk for crafting, and a dirty mattress. You can also find the "Scope Out the Crash" holotape found near a skeleton at the treehouse's top, and there is a potential to also wake up at this location if you get wasted on Nuka-Shine. Game of Thrones is positioned just south of the Sunshine Meadows Industrial Farm, although I will admit this was a bitch to find. This site is not your typical post-apocalyptic setting, but rather a quirky Easter egg offering a snapshot of the bizarre and funny consequences of life in the wasteland. On a hillside, 2 skeletons are staged in what appears to have been a duel, likely under the influence of Nuka-Shine, an in-game alcoholic beverage known for its intense effects. These skeletons, seated on toilets, are surrounded by the items of their last stand. Weapons like a 10mm pistol lie at their feet, and the empty bottles of Nuka-Shine and wine that fueled their final moments scatter the area. If you're confused, basically these guys had a drinking duel while sitting on some thrones, aka their toilets. It appears that neither of them won in the end, as they're both dead. because in the Game of Thrones, you either win or you die. The Gardener's Shack. This spot, located beneath the cliffside southeast of the infamous Wendigo Cave, offers a glimpse into the more peaceful pre-apocalyptic life against the harsher post-war environment. The layout of the Gardener's Shack is both practical and atmospheric. It features a small green shed surrounded by various flora, including aster, carrots, tato, and wild carrot flowers, suggesting attempts at self-sufficiency or perhaps a love for gardening. Okay, maybe no to the last one. Inside the shack, you might find basic amenities like a mattress for rest, a wooden crate, and a wood pile for warmth, along with wood-burning stove and a radio, hinting at the owner's efforts to reach out. Outside, the presence of a skeleton near the entrance, accompanied by a fridge and a lawn chair, appears to be someone who tried to live out their days in comfort, only to succumb to the dangers or perhaps the loneliness of the wasteland. Another skeleton near an empty safe and barrels on the right side, plus a third on the rocks above, suggests this location might have seen its fair share of struggles or perhaps was a refuge for those fleeing from the nearby Wendigo Cave's horrors. Might not want to linger here too long, I hear the Wendigos come out at night. The glamping site can be found close to the pumpkin house. Here, objects of pre-war comfort like a bungalow camper, a picnic table, and a cooking station are all found here. Within the camper, a skeleton on a bed frame alongside a first aid box tells a story of someone's last stand or refuge, including mine as you'll see here. A porta potty, a motorcycle, and scattered junk items suggest either a hasty retreat or the attempt to maintain some sort of normal life. Nearby, a recipe found by the cooking station hints that maybe this occupant was part of the culinary arts. Also, you might not find the recipe here. It's a random loot spawn, so you never know what you're gonna get.
The Gnomes allotment is exactly what it sounds like. Positioned south of Fort Atlas near Seneca Rocks. The spot features a small raised shack overlooking a unique garden area. The layout includes the shack, which, while empty except for some bed frames, stands watch over a garden that's anything but ordinary. The garden is managed by 3 garden gnomes and a quantum bear statue. This garden uses unconventional planters, sunken vehicles including a blue picker-up truck, and a rusted off-road vehicle, where crops like aster, carrots, silt beans, and potatoes thrive. Makes you wonder if when nobody's looking, the toys come to life and keep on gardening. Maybe it's even creepier to think that some weirdo shows up and keeps gardening but then leaves and lays out all these gnomes. I guess it's not that far-fetched. The wasteland is full of weirdos.
Work of the chupacabra.
Grafton High School can of course be found in the middle of Grafton. Before the apocalypse, it was more than just an educational institution. It was a hub of youth culture, evidenced by sports achievements, particularly around the football team, the Grafton High Monsters, who claimed victory as state champions in 2076. The main building features a long hallway with classrooms, some untouched by time, others cluttered with debris and skeletons. Access to the upper floors is blocked, preserving the first floor's haunting atmosphere filled with lockers to loot and the gymnasium, which was repurposed as a polling station. Outside, the football field lies next to a toxic lake, with stands for fans now empty. Some might complain that this shouldn't be on the list because Grafton is marked, but I think it's significant enough to warrant its own map marker, and apparently the files think so as well. In that same vein, we also have the Grafton Pawn Shop and Police Department. I won't dive into those too deep, but I figured I'd let you know they were there. The Halloween horror hamlet near Hornwright Estate features a house adorned with Halloween decorations like hay bales and pumpkins, with vehicles outside hinting at past inhabitants or visitors. You'll find several houses here that are inaccessible except for one, but they do have some interesting exteriors, with a pumpkin patch that sells pumpkins and all the Halloween decorations. It's cool they have so many Halloween locations in 76, because as you guys know, the bombs fell in October, so there should be a lot of Halloween stuff left over. The Hilltop Pylon Camp is found in a little spot in the Toxic Valley area of Appalachia. You've got a tent perched right under a towering pylon, almost like it's holding up the sky. Inside the tent, you'll find a Mr. Fuzzy doll chilling on a chair. Around the camp, there's a dead scientist skeleton and random other Halloween decorations. And also, the place is decked out with flamingo lawn decorations. I don't know why. You can grab some useful stuff here too. There's an ammo box, a first aid kit, and even a recipe lying around. Oh, and there's an old car parked outside. Just watch out for the mole rats. They do like to pop up when you least expect it.
Hopewell Cave Cemetery is an eerie spot right above Hopewell Cave in the Savage Divide. You get there by following a dusty dirt road from Highway 63 near the Pumpkin House. Along this path, you'll spot an old car that's basically become part of the graveyard scenery with tombstones all around. The cemetery itself is small but packed with stories. There's a Union soldier's grave, behind a black fence, his hat resting on top. Next to him, there's another grave, maybe for an asylum worker, marked by their hat. What's weird is that many graves have been dug up, with skeletons laid out in bizarre patterns, like some sort of sick art project. You might run into all sorts of nasties here: feral ghouls, mole rats, mongrels, mutant hounds, or even super mutants if you got a camp nearby. A lot of the headstones actually used to be intractable. Well, not really, but they had a button prompt to interact with them, which would have been used in a new event. But they scrapped that, and you don't get the button prompt any longer. The ice cream rest stop in Skyline Valley is like stumbling upon a piece of Americana gone nuclear. This place is just off the beaten path, southeast of Naked Creek, and it's got that classic drive-in vibe, with an ice cream stand but no seats because, you know, drive-in. The parking lot's got cars and trucks just sitting there, waiting for ice cream that'll never come. It's a hot spot for random encounters, so keep your caps ready for whatever shows up. There's loot scattered around, and check the cash registers and the fridges because they might still have some food or cream. Nearby, there's a truck with a trailer, and if you manage to pick the lock on the fridge there, you might find some canned goods or even a recipe. But it's not just about the food, there's actually lore there too. You can find Bee's diary page number 3 if you're willing to trek a bit through the woods, following a trail to a tree stump where the ranger didn't quite make it. Oh, and if you're into collecting, there might be a bobblehead in one of the truck beds, and a magazine under the counter at the stand. Pretty solid loot for a location not even marked on the map. Jay Schramm's house is near Morgantown and just north of Bolton Greens. It's akin to walking into a horror movie set, but for cat lovers' nightmares. The place belonged to Jay Schramm, who apparently had a thing for hunting cats, which is just disturbing. The house itself is a mess. Everywhere you look, there are plastic cat bowls and traps that look like they've been repurposed from seafood hunting. The kitchen's got pots of what seems like cat stew, which is, yeah, let's not go there. Upstairs is even worse. The place is falling apart with holes in the roof and on the floor. But here's where it gets really weird. Right by the front door, lit by the only working light in the house, there are cat head trophies, but for what purpose? Outside, you've got some crops if you need, and a quick harvest, and a metal hanger that's locked up tight, probably holding more creepy stuff. It's called the All Our Files Farm in the official guide for 76, which I hope I said right. And it's a fancy way of saying cat lover, but in this case, it feels more like a cat hater's haunt. Definitely not a place you'd ever take your cat or pet for a visit. The house's owner, Jay Schramm, is a reference to former Bethesda level designer Justin Schramm. Although he left the company in March 2017, he was credited with special thanks to Fallout 76. I'm sure he's glad they named this place after him. Maybe he didn't like cats, or maybe they didn't like him too much. Lakeside Grill is an old school diner spot you'll find in the Toxic Valley not too far from Clarksburg. You've got your Nuka-Cola machine right outside the front door, and inside there's a porta diner. It's one of those places that feels both out of time and perfectly in place within the game's post-apocalyptic setting. You can almost imagine the conversations that used to happen over here, with milkshakes and burgers alike, now replaced by silence of the wasteland or the occasional scuffle with whatever critters have taken over. Marsh Cottage is a dilapidated trailer in the Cranberry Bog, near the General Steakhouse. It's literally falling apart, with one half sinking into the ground, surrounded by strangler vines. Inside, however, it's surprisingly intact, and you can still use the front door. There's a truck outside with a toolbox, and the trailer itself offers some loot, from the kitchen and bathroom in the stable side to a dresser and nightstand in the broken half. Behind the trailer, there's a phosphate deposit if you're looking to gather raw fertilizer. Also, calling it a cottage is pretty hilarious.
Middle Mountain Lake sits in the Savage Divide, just north of Middle Mountain Cabins. It's a spot where the memory blackout from chugging Nuka Shine might hit you once again. One of 36 such places in case you were wondering. The lake's serene, set on a plateau, but it does tell a sad tale. Two people, one a fisherman and the other a ranger by their outfits, tried their luck here. They ended up drunk looking for adventure and tragically drowned. Their skeletons lies a warning against mixing booze and water activities. Nowadays, scavengers have pitched a tent across the lake, always with a bottle of Nuka Shine inside, tempting fate or maybe just looking for a strong brew. Moonshiner's Overlook is situated in the Savage Divide, west of Toxic Larry's Meet and Go. It's where a family of moonshiners spent their last moments before the bombs dropped. The place is a rundown shack perched on a cliff's edge, with a homemade moonshine still inside next to the toilet. Because, why not? Inside, you'll find 3 skeletons, 2 slumped in chairs, and one who's literally fallen out of his wheelchair. It's a interesting snapshot of their final moments. With a view to die for. Literally. Mount Blair Coffee Shack is a hobbled together coffee spot in the ash heap. just northeast of Welch Station. You'll find a long metal path leading up towards Mount Blair train yard. It's basically a corrugated iron hut that once served as a coffee shop, now surrounded by old protest signs. The only resident left post-apocalypse is Murgle, a tabby cat, hanging around the remnants of this once bustling coffee haven. Mountainside Cabin sits in the Savage Divide, near where the railroad tracks run between RNG Station and the White Springs Station, close to the Vantage. It's another one of those spots where Nuka-Shine might wipe out your memory. This cabin's in pretty good shape for being out in the wild. Inside, you got basic furnishings, a table with an empty Nuka-Shine bottle, chairs, a doorless fridge, a bed, stove, radio, and a bearskin rug. There's also some decayed art and a flag. Outside, you'll find 2 pickup trucks, one with a canoe and a rusty SUV perched near a cliff. There's also a radstag carcass and a target for shooting practice hanging behind the cabin. Nearby, there's an outhouse with a skeleton inside. Another skeleton on another toilet. Are you laughing? They need you to laugh at the skeleton on their toilet joke, guys. The New Appalachia Bank is right at the New Appalachian Central Train Yard in the Savage Divide. It's where a botched heist pre-war left the place in ruins, with bodies and chaos in its wake. The bank's now part of a building that's seen better days, squeezed between Highway 63 and the train tracks. Inside, it's a mess. Part bank, part post office, part ticket lobby. Now just mostly rubble. You can navigate through via a staircase or just climb over the debris. The vault on the first floor has been ransacked, but you might find a duffel bag and some bones. Upstairs, there's an office with some loot like an employee notice and a Huff Warbler teapot. On the roof, there's cooking area and junk, plus a little scene with teddy bears and a bird enthusiast remains. And yeah, a dead raider's hanging over the edge. The place is now home to feral ghouls and scorched, so watch your step.
The New River Gorge Ropes course is part of the New River Gorge Nature Trail and Adventure Park, and it's tucked away in the forest region north of the New River Gorge Resort. It's a fan-favorite obstacle course designed for pre-war folks to test their agility and nerve, now a bit of a post-war playground. To get started, you climb some stairs to a platform where you'll find the first aid boxes to loot. The course challenges you with various obstacles, such as shaky bridges, wobbly wooden platforms, and balancing on logs suspended by wires. It's quite literally a physical challenge, but at the end, you're rewarded with loot like caps, 8 items, and possibly an agility bobblehead at the top of the tower. Interestingly, this place has a story. Tumblin' Joe once lived in the tower, but met a sad end, falling to his death. There's also an observation deck for a scenic view or just to catch your breath. Fun fact, one of the first NPCs added to 76 was old Tumblin' Joe. I mean, he isn't alive, but you could at least find a body. North Mountain Oratory Camp is just north of North Mountain Lookout, near Road 98. It's set up like a stage for speeches, complete with a podium, a US flag, and a skeleton of what looks like the speaker, clutching a moonshine bottle and a 10mm pistol. Around him, more skeletons sprawl among chairs and spilled milk bottles. The scene suggests a grim tale. The speaker poisoned the milk with rat poison, handed it out, then took his own life. Pretty dark, even for Fallout. Oh, and of course, it's one of those places where Nuka-Shine might mess with your memory, with an empty bottle left on a crate, hinting at a past revelry or perhaps a final toast to oblivion. The old storehouse is northeast of Abandoned Mine Shaft 2 and southwest of Nuka-World on tour. It's an old warehouse with a strategic view of the area, surrounded by hills. Inside, it's crumbling and cluttered with debris, but there are some raider bodies lying around, left by Jack Woodhouse, an ex-Blood Eagle who killed them out of paranoia. The place is dotted with Lone Wanderer motorcycles, and yes, that is what the motorcycle brand is called. You can go to the second floor for some loot, including Jack's journal, which recounts his brief but violent stay here before moving on. If you want to read it, then make sure you pause. It's an interesting little tale. Party Time Diners is perched on a mountain in the forest region, just east of the Tyler County Fairgrounds. It's a dining table set up on a rocky overlook, surrounded by yellow and blue balloons. It's like stepping into a scene from a bizarre tea party, with cooking and dining items scattered around. And the table itself is decked out with board games, consumables, and a variety of hats, from cowboy to chef, witch to bowler. This place ties into the ecological balance quest, and I know we're not covering those types of locations, but it's one of the better locations, and I didn't want to leave it out. It's a funny nod to the Mad Hatter's Tea Party from Alice in Wonderland.
You've made it to the 50th location in the video. It's not anything special, but because you're here and still watching, I just wanted to say thanks. We appreciate you guys that watch all the way through. Leave a thumbs up in the comment below and we'll know you made it here. Thanks again, guys. The Prehistoric Bones Camp is an unmarked site in the forest region just north of Alpine River Cabins. Originally, it was an archaeological dig featuring the bones of some ancient creature. You could find a few skeletons, some digging tools like a shovel and pickaxe, and a worn out fedora by one of these skeletons alongside lootable containers. The spot also holds significance for those working on the Pioneer Scouts Possum Badge, as snapping a photo of the fossil here with your ProSnap Deluxe camera contributes to the archaeology challenge. Prepper's Pylon Paradise is a unique setup in the mire, just south of the sunken church. It's essentially a bunker constructed from old train cars stacked beneath a high-tension transmission tower. Inside this makeshift fortress, you'll find a kitchen and living room in the first car you're entering. Going downward between the cars, there's practical stuff like a washer, dryer, and a bathtub, plus a way in or out. The last car features a locked safe, which requires picklock 3, a cozy bed, and a kid's corner with a tiny classroom and bunk beds. This place is a prepper's dream, stocked with minor loot and healing items. Keep an eye out for a potential recipe in the kitchen area as well.
Priblo's Curios is an unmarked location northwest of Summersville in the forest region of Appalachia. Priblo's Curios is a boarded up shop specializing in selling merchandise relating to Appalachian cryptids. A variety of strange looking curios sit on crates on the porch, which is the only part of the building which is accessible. There's also a mailbox and a truck beside the building, and there is a footlocker in the back of the truck as well. And one can find a bit of loot here, such as an invoice, the catalog of curios, the Beast of Beckley holotape, a letter to Calvin, and a delivery route map. The Raider Outhouse and Moat is a structure built on top of a pond acting as a moat at the edge of a mountain located southwest of the National Isolated Radio Array. There is a wooden bridge that leads to the titular outhouse, though it is defended by a locked door and surrounded by Raider decorations. The corpse of Old Jim lies in front of the door. After unlocking the door and crossing the bridge, the outhouse provides a fridge with a cap stash and a Nuka-Cola Quantum and a Nuka Cherry, as well as a tool case on top of it. There is also a steamer trunk here with a chem cooler on top of it. The only piece of notable loot, however, is next to a Raider corpse by the door. In the Cranberry Bog region of the map, the abandoned bog town Red Rocket was once a nuclear coolant replenishment and service station before the Great War, but now sits abandoned and uninhabited. When approaching the town from the west, the Red Rocket station is situated on the right-hand side next to Adelaide's Diner on the outskirts of town. The location contains one stash and a weapons workbench in a shack behind the station, near a large wood pile. A camp has been set up on the roof overlooking Highway 65. It is accessible by a makeshift ramp with a bear trap immediately as one steps onto the roof. A second bear trap is located closer to the front edge. However, a bear trap might be the least of one's problems when approaching this Red Rocket. 2 raiders lay dead in the corner next to a large pile of tires as well, and odds and ends such as blocks, a fuel tank, clown figurines, and 6 atomic rollerballs can be found here. The figurines are set up like bowling pins, with a rollerball interspersed within them. A derelict picker-up truck sits beyond the fuel pumps and on the highway.
Like many Red Rockets, the Flatwoods Red Rocket is too decaying alongside its surroundings within the Flatwoods. The gas station is situated in the south side of town. The building is filled with detritus along with random loot. It has a stash box within it and a tinkerer's workbench on the outside. A skeleton can also be found on the ground next to a recipe. On the roof, the word help is spelled out using wooden planks. A small campsite is located here as well as the skeleton of an unfortunate Nuka Shine user. The roof cannot be reached through normal means, but it is possible to wake up on top of it after drinking Nuka Shine and blacking out. The marsupial mutation and or jetpacks can also be used to reach the roof. Also, next to the head of the skeleton lying beside the counter inside the Red Rocket station, Delbert's Mountain Hawks recipe can be found. A small Red Rocket gas station just off of Interstate 59, built next to the giant teapot roadside attraction, one will find the giant teapot Red Rocket. Southeast of the teapot, there's a rusted pickup truck with a number of explosive canisters in the back, sitting next to the inoperational gas pumps outside. Inside the building are assorted junk and consumable items, including a box of sugar bombs on one of the shelves. There is a stash box in the corner of the station. There's also a weapons workbench behind the building next to the secondary boiler pipe, which needs to be protected as part of the tea time event. If you're feeling lucky, you might even find a weapon mod underneath the counter, a magazine in the blue box sitting on the bottom of a shelving unit, or a Vault-Tec bobblehead below the cash register. The Morgantown Red Rocket station is slowly decaying alongside the surrounding buildings. The original filling station building is filled with a bunch of random loot. There's also a campfire outside alongside abandoned barricades. In front of the station, a blue picker-up truck is parked next to the fuel pumps. The Seneca Rocks Red Rocket is located next to the Seneca Rocks Visitor Center. The Red Rocket fueling station once served people touring the famous Seneca Rocks. After the Great War, this area was the site of a battle between responders and raiders before feral ghouls took over. The filling station has a makeshift walkway up the rocks into the roof, and inside, a stash box container can be found. Between the Visitor Center and the Red Rocket station is a honey beast sitting in the parking lot. It will typically attack both a player character and the nearby pack of feral ghouls, which can be led by a high-level glowing one. Also, 2 armor mods can be found located inside this Red Rocket building. One under the counter near the cash register, and one on the roof of the Red Rocket building on a makeshift table. Last of the Red Rockets, I promise. Honestly, these are more interesting than the Red Rockets found in the other Fallout games. The Valley Galleria Red Rocket gets its name since it's found sharing a parking lot with the Valley Galleria shopping center. The area has sporadic loot and a parking lot full of volatile nuclear vehicles. Inside the station, there's a weapons workbench and a stash box. Across the street, a steamer trunk is located upstairs in the northwestern end in the Valley's boutique store.
The River Treehouse is located northwest of Valley Galleria on the central shores of the river. This location's central feature is a large tree in the water that has been overtaken by strangler vines. A system of wooden walkways spiral up the tree with several boats, crates, and skeletons entrapped in its vines. A locked explosives crate can be found along the walkway as well. At the top of the treehouse is a dirty mattress and a duffel bag next to a toilet and bathtub. There's also a grill and a table filled with various cooking-related junk items. On the first table, encountered while going up the walkway, players will find a potential recipe. It's also plausible one would find themselves waking up here after a night of consuming copious amounts of Nuka Shine. A destroyed lime green car sits before the patio of the Riverside Cottage, which is a location west of the fast travel point to the Nuka-Cola plant and south of the plant itself. After walking up to the patio and into the building, the doorway leads into the main room. A Mr. Handy lies destroyed on the kitchen floor and in front of the oven. The refrigerator has had its door removed as well, and turning right from the front door leads into the bedroom. A single sheetless bed lies in the middle of the room, and a baby crib is next to the window. The northern bedroom wall has collapsed and exposed the bathroom. A dead rad roach holding a walking crane and wearing a bowler hat sits on the toilet. The location contains several references to the final Pam, a character from the Fallout 4 episodes of the web series Monster Factory by Justin and Griffin McElroy. And yes, this is the same Elroys that dug deep into the Smiling Man's or Indrid Cold's lore we mentioned in our Smiling Man video. The house even has a similar layout to the player character's pre-war home in Fallout 4. The name Pam can be found spelled out in wooden blocks and on top of the TV. There is a dapper wedding-ready rad roach in the bathroom and a reference to the character Roachy. Pam claims that her real son is a coffee tin. The same item can be found in a crib along with a box of Abraxo cleaner, which Pam suggested feeding to baby Sean as a snack. There is also a hammer on the nightstand between the crib and the large bed, alluding to Pam's idea to take a hammer and fix the baby, because she thought Sean was too small. The nightstand on the opposite side has Pam's original shirt and fashionable glasses sitting on top. And yes, I had to take the glasses. The destroyed Mr. Handy is a reference to Codsworth, whom Pam calls her three-eyed metal husband. The baby bottle in the fridge alludes to the existence of Trash Hulk, Pam's organic husband, as Pam suggested feeding him with a bottle before shrinking him to roughly the size of a baby. A few details added to the game in later updates read as alluding to or inspired by the works of the McElroy brothers, podcast comedians and prominent West Virginians. The trio were honorarily considered mayors of Huntington for one day in 2017 when they held a parade to improve public perception of tarantulas. They are joined in some projects by their father Clint McElroy, a successful radio host active in the area since the 1970s. A world object, a workshop, or maybe an unmarked location. Atop Mount Blair stands the Rockhound, a massive ore excavation platform that was once used by the pre-war industrial company Hornwright Industrial for strip mining. After the Great War, however, the drilling rig sits abandoned atop Mount Blair. Created by Hornwright Industrial, the EXC-97 Rockhound bucket wheel motorized excavator was advertised as an integral part of the lucrative world of strip mining. The Rockhound was rated to move over 11,000 cubic meters of earth per hour and could operate with a crew of only 12. Each of the buckets on the massive cutting wheel was cast from solid black titanium. ensuring every cut would remain accurate and deep. Coupled with 4 ignition reactors that utilized proprietary technology developed by Hornwright Industrial, it was theoretically capable of working indefinitely, as long as these reactors were supplied with ignition cores. As a symbol of Appalachian industrial might and acumen, and by extension of the Hornwright family, it was widely advertised to attract investors and advance the idea of a fully automated Appalachia. The Rockhound's strip mining of Mount Blair had a devastating environmental effect, polluting the entire region and turning the resource-rich mountain into a desolate stretch of land nicknamed the Ash Heap. Furthermore, the construct didn't really work as effectively as theorized, and ultimately drained the ignition cores in just 3 minutes. After intervention from headquarters, the power was dialed back to increase longevity. In addition, the skeleton crew could not effectively oversee a machine of that magnitude. Standard safety checks missed major malfunctions, such as faulty seals on the main fluid reservoirs, leading to over 6,000 gallons of hydraulic fluid being discharged into the soil of Mount Blair. The company deducted the expense of repair from the crew's paychecks. Moreover, the company's demands led to a 24-hour operation mode, a 3rd work shift, and the need to change the wheel buckets every 3 days to maintain the profitability of the operation without regard for the environment. During the massive riots that erupted after Atomic Mining Services forced Miner out of Welsh in October 2077, miners took to Mount Blair and seized the Rockhound. For 8 days, the miners held out, striking and demanding a right to work, until the National Guard finally cleared out the last of the rebels off the Rockhound. Echoing the events of the Battle of Mount Blair over 150 years earlier, the strikebreakers took out the miners and returned control of the Rockhound to Hornwright. The massive machine rests atop Mount Blair, surrounded by the conflagration created by the strip mining. It is divided into 3 distinct decks connected by an elevator, and the interior is part of the world space rather than a discrete interior. The lowest deck contains the crew quarters and mess hall, the ignition reactor is used to activate it during the event, and the command center up front. There's also a cabin at the front for the driver, and the deck connects to spans or gantries over the side tracks, which were used for storage and as strong points during the riots. The stairs from here lead to the second deck above the balance arm and the excavator arm in front. The topmost observation deck can only be reached by elevator and offers minor loot. The rotating bucket wheels at the end look like teeth, but are actually literal buckets, filling up with harvested ground on the upward move and empty on the downward turn. These are also not damaging. If players stand in the way of Rockhound's rotating buckets, they will be pushed underground and out the other side without any damage. They can also ride inside the buckets as the wheel rotates. The Rockhound's workshop can be used by the player character to dig up ore for personal use. In order to harvest ore from the rig, one must first have ownership of the workshop located in the utility platform of the back of the rig. They then must proceed to the main control station in the center of the rig, and they must access a terminal near the control panel. Accessing reactor tech, they gain the ability to craft ignition cores that are needed to reactivate the drill platform. There are 4 reactors on the rig. Once all the cores are placed, the player character then must head back to the control center and press the button on the center console to activate the rig. Once activated, they must defend the reactors from constant attack for a total of 30 minutes. Ore is collected in a container on the counterweight supporting area on the back of the platform. Developers likely placed this in the game since riots and open warfare between citizens and worker militias and government and corporate forces around Mount Blair echoes the events of the Cold Wars in West Virginia and the Battle of Blair Mountain, the single largest labor and domestic uprising since the end of the American Civil War. Interesting.
Located east of Ripper Alley and slightly south of the West Tech Research Center, the Memorial Shrine of Rosalind Jeffries is located at a cliff's edge, overlooking the eastern end of the Savage Divide and into the Cranberry Bog and Mire regions. A Deathclaw will reliably spawn next to the shrine. Aside from what we'd call an unmarked monument, if you head to this location, you'll find Rose's AI program, which is a holotape and quest item in a chem box in front of the shrine. If you need a sacrificial altar, you can find one unmarked in the forest region of Appalachia, located directly west of the Billings homestead. This location consists of a Cult of the Mothman altar, established on the rocks along the coast of the Ohio River. 3 cultists will always spawn here, worshipping the altar. The corpse of a settler has been placed underneath the altar as a human sacrifice. The Safecracker Shack was the home of an Appalachian who took safes and unlocked them in their trailer, and it's located between the Anchor Farm and the Tyler County Fairgrounds. It's unclear if they operated before or after the Great War, but a separate unmarked location, the Safecracker's Lament, found west of the Groves family cabin, has 3 skeletons surrounding a safe, indicating that these individuals met their end there. In 2103, as humans returned to Appalachia, a group of 3 raiders took up residence in the shack. They can be encountered at the trailer, attempting to break into the safes. The shack is a small trailer in the woods of the forest, surrounded by rubble, a pickup truck, and some low-level hostiles attacking the raiders. There are some makeshift walls surrounding the trailer, and the walls on the eastern end have 4 porta potties propped up against them. Just outside of the home is a junk pile next to a hill of tires. Inside the trailer, a bed is on the left close to a kitchen area with a cooking station. Several open safes litter the shack, as well as various lootable containers. There is a separate supply room on the other end of the trailer, holding an assortment of tools and a tinkerer's workbench. Outside of the supply room in a walled-in yard are a desk and 15 lootable safes, some with varying picklock levels. There's also a soil sensor for the quest Ecological Balance directly behind the trailer. By the way, a potential armor mod can be found on a shelf across from the bed.
In the Mire region, Scoot Shack was the home of Scott Scoot Conroy before the Great War, where he lived with his 12 cats. This shack also acted as his base of operations for cryptid hunting. When discovered, it is filled with cats and a terminal associated with the quest, That Sinking Feeling. Amidst the Wild Appalachia update, 3 pieces of loot could be found here. CH Monthly January note on a shelf, letter to L, a note on a desk next to a terminal during That Sinking Feeling which cannot be picked up. From Ray is also a note found between on the ground, the wall, and the bookshelf. The secluded cave is an unmarked location in the Savage Divide region of Appalachia, somewhat south of Spruce Knobs Lake and channels. The exterior of the cave features a knocked over wheelbarrow and some boxes. Inside, character Aubrey Willem has created a small house for himself, including a generator for light, a bed, and a tinker's workbench. Introduced in the Wastelanders update, Aubrey's note can be found and available only if Aubrey Willem is convinced to quarantine himself during the quest Here to Stay. If you ask me, it's kind of a boring location.
The skeleton raft is located in the Mire region of the map. The nearest location is the Valley Galleria. This location is one of those 36 places where the effect of memory blackout due to Nuka shine can transpire. A fragment of a wall or floor is unknown how it fell in the middle of the river near the Valley Galleria. A skeleton lies on the raft, surrounded by a cleaver, a box, 2 empty bottles of moonshine, and an overturned cross. There's also a second skeleton dangling under the bottom of the makeshift raft, and at the bottom lies an empty bottle of Nuka shine. A little to the southwest, there's that outdoor toilet on the water that we talked about earlier. The whole scene seems a little silly, but that's why we enjoy the Fallout universe. The sludge trailer consists of a small metal trailer and a nearby pile of sludge, with disposed tires and an off-road vehicle. The area is populated by opossums roaming the area surrounding the trailer. 2 toolboxes can be looted in the exterior of the trailer, one of which is near a picker-up, while the other is near a dirt bike on the ground. Inside the trailer, there's a bed that can be slept in, as well as an explosives crate to search. On the right side of the trailer is a TV set and lawn chair, with a teddy bear sitting in the chair. A perfect place to wake up to a cold glass of Nuka shine. Solomon's lower pond consists of a radioactive pond where a super mutant behemoth will always appear. On the edge of the pond, there's a parked pickup truck with several radioactive barrels and an open footlocker with some anti-rad chems. The pond has 2 distinct landmarks: a large blue pumping machine that is also surrounded by radioactive barrels, as well as a small rock on the side of the pond next to a tree, where a skeleton sits in a lounge chair next to some assorted items. At least this guy's last moments are assumed to be well enjoyed, before becoming one with the radiation blasts.
Nestled east of Haven Church in the Mire was a settler cottage and bunker, once inhabited by Georgia and her mother Madison. Georgia, a child enamored with playing rather than chores, often organized tea parties for her teddy bears, ignoring her tasks like berry picking. Her mother Madison, overwhelmed by the dangers lurking outside, insisted on Georgia retreating to their bunker frequently, fearing the worst each time her daughter was out of her sight. However, by 2103, the cottage had become just a memory, now a farm managed by a settler engineer. And the remnants of Georgia's life, a teddy bear tea party in the attic, and her diary pages hint at a childhood cut short by the harsh realities of their world. The cottage, now in ruins, stands with a bunker hidden beneath some farming machinery, storing Madison's journal and lootable containers. North of the homestead, players can find a playground surrounded by picket fences, where Georgia used to play, adding to the narrative of a child's simple desires for play amidst danger. An unimplemented quest would have deepened this story, allowing players to decide whether Georgia could enjoy the outdoors or should remain safe within the bunker. But it never happened. Once a pre-war military outpost, the South Mountain New Crater was an unmarked location in the Savage Divide located at the end of a small dirt road, starting near the military checkpoint at the southern side of Huntersville. With the Test Your Metal update, the former site of this location was repurposed for the Foundation outpost, where event Eviction Notice takes place. The South Mountain New Crater holds skeletal remains, a destroyed building, some crates, and the rusting remains of a vertibird that crashed after the bombs dropped. Near the crater itself is a small military camp with APCs and off-road vehicles parked around it. The site is highly radioactive and contains the ruins of what was once a large building, now completely obliterated. Deathclaws or megasloths may spawn in the vicinity of this location, so players beware. Players can also expect to find a disgruntled note on a cinder block on the southern end of the crater and a hazmat suit next to it, although when being candid with you, what I found were super mutants. The Spruce Knob Boat Rental once loaned boats and fishing supplies to visitors and tourists. The shop was owned by Salty Sam, a person with a surly attitude. In 2103, the building was occupied by Rocco after he was exiled from Foundation. Here, Rocco made a deal with Lev to give the raider group guns, ammo, and supplies stolen from Foundation in exchange for a detonator and ensuring the raiders wouldn't break into Vault 79. Spruce Knob Boat Rental has one floor and a basement, consisting of the rental shop and a personal residence. The entrance to the building leads to the store section, and the walls are lined with nautical oars, boats, and fishing equipment. The store counter is situated in the corner of the room, surrounded by old maintenance tools. Behind the counter is a small set of Dutch doors leading to the residential area. The residential area consists of a living room, a small bedroom, and a kitchen. The living room is largely empty and has a sizable hole in the wall leading into the bedroom. The bedroom contains a sleeping bag next to a lit lantern and a safe, and on a small wooden side table lies a note titled "To Meg and Crater Freaks." The kitchen has a staircase leading down into a flooded basement containing various tools and parts used in the maintenance of the rental equipment. If you ask me, this place could have done without the basement. Before the Great War, Summersville Lake was a reservoir created by the Summersville Dam on the river. In 2082, Raider David Thorpe destroyed the dam, letting the reservoir flood through the nearby city of Charleston in what would be called the Christmas Flood. Summersville Lake subsequently became a dry lake bed. Near the center of the former lake is New Gad, a post-war settlement constructed on the ruins of the town of Gad, which has been submerged by the reservoir. The lakeside cabins sit on the north shore, Overlook Cabin on the east shore, the Summersville docks on the west shore, and the destroyed Summersville Dam is to the south. Beside the wreckage of a sailed ship, a skeleton with a pistol has its feet encased in concrete, alluding to a mob-style murder that took place before the war, somewhat reminiscent of the dead bodies that are also found in current-day Lake Mead. Another skeleton with hands and feet bound, tied to cinder blocks, is found to the west. Fun fact, the Summersville Lake is an actual reservoir in West Virginia created in 1960 with the construction of the real-world Summersville Dam. The swallowed town and its sunken church just northeast of Haven Church as consumed by a freak sinkhole before the Great War. The site was condemned and largely abandoned, save for the occasional park ranger who'd come to make sure no urban explorers were trapped in the ruins, such as cryptid hunter Scott Conroy, who fell down the hole and broke his legs. Park ranger Kevin later fell into the sinkhole while he was checking for trapped persons, but remained uninjured. While both Kevin and Scott trapped with no way out, they survived for a time by subsisting off moss, the occasional bug for protein, and some muddy but relatively safe water. Scott's legs also healed, but due to the little wood available being too damp to construct a proper splint, his legs healed in malunion, leaving Scott immobilized, save for crawling with his arms. The Great War would come and pass, and both Kevin and Scott were still trapped in the tunnels of the sunken church. A raider from the Gormans by the name of Mickey also fell into the pit that trapped Kevin and Scott. Mickey, however, eventually killed Kevin by choking him in his sleep and forced Scott to eat his remains. Scott soon lost his mind and also killed Mickey and ate his body. Trapped in isolation and racked in guilt, he was transformed into a shrieking cannibal mutant by the radiation seeping into his lair. After the catastrophe at Vault 94, Strangler plants tore through the region, redefining its geography. They lifted the sunken church out of the ground enough to allow explorers to enter and exit. Sometime thereafter, the cult of the Mothman constructed a lesser altar at the buried pulpit. 27 years after the Great War, the thing formerly known as Scoot Conroy continues to haunt the area of the sunken church. Curious explorers who venture inside the dead-end tunnel may find themselves trapped by this ravenous husk. Entering the church through the bell tower allows for following the path to the sacrificial mound. Close by is a burial site where bank robbers have begun exhuming the coffins to bury a safe. The safe is locked with a key that can be found in Berkeley Springs. This location was adjusted for a new quest titled That Sinking Feeling, and thus came new loot such as the Day 1 note found on the ground at the start of the tunnel beneath the church building, the Day 82 note on the ground near some church windows in the sunken building, and a New Day note on an altar in the sunken building. But players beware, I do hear the Wendigo still lurks around the corner.
Did you ever drink too much Nuka Shine and end up in a place you weren't familiar with? If so, you may have woken up in a weird, tiny location fitting for a teddy bear. Hence, the teddy bear house, which is located atop a large flat rock beneath a power pylon. It is laid out like a typical living room, with 2 teddy bears watching a television from a couch, a nearby dresser with an empty bottle of Nuka Shine beneath it, and a metal bucket propping up a plunger. The house has a locked front door and freestanding door frame, and a mailbox out front. But despite all these amenities, it has no walls or a roof. At any rate, I would love to find a roaming teddy bear walking around the wasteland. That would make for a unique cryptid. The Brown House is a building and interior within the Rapidan camp in the Skyline Valley known as the President's Home away from home. First, a quick backstory. The Brown House was built during the administration of Herbert Hoover, the 21st President of the United States of America, to serve as his and his wife Lou Henry's summer retreat in the Shenandoah National Park. It was named for its color, being a brown wooden cabin in reference to the similarly named White House in Washington, D.C. In fact, there's even a plaque stating, "Welcome to the Brown House." It was the home of President Hoover and his wife Lou while they stayed at the Rapidan camp. The house gets its name from the color, like how presidents live at the White House. It was only fitting to name their summer home after the house color. When Hoover's term ended, he donated the camp to the executive wing of the government by use for future presidents, and as such was kept under guard by the US military. Over the years, a Mr. Handy Gumley was assigned to be its caretaker and groundskeeper, programmed to give out historical facts when prompted. It also continued to serve occasionally as a presidential retreat, although no presidents had visited the cabin for quite some time. According to Gumley, several cabinet undersecretaries were stationed at the Brown House on the day of the Great War, but he's not seen them in a long time. At some point before the war, a bunker complex was built underneath the Rapidan camp, with an entrance to the bunker in the basement of the Brown House. Access to this bunker was strictly overseen by the military, with a proper government ID needed for entry. However, as of 2105, the bunker entrance has been blocked, and remote access to the bunker is disabled. The Brown House is an instanced interior, meaning that some of the rarer items found inside it will always be available, such as gray and gold pocket watches and an undamaged American flag. The Brown House contains several inconsistencies related to the placement of objects and set dressings. The family portrait of the Singh family from the Free States is inexplicably found in 2 different locations, at the front entrance desk and upstairs in the president's office. A pen holder with a decorative plate reading Vault Dweller of the Year is found at both the front entrance desk and the president's desk, despite there being no apparent connection between the location and vault residence. 2 Army training graduation papers can be found in the upstairs side office to the west, despite being a quest-related item from Camp McClintock. The rug featuring the Great Seal of the President of the United States faces the president's desk. In the real world, the presidential seal is placed outwards towards the visitor, as a means of greeting them, since the president knows themselves.
The crater core, also known as the core, is the remains of the center of the crashed Valiant 1 space station, which appears in the Wastelanders update. Before crashing, the space station resembled a wheel. The hub and spokes of that wheel formed the upper level of the core. Meg Groberg can be found in the center hub, while Gale, Ra-Ra, Caleb Fisher, and Johnny Weston can be found wandering around the rooms in the spokes of the core. A central spire staircase leads down to a den of excavated rooms. Surge, Barb, Lev, and the Raider Punk can be found in this area, though not all are friendly. Lou will also return to this area after the quest Cheating Death is completed. Surge, Lev, and Fisher will leave once From Russia with Lev is started. Weasel and Mortimer will inhabit the area following the completion of Secrets Revealed, although Weasel will only appear if the Raiders version of the quest is completed, while Mortimer will appear regardless. The Raiders salvaged some kind of large projector or transmitter from the wreckage, which Caleb called the Space Beam and Munch called the Angel Piss Project. Interestingly enough, a number of details at this location seem to relate to the Cult of the Mothman. A partially buried art sculpture can be found here, wrapped in roots. No text or dialogue acknowledges it. Also interesting is the only taxidermied Mothman in the game is found in Meg's quarters. Meg has no obvious affiliation with the occult, however, the core is full of animal remains in general. Munch identifies some bones belonging to a whale, and this set of whale bones is displayed above the gold press machine in the style typical to a Mothman shrine. Outside, a set of whalebones is laid out atop Ari's workspace too. An owl shooting target can be found in the basement, identical to one seen in Point Pleasant. And the cult often incorporates pre-war owl knickknacks in their shrines. Creed, an NPC within the core, mentions that the cult of the Mothman sees the raiders' turf as their rightful holy land. However, there was no obvious indication of cult activity at the original version of the crashed space station. A small abandoned shrine ravaged by plant growth could be found to the south, but the site has since disappeared. If you decide to find your way to this unique location, you may end up coming across Lou's goodbye note, a lit cigar, and a lead at last, which is given by Oscar Gonzalez after starting the quest Hell's Eagles. The crater war room is located far behind Ari's shop at the crater within a disjointed, upside-down, broken section of the crashed space station in the Toxic Valley region of the map, and was first introduced in the Steel Dawn update. Upon entering the interior, there are two paths, one straight ahead and one to the left. The path to the left leads to a small room with a bed, 2 desks, and a weapons workbench alongside some assorted machinery and boxes. The path ahead leads to an excavated cavern and the actual war room, where Burke, Pierce, and Sheena are planning their raids. Albeit, they won't be the kindest to you if you try to talk to them. There is a table in the actual war room littered with beer bottles. A jukebox sits in the corner of the room, and a brewing station is set up along the left wall. An assortment of supplies, weapons, and containers are situated behind a gate, though this caged area is normally inaccessible. The gate itself has a map of Appalachia and a corkboard attached to it. At one point, it was possible to clip through the gate by running forward between the map and the corkboard, where all the items and containers behind the gate could be looted. Other loot, and perhaps the most notable, included Marcia's diary, which could be found within her backpack right behind Sheena. Thomas Farm, a pre-war property owned by Bill Thomas, is located in the Savage Divide region of Appalachia and is an interesting unmarked location that is sombering to say the least. Driven by desperation to save his dog Winston, diagnosed with large cell lymphoma, Thomas drew on his Vault-Tec University medical training to develop a cure. Using an aerosolizer to expose Winston to the treatment, Thomas unknowingly spread chemicals throughout the area, resulting in mutated albino-like deer roaming nearby. The farm features fields of taters, wild blackberries, and corn. And there are 2 main buildings, a barn filled with hay bales and barrels of glyphosate, and a mostly ruined farmhouse to the north. The barn has stairs leading to various junk items and lootable shelves. Outside, the aerosolizer stands as a reminder of Thomas's tragic experiment. Inside the farmhouse, clues for the unsolved Best of Intentions quest are scattered. A relocation note is posted on the doorframe, and a veterinary diagnosis sheet sits on a coffee table. In the kitchen, players can find the quest-related chemical testing kit. Nearby, Mr. Thomas's terminal and a chalkboard note attempts of 2 prior cures, with a 3rd glowing cure jar nearby. There's a small stash of sleeping bags and ammo boxes across the way as well.
We debated on adding this to the list, but if you head southeast of the Mountainside Bed and Breakfast, you'll find a long expanse tethered to both sides on a cliffside, secured with pieces of wood and a cinder block, otherwise known as a tightrope. Fair warning now if you're scared of heights. In front of the rope is staged with a camera, seating, and a vendor cart behind safety railings. One section of the railing has fallen, found below alongside a chair on a ledge. On the ground far below the rope is a skeleton, suggesting someone wasn't so careful when making this traverse. Which seems silly, since one can sprint across the rope without falling. Why don't you give it a try? The toxic pond in Wreckage is positioned southeast of Greninger Farm and southwest of Philippi Battlefield Cemetery. Here, a dilapidated house has partially sunk into a glowing green pond, which gives it an otherworldly feel, a vibe reinforced by the toy alien found in the house's bathtub. An open safe lies submerged where the house's floor used to be. Inside, you'll find a rare alien blaster alongside the rusted key, a crucial item for unlocking a shack atop Freddy Fear's House of Scares. This kicks off a scavenger hunt that ultimately leads to the TNT Dome No. 2 at Black Mountain Ordnance Works, where you can finally find ammo for your newly acquired alien blaster, which, by the way, doesn't pack as big as a punch as one would expect from an otherworldly weapon. Under the I-65 bridge, after a medical van crash on Route 65, a doctor and a patient took shelter here, leading to a grim attempt at an impromptu surgery. Evidence of the operation remains: a surgical saw, scalpel, and 2 test tubes suggesting the use of anesthetic. All of this lies alongside the skeletal remains of the doctor, the patient, and a severed left hand, all undisturbed since 2102. While Deathclaws stalk the upper bridge, the river below holds a trove of scattered chems, offering another glimpse into the desperation of the Fallout world. Valley's boutique can be found on the second floor of Valley Galleria. This stylish store once offered an impressive selection of fashion, including Dorna Gordon and Joan Cloy dresses, Quadriga cloth, Gilbray fabrics, and the popular quad ankle socks. It's just one of the stores in the Galleria that I wanted to show off. I won't do the rest, but you should definitely come check all of them out because there's a bunch of unique signs and stores in here. It's pretty nifty.
Van Lowe Taxidermy in Lewisburg is a unique mix of mystery and eerie charm. Inherited by Shelley Van Lowe and eventually sold to a company after her brother Calvin's mysterious disappearance. The taxidermy shop, spanning 3 floors and a basement, served as both store and home, while hiding a secret laboratory that Calvin used in pursuit of the elusive sheep squatch. In Van Lowe Taxidermy, each floor offers unique treasures, adding to the haunting backstory of Shelley and Calvin Van Lowe's family business. The first floor, which serves as a taxidermy store, is littered with clues and items. On the counter sits a noise complaint next to a terminal, hinting at the secrets within the building. In a display case, a strange bone is housed, unlocking a quest line if you haven't already started Lying Low. Nearby, a locked storage closet holds additional stock, accessible by either picking the lock or using the taxidermy storage key, conveniently found upstairs. Upstairs, on the second floor, you'll find a more personal touch. Shelley's life with Calvin holotape sits on a desk in her room, and 3 mounted cat heads rest above the desk, vital for a Pioneer Scout's badge. Meanwhile, the kitchen counter hides a cryptically titled "Where is it?" note, contributing more layers to the eerie tale. On the third floor, Calvin's room and study are filled with signs of his cryptid obsession. His desk hosts a Robco customer support note and a robot parts model, while a connection board is plastered with notes on cryptid sightings, such as unsolved missing girls and sightings at Thomas Farm. A dresser holds Dear Wolf, a personal note from Calvin, and his wastebasket contains empty milk bottles. In the basement, however, things get darker. Behind the washer and dryer is a secret entrance to Calvin's lab, revealed by pressing Laundry Day on a wall calendar. In the lab itself, a chemistry station and Tinker's workbench hosts assorted spare parts and schematics for a sheep squatch robot. Here, items like the assembly password and a Soltron circuit board await keen-eyed players. The lab also hides a safe behind a mounted wolf head, unlocked by placing the strange bone from the first floor in its mouth. Among other treasures, you'll find Calvin's behavior programming holotape on the terminal, adding the final piece to the puzzle of his fateful encounter with the Assaultron. Each piece of loot within Van Lowe Taxidermy pulls you deeper into an unsettling story, turning this location into more than just a place for scavenging. It's an unfolding story of obsession, loss, and survival, and perhaps may mark the best unmarked location on this list.
The Wild Wolf Homestead, our final stop on the list of unmarked locations. You'll find this spot in the Savage Divide along Route 93, right on the edge of the ash heap. It's tucked between the Hornwright Estate to the north and the Garahan Mining HQ to the west. The homestead itself has some interesting and spooky touches. There's a locked up gray house, a bright yellow garage, and a surprisingly intact greenhouse with mute fruit plants and a couple of pumpkins for grabs. The vibe here is rugged, complete with wood piles, logs, and a rusty picker-up truck with a wooden crate in the back. If you wander east, there's a random windmill, and to the south, another old semi-truck without its trailer. Nearby, you can scavenge junk items on a DIY table, and in the corner, there's a weathered bike. As a bonus, if you're doing the Mr. Messenger event, Wild Wolf Homestead might be on the destination. Just know you'll be walking into a battlefield. Scavengers and super mutants both hang out here, and they won't hesitate to clash.
Let's go back in time, or maybe forward in time, depending on what age you are watching this, where you woke up in a place not realizing just how crazy the prior night was. Maybe you went to a frat party and had a few too many Red's Hard Apple Ales and woke up on a front lawn. Maybe you snuck into an EDM festival with a plastic bottle filled with Fireball and woke up in a random hotel room. Or maybe you upped the ante and found your paths crossed with classic American moonshine and woke up at a friend of a friend's house. Whatever the scenario, it appears the developers at Bethesda Studios may have had similar experiences, if not more exaggerated, as they layered in a unique opportunity into the game and lore of Fallout when consuming the Nuka-Cola Moonshine crossover appropriately named Nuka Shine.
Now, before we get into all the fun, sometimes ordinarily inaccessible locations where players may find themselves waking up after consuming copious amounts of this post-nuclear cocktail, some of these locations may sound familiar. as some of them are also mentioned in our over 100 hidden and unmarked locations in Fallout 76 vid that we just released.
So what is Nuka-Shine? Nuka-Shine was created by Lewis of the Eta Psi fraternity at Vault-Tec University in November 2076. And we know this from Lewis's personal log found in the ground floor bedroom of the Eta Psi house, beside a Nuka-Cola shaped lamp. But before we play the tape, can we all agree that this dude was quite the Nuka enthusiast?
Personal log, timestamp 1120761344. I shall formulate a high-proof distilled spirit with Nuka-Cola. The perfect beverage. It just needs a name. Nuka-Hall? Nuka Mash? Nuka Brew? I'll get to that part later.
The Nuka-Shine spirit itself is incredibly potent, causes blackouts, severe hangovers, and is potentially lethal, as a fellow Pi Mu fraternity found out during their eviction party, and I really hope I said that fraternity correctly. With remnants of this drink's notoriety found in the final initiation holotape, with the pledge stating,
It's been hours, days. Who the hell knows? I'm trapped. But starving, thirsty. Since everyone drank that goddamn drink. This was our final initiation. Me and my, buddy Max over there. Locked in here for the party, and then and we were golden. You know, just one last test. They passed out red cups at the end. So to celebrate. Called it Nuka-Shine.
Lewis originally created Nuka-Shine so he could afford a warehouse for his Nuka-Cola collection, and trust me when I say, he has quite the collection. But his popularity meant that chapter president Judy Lowell and members of the wider Eta Psi fraternity became involved. Judy organized the creation of a speakeasy in the basement of Big Al's tattoo parlor, containing a lab and distillery in the back room. Speaking of which, if you have a sec, I'd recommend going there, as it may be one of the fancier locations in the game, resembling what I'd call a true speakeasy. It's also fun learning lore when navigating to this location, as you'll find out that Big Al himself had financial woes and didn't really care how the basement was being used at the time. He simply needed extra funds. So it was a mutualistic relationship between him and the collegiates. Back to Nuka-Shine. A sugar-free version of Nuka-Shine also exists, with the lack of sugar allowing the beverage to be consumed without any risk of blackouts. But who really enjoys sugar-free Nuka-Shine? It's worth quickly noting that this high-proof distilled liquor that fresh Nuka-Shine decreases the AP cost of sprinting by 80%, increases AP regeneration by 50%, and increases falling speed by 25% while inflicting 30 rads and causing the consumer to black out after the drink's duration. After blacking out, the consumer will find themselves in one of 36 random locations, while strength, endurance, and agility are reduced by 1 for 20 seconds. If only these same real-life hangovers only incurred that same 20-second reduction in stamina. Now that we understand the background of this liquid demon, let's delve into the 36 locations player may find themselves when guzzling Nuka-Shine, where an empty bottle will be found next to the player after blacking out. Have you ever been so drunk you heard a familiar tune in the distance, where a floating robot led the charge of a handful of rats in song and spirit? Perhaps gnomes and teddy bears alike sought refuge together with two, probably at one point drunk, skeletons in a trench surrounded by pre-war money. If that sounds all too familiar, that's because it can be found in Cranberry Bog just north of Superior Sunset Farm. A great place to wake up to if you drink too much shine, if you ask me. Right off Route 81 near the river, players can wake up to a familiar yet gruesome scene of a mutated dolphin whale creature next to a skeleton in blue on a beach boat. No, I'm not talking about the fact that this is the same environment piece from Fallout 4 in the Bay of Salem, where the exact same creature and skeleton can be found. But both environment sets pay respect to Jaws. At any rate, this wouldn't be my first choice for a location to wake up to, but it is a fun Easter egg. The third blackout location on our list is the Kemen Hoop Shack. South of Camp McClintock, this location features a small shack up against a rock wall, highlighted by a basketball hoop on its eastern side. A remnant of a past competition between David and Trevor, where David dominated with a 51-4 victory, leading us to guess how or why Trevor was so terrible. The shack itself, however, is quite basic, sporting a dark couch inside, and outside, a downhill wooden platform with 3 basketballs signifies a long-range shooting spot used in the contest. The site includes a chem station useful for crafting and other scattered junk items, including a rad bear and an empty bottle of, you guessed it, Nuka-Shine. On our 4th night of the Bender Charade, we find ourselves at the Fairway Treehouse, north of the Dolly Sods Lookout and south of Gulper Lagoon, in the treacherous mire. The treehouse itself serves as a makeshift refuge previously occupied by a trio of wasteland survivors named Larry Richardson, Seth, and another person who is illiterate. The tree it occupies is enveloped by strangler vine. Access to the treehouse is a long walkway leading to an initial platform with an ammo box where an empty Nuka-Shine awaits. West of Vault 96, you will find perhaps the best location on this list. Cue the music.
You're finally awake.
Behind the Red Rocket filling station, a gang of Apostyi lurk around the corner, surrounding your lair of slumber should you choose to partake in the Devil's Liquid or Nuka-Shine. The sludge trailer, along with the dirt bike track, is a place you really couldn't ask for more than what it has to offer. A cozy bed, a teddy bear, TV, and shelter from the irradiated sky producing plumes of pollution. The walk back home, however, wouldn't be the greatest. Game of Thrones is positioned just north of the Sunshine Meadows Industrial Farm. This site is not your typical post-apocalyptic setting, but rather a quirky Easter egg offering a snapshot of the bizarre and funny consequences of life in the wasteland. The Game of Thrones is of course referenced by the porcelain throne scene here. Perhaps these corpses got so shitty they died. It has been known to happen. Middle Mountain Lake sits in the Savage Divide just north of Middle Mountain Cabins. It's a spot where the memory blackout from chugging Nuka-Shine might hit you once again. This lake is serene, set on a plateau, but it tells a sad tale. 2 guys, one a fisherman and the other a ranger by their outfits, tried their luck here. They ended up drunk, looking for adventure, and tragically drowned. Their skeletons lie as a warning against mixing shine with boating. Nowadays, scavengers have pitched a tent across the lake, always with a bottle of Nuka-Shine inside, tempting fate or maybe just looking for a strong brew. Mountainside Cabin sits in the Savage Divide, near where the railroad tracks run between RNG Station and the White Spring Station, close to the Vantage. A fantastic location to have Nuka-Shine wipe your memory from the night or nights before. This cabin's in pretty good shape for being out in the wild. Inside you've got basic furnishings, a table with an empty Nuka-Shine bottle, chairs, a doorless fridge, a bed, stove, radio, and a bearskin rug. There's also some decayed art and a flag, and nearby there's an outhouse with a skeleton inside. And ah yes, another skeleton on another toilet. We couldn't expect anything less from our Bethesda team. North Mountain Oratory Camp is just north of North Mountain Lookout near Road 98. It's set up like a stage for speeches, complete with a podium, a US flag, and a skeleton of what looks like a speaker clutching a moonshine bottle and a 10mm pistol, hinting at a final toast to oblivion. Around him, more skeletons sprawl among chairs and spilled milk bottles. The scene suggests a grim tale. The speaker poisoned the milk with rat poison, handed it out, then took his own life. This just goes to show, don't always drink the Kool-Aid. Like many red rockets, the Flatwoods Red Rocket is decaying alongside its surroundings within the Flatwoods situated near the forest region of Appalachia. On the roof, the word HELP is spelled out using wooden planks. A small campsite is located here, as well as a skeleton of an unfortunate Nuka-Shine user. Come to think of it, Nuka-Shine seems to be becoming an epidemic at this point. The roof cannot be reached through normal means, but it is possible to wake up on top after drinking Nuka-Shine and blacking out. The skeleton raft is located in the Mire region of the map. The nearest location is Valley Galleria. A fragment of a wall or floor is unknown how it fell in the middle of the river near the valley. A skeleton lies on the raft, surrounded by a cleaver, a box, 2 empty bottles of moonshine, an overturned cross, and a fearful animal on the table just meters away from the nearest shore. A second skeleton dangles under the bottom of this makeshift raft, and at the bottom lies an empty bottle of Nuka-Shine, perhaps hinting that both unfortunate souls lost their lives to this yet again epidemic. Ever drink too much Nuka-Shine and end up in a place you weren't too familiar with? If so, you may have woken up in a weird, tiny location fitting for a teddy bear, hence the teddy bear house. This is located atop a large, flat rock beneath the power pylon and a hill northeast of Camp McClintock. It is laid out like a typical living room, with 2 teddy bears watching a television from a couch, a nearby dresser with an empty bottle of Nuka-Shine beneath it, and a metal bucket propping up a plunger. Apparently, even the teddy bears can't get enough of this stuff. North of the veiled Sundew Grove, in the Cranberry Bog region of the Appalachia, we find ourselves climbing stairs to enter a long-forgotten monorail car. Well, maybe not too long forgotten, since this deceased worker still has skin. But just down the way of this what used to be person is an empty bottle of shine and this intriguing teddy bear. Again, a teddy bear. Is the teddy bear the culprit of the situation? I'll keep this one simple. South of Vault 51, there is a volleyball area with a chalkboard showing 6-1 points kept on the board. Looks like a swell spot for college students to get schwasted at, as a Nuka-Shine bottle can be found near the beds of 2 trucks in the vicinity. Cool spot. Ever wake up to a stranger in a wife beater claiming he needed more Nuka-Shine because it hits hard? Maybe you just want to hit a few golf balls into the horizon. If so, the cliffs between West Virginia Lumber Co. and Vault 51 will feed your appetite, as a chill local scavenger seems more than happy to host you. Hell, he even has a spare cot next to his bedside to wake up to if you get too sloshed.
I need some more of that Nuka-Shine. Last time it hit me harder than a train.
The Sickleman is Here hideout is east of Vault 76 in a testy area. In fact, behold the super mutants that kept intruding on me when I was hunting for this Nuka-Shine location. Once those super mutants became a past tense, I attempted to unlock the vault here, but realized I had no bobby pins. Aside from the disappointment, this location is eerie, with words reading, "Sickleman is here," next to a couple skeletons on the floor, and a spoopy skeleton next to the text on the walls. My guess is the living here became skeletons due to the Nuka-Shine and not the Sickleman. Located between Pleasant Valley Cabins and North Cutthroat Camp, the Cliffside Picnic appears to be one of the last areas on the map where a family was likely to have shared a fun moment together before perishing. Corpses can be found with a camera in hand, taking the photo of the landscape, enjoying the view while residing on a cliff, eating from a blue pail, and whilst pouring from a pitcher, making this location reminiscent of a classic 50s flick. Oh, and the Nuka-Shine can be found in the picnic tables next to this lot, though I doubt it was the cause of deaths. The River Treehouse is located northwest of Valley Galleria, on the central shores of the river. This location's central feature is a large tree in the water that has been overtaken by strangler vines. A system of wooden walkways spiral up the tree, with several boats, crates, and skeletons entrapped in its vines. On the first table encountered while going up the walkway, players will find a potential recipe. It's also plausible one would find themselves waking up here after a night of consuming copious amounts of Nuka-Shine. The Barrel Burial is tucked away in the Savage Divide area, right next to Sugar Grove. Here you'll find a skeleton sprawled out on the ground, wearing what looks like a lab coat, and next to him there's a gas mask. It's also a reference to Breaking Bad when Walt buries a bunch of barrels full of money in the desert. But more importantly, for this video, it's a fun Easter egg to wake up to since Nuka-Shine can be seen in the truck bed. One thing's for sure, Heisenberg and Jesse know how to party. Yeah, bitch! The guarded camp is found not too far from the Breaking Bad Easter egg. Here, players will find what looks to be a last stand of some sort where 2 deceased elect ladies can be found strewn across the campsite next to ammo and barricades. There's also a car with a corpse on the hood attempting to cross into the camp's spike strips. If there ever was a time to drink Nuka-Shine, a final stand would be a worthy rationale. Next to the Moth Home, or north of Cranberry Bog, you may awake to roaches feasting on the corpses of what appears to be a potential coven, denoted by the skull floating above 4 skeletons. Was this an intentional sacrifice between these 4 friends, or was Nuka-Shine the culprit? You decide. The tightrope is perched upon the cliffs overlooking the mountainside bed and breakfast. Rumors have it there is an unfortunate soul at the bottom of the cliff from attempting a jaunt across this thread, and perhaps Nuka-Shine gave them too much liquid courage. But we're not an ordinary soul, so let's see how we fare. Fuck yeah. Oh, and this place is also an unmarked location in case you were wondering. The Trappers Camp. What more is there to say except for the fact that they trap, well, everything. Even the things that don't need to be trapped, from bowling pins to birdhouses to humans and human heads. Rumor has it, Nuka-Shine makes for an easy shit, which is why, if you're daring and bold, you too can test this theory at your own risk. And they even have 2-ply burnt trade magazines to use. This place is pure class. Ah yes, Johnson's Ace. Perhaps the most bullshit place you could wake up after a night of hard drinking. Not sure how you'd even find your way here alive, waking up incoherent considering you literally have to fight through a mob of occultists, head up multiple wooden stairs near cliffs, and assume you wouldn't cozy up to a few lovely poor souls pierced on planks with dynamite attached to them. Did I mention this place was bullshit? Aside from the scarecrow to help keep crows away from pecking out a dead man's innards, and aside from the view, I wouldn't recommend coming here. The cliffside overlook is just that. It's a cliff just north of the White Spring Golf Club. When stumbling upon this sad sap, you'll find countless bottles of beer, whiskey, and of course Nuka-Shine to top it off. This gentleman perhaps lived out his last days watching a nuke go off into the horizon. And if the nuke didn't kill him, the mutated pups would. Nonetheless, we can conclude that the skeleton here was a drunkard until the end. The Charleston Overlook is a shack atop the hill in the Appalachia. The theme of a beer bottle next to a skeleton in his or her last days remains constant in 76, and this overlook is no exception. Inside the rundown shack, one will also find an empty Nuka-Shine lying around. This place isn't as dreary as half the lot on this list because we actually see an NPC, or rather a settler colonist, maintaining this shack and doing some renovations. Not the worst place to wake up to, and not the best place to wake up to. West of Hemlock Holes is a makeshift concert, and here you can stumble across radiated fauna and a couple of raider psychos. If the psychos didn't drive you insane, then attempting to sit in this green chair for a cool shot would. And if that didn't drive you insane, then attempting a second time and having the server almost crash on you again would drive you insane. Alas, I gave up on this chair and found my front row seat to be a better point of view anyways. Oh, and yes, a Nuka-Shine bottle can be found front and almost center on the stage of this cool venue. The Becker Farm windmill can be found north of a location titled, you guessed it, Becker Farm. Players can expect to find a psycho raider procuring the area along with a decent view on the elevated level of the windmill itself, alongside a workbench. Although, we're here to cover where the Nuka-Shine is located, which of course is on this nightstand type of thing, it's more fun to find a floating paintbrush levitating next to our shine. For all our viewers who have played Elder Scrolls Oblivion, what do you think? Is this coincidence, or perhaps a tribute to the classic game? The abandoned pool is a fun place to explore because of the nonsense and shenanigans you'll find when waking up to this location. Aside from the feral ghouls, you can find an officer motorboating the skeleton, which always makes me chuckle. Kidding, he clearly had his baton out and was in the middle of a subtle fight. Inside the bathrooms, you can also find this little guy hanging out and causing mischief. If you mosey on over to the pool, you will find our personal quest item for this video, our melodious Nuka-Shine. The Teddy Fear murder scene north of Automaker Cabin would spook even the most veteran of vault dwellers when waking up here. The bottle can be found near the lip of the rock adjacent to where the murder took place. After putting in the hours to film this video, I am convinced now more than ever that there is a Teddy Fear conspiracy. Him and his goons are always up to no good. What do you think? Should we make a video on it? West of the Sunny Top Station, the Cliffside Hangout is where all the cool kids hang out, obviously. It's weird that there is a fresh hot dog cooking next to two freshly deceased bodies, and that there's also a fresh ciggy in a skeleton's mouth, suggesting that perhaps this cool kid hangout had a sense of humor by placing the cigarette there in the first place. Multiple motorbikes can be found here next to ramps, and of course we can't forget about the epic view. Great place to wake up to after a Nuka hangover. Not much can be said about the Billboard Nuka-Shine location north of the abandoned mine site called Kittery, except for jobs today or blood tomorrow. I think we know what option the world ended up choosing. A bit of a dreary location where a skeleton can be found next to an old lunch tray, and let's not forget about the shooting robots. Lots and lots of shooting robots. The Explosive Shrine is another fascinating unmarked location on this list. Situated on the eastern edge of Savage Divide, north of the National Isolated Radio Array, the shrine is positioned near a cliff where you just might find yourself waking up to. The layout of the Explosive Shrine is both simple and symbolically charged. At its center is a makeshift effigy, constructed from sticks and adorned with a carved pumpkin that holds a detonator box, suggesting either ritualistic approach or perhaps a warning against the dangers of explosives. This effigy is encircled by orange crates, each with an assortment of explosive ordnance like mines and grenades, and when looking at the effigy, on the right hand side near a tree, one will find an empty bottle of our alcoholic beverage of choice. The Trench office is located underneath Route 65 within the Cranberry Bog region of the map. This is the most sophisticated place one would wake up to after a night of studying and going hard on the Nuka. When waking up here, I would advise caution as the neighbors that roam the street upstairs aren't always the friendliest. We saved the worst for last. Why? Because I used a data mine map to find these Nuka Shine locations, and amidst my journey, I noticed a Nuka Shine location where there was no Nuka Shine, at least that I could find. Not even Google nor Reddit mentioned anything about Nuka Shine here. This location honeydicked me, but maybe you'll have better luck, or have already had better luck. I didn't want to drink Nuka Shine 36 times to test this theory, but allegedly, this too is a location a player will wake up to. It's always fun to see developers have fun with unique experiences such as the Nuka Shine blackouts, while players have also found fun ways to expand on this fun through events such as Nuka'd and Afraid, where participants created new characters and drank Nuka Shine outside Vault 76, then had to run all the way back to the vault, with the first person back winning a prize.
Stashed away in the Mojave Wasteland, just a stone's throw west of the Monte Carlo Suites, lies an abandoned home that's the perfect fixer-upper for any courier looking for a quiet place to rest, at least until you step outside. This unmarked spot offers the simple luxury of a usable bed, but beware, checking the mail might just blow up in your face. And a surprise visit from 3 fiends is pretty much guaranteed. The more interesting part of this location is that its cell name in the game files gives an interesting nod to Frank Lloyd Wright's Usonian homes. It's truly insane to me that the developers of Obsidian are putting Easter eggs not only in the game, but also in the game files. These people are really next level. Just northwest of the Yanks Memorial lies the abandoned shack, or as the sign suggests, the Hornet's Nest 588. Built from the remains of an airplane fuselage, this unmarked location offers the discerning courier a cozy hideaway complete with a usable bed, a reloading bench, and a sink and a toilet that come with complimentary radiation. Inside, you'll find random loot strewn about and an overturned table adding to the decor, and also a warm fire crackling in an empty barrel. Don't forget to grab the doggy treat by the fire, perfect for any of your canine companions. Bonus perk, the containers here won't eat your stash, making it an ideal place to set up camp and keep your treasures safe from the wasteland wanderers. Located just east of the Allied Technologies offices, the abandoned warehouse is the perfect spot for wasteland adventurers who love a good game of hide and seek with ridiculously large loot. This unmarked location features a single room setup. Half is an open space filled with file cabinets and desks, while the other half is a maze of metal containers stacked sky high. Take the stairs to a catwalk that leads nowhere, but at least you'll get a bird's eye view of the chaos below. This warehouse plays a key role in the Birds of a Feather quest, where you'll find it prepped and stocked with Brahmin, troopers, and unconscious Legion soldiers who might just wake up if you're not careful. Once you get in, you can take a strange look at the oversized junk. A giant coffee mug, supersized Nuka-Cola bottles, and tin cans that look like they're straight out of a cartoon. These are comically large items that are tucked away in a mini maze of shipping containers. So if you didn't know these existed, then it just means more junk for your collection at the Lucky 38. Also, if any of the items are stuck, then just shoot them to get unstuck and you can collect them. We're now out of the abandoned portion, as I like to call it. But honestly, these places are pretty interesting right out of the gate. That's not always the case with a lot of these videos. It truly goes to show just how much love Obsidian put into this game, even for the places that they didn't give a name. Before the bombs dropped, Acme Realty was the go-to real estate agency for anyone looking to snag a piece of the American dream. Fast forward to the post-apocalypse and you'll find 2 of their offices still standing in the Mojave Wasteland. One office is located near the old Mormon fort in Freeside and the other next to Westside's south entrance. But don't bother trying to schedule a viewing because the interior of these locations is inaccessible. It's too bad. They'd probably have a nice deal going for the abandoned shack. That place is really nice. B&K Cleaners was a bustling chain of cleaning businesses before the Great War left the world in ruins. You can find 3 of their unmarked locations scattered throughout the Mojave Wasteland. One is prominently positioned at the corner of the main street in Freeside, close to the Atomic Wrangler Casino, while the other 2 are located in Westside. Despite their prominent locations, all 3 B&K Cleaner buildings remain inaccessible, locked away as remnants of a time when clean clothes were more than a distant memory. Business must have been booming with these 3 locations located so close to each other. To find Bootjack Cavern, head east from the wrecked highwayman toward the Lucky Jim mine. Then follow the cliff north until you reach the west-facing entrance. Inside, the cavern is a small cave divided into 3 sections, inhabited by fire geckos. It's probably hot as hell in there. You'll discover a pile of fire gecko eggs at the southern end of the cave system, which is useful for the Bleed Me Dry quest. The cave also features a sulfur and potassium deposit similar to the one found in Vault 19 sulfur caves, though this version is smaller and non-interactive. Also, keep an eye out for 2 dead prospectors whose loot may include unique weapons, ammo, and rare apparel like the slave scarf. This is another building with a sign, and that's pretty much its significance. But what makes these places interesting is the fact that you've probably never paid attention to these locations. You just walk by and never really read what the sign says. It feels immersive and real, and that's why these places are fun to explore. You'll find Buck's Steakhouse situated along the main road through Freeside. It lies slightly west-southwest of the King's School of Impersonation. The sign also includes a Sunday buffet. Wonder if it was any good. This pre-war residential spot is located between Camp Searchlight and the Searchlight Airport along the camp's southern border. The trailer park is filled with numerous trailers and campers that you can explore. Just be cautious of the high radiation levels, particularly around the radioactive barrels, where radiation can reach up to 8 rads per second. The area is also inhabited by several golden geckos and feral trooper ghouls, which can be tough to take down. The loot here is but it's still a cool place to check out if you've never seen it before. Travel to the edge of Lake Mead in Calville Bay, and you'll find the old boat storage warehouse. If you've never come across it, I don't blame you. It's a living hell. Outside the rental store, you'll encounter up to 7 cazadors and their nests, with lake lurks lurking nearby on the shores. The store's weathered sign advertises Captain Dean boats and bait rentals, worms, ice cream. Inside, be prepared to face up to 5 giant rats as you explore because apparently outside wasn't enough of a challenge. The interior features a bookshelf in the center, 2 counters on the right and back walls, and 4 shelving units on the left filled with various items. Behind the far counter, there's an average lock safe, while the right-hand wall sports a bulletin board with key hooks under a boat rental sign. The keys are non-interactive though. You'll also find 2 Sunset Sarsaparilla Star bottle caps, one in the middle display box at the front counter and another by the cash register.
In the Mojave Wasteland, north of the Crimson Caravan Company and near a string of power line towers, lies Carlisle St. Clair's house, a hidden refuge. This unmarked location serves as the retreat of Carlisle St. Clair III, a man on the run with a shadowy past.
Oh, this is getting good.
On October 22, 81, Carlisle was targeted by Mortimer's faction, the White Glove Society. Their twisted plan was to use Carlisle as the centerpiece of a grotesque meal, a bid to resurrect their infamous old ways of cannibalism. Realizing the danger, Carlisle managed to escape and flee New Vegas, recognizing the faces of his would-be captors. Now, he lives in constant fear, holed up in an abandoned shack and always wary of anyone approaching.
The house itself is a modest 1-room structure located off a road running from Horowitz Farmstead to Rowell's shack. Outside, a dumpster holds random loot for scavengers. Inside, the sparse furnishings include a double-sized bed, a refrigerator stocked with alcoholic beverages, and a shelf. Carlisle himself can be often found sitting outside, and he's not normal. If you talk to him, he might just start blasting. It's probably the trauma. I would bet a lot of people have never seen this place or heard of Carlisle before, because who the F sides with the cannibals ever? Also, Mortimer sends you here to deal with Carlisle, and he says watch out for all the traps or something like that. I haven't seen a singular trap here.
Mysterious? I think so.
North of Good Springs and southeast of a ruined tribal village lies a solemn marker known as Chance's Grave. This unmarked location is special, and it holds some interesting New Vegas lore and is featured in the graphic novel All Roads. which is a Fallout comic written by Chris Avellone. Chance was a member of the Great Khans, caught in a tragic turn of fate. While traveling with Benny and a group of Khans to ambush a courier, they encountered a tribal village under siege by fiends. The raiders' flames triggered Chance's traumatic memories of the Bitter Springs massacre. Driven by his past, Chance joined the fray, attacking the fiends with fierce determination. In the chaos, he confronted the raider leader, but was grievously burned by a flamer. The wounds from the fire were severe, and Benny, ever the schemer, saw an opportunity to rid himself of Chance. He orchestrated Chance's demise with a dose of Spike's Psycho, leaving the Great Khan to be buried in the wasteland. Jessup and McMurphy, fellow Khans, laid him to rest near the village, honoring him in death. To find Chance's final resting place, follow a dirt path up into the rocky alcove. The grave is marked by a lone raven that might flutter away as you approach. This place is really an amazing touch of immersion that you guys should check out. Of course, after reading the book. You know the deal on these ones. The remnants of Cherry Liquor can be found in Freeside, with one location near the main road leading to the Strip and the other beside the Atomic Wrangler Casino. Of course, they're inaccessible just like the others, just more immersive flavor buildings. In the Mojave Wasteland, remnants of a pre-war disaster lie buried beneath the sands. A crashed cargo plane, situated southwest of the Nifton Road pit stop. The crash site reveals only parts of the ill-fated aircraft, the left wing and the tail fin just out of the desert sand. Among the wreckage, you can find an ammunition box which can be found tucked under the back wing. I wonder if the plane crashed during the bombs, or after, or maybe even before. There are no clues here to tell us, but it's a cool place to check out. This place is wild. Seriously. Nestled on the east bank of the Colorado River, the Deathclaw Promontory is a scenic overlook with a twist. Its view is as perilous as it is breathtaking. This unmarked location, perched just east of the Lucky Jim mine and a cliffside prospector camp, is a Deathclaw hotspot. And I don't mean that lightly. You think the Quarry Junction is bad, then you have no idea. You'll find 36 Deathclaws in this location alone. Navigating the promontory is a challenge in itself, with a maze of hills and the ever-present threat of a united Deathclaw pack. These creatures, from alpha males to baby Deathclaws, are more organized than their Quarry Junction counterparts. Trigger them in any way, any of them, and they will all come calling. For those brave, or foolish enough, to explore, notable finds include the Remnant's power armor, minus the helmet, the T-51B power armor, and a variety of Deathclaw eggs. You can also score a multi-plas rifle and a tri-beam laser rifle from the corpses of the fallen prospectors. And if you're feeling lucky, there is a helmet for the Remnant's power armor hidden in Silver Peak Mine. As a bonus, the area is dotted with Brock flower plants and Xander roots, perfect for those looking to harvest some rare ingredients amidst the chaos. But don't think it's over after you kill the main pack, because more will come crawling in after the fact. This place is madness. Just north of the ominously named Devil's Throat, you'll find the Devil's Throat Cavern. As you approach, you'll find a campfire surrounded by up to 4 heavily armed super mutant masters. These brutes come equipped with an array of weapons, from missile launchers to miniguns, and might even have a few grenades or nail boards at their disposal. Maybe I should call this segment of the video Survival Players Don't F*** Around. If you're playing with the Wild Wasteland trait enabled, the area becomes even more intriguing and explosive. Look to the northwest of the cave, where an undetonated nuclear bomb known as the One awaits. The actual cavern isn't that interesting, but it is based on the real-world location of the Devil's Throat sinkhole at the Gold Butte? But? I don't know, you decide. A national monument in Clark County, Nevada. The El Diablo roller coaster stands as a rusty relic of Prim's pre-war charm, once the star attraction of the Bison Steve Hotel and Casino. This coaster was a highlight for travelers on the Interstate 15. Now it's just a crumbling monument with only a single roller coaster left on the ground. Following the NCRCF prison break, some escaped convicts have made the derelict tracks their battleground, shooting at anyone who dares to venture near. If you're feeling adventurous, you can climb on the highest point of the coaster, either by following the tracks from behind the hotel or using a door on the hotel's second floor. Just don't expect much more than a view. There's no loot or interaction to be had. You can also find a framed pre-war newspaper in the nearby Vicky and Vance Casino, which tells a grim tale of a resident who ended up splattered on the roller coaster tracks. And if you're curious, the El Diablo is inspired by the real-life Desperado roller coaster at the Buffalo Bills Resort and Casino in Prim, Nevada. This is just another building with a unique sign, and you can find one near Miguel's Pawn Shop. The fabulous New Vegas sign is located just north of Camp McCarran, near the southern edge of the Strip. This iconic landmark does have a flashy history. The sign's appearance in the game's cinematic intro features an inaccessible platform behind it, where an NCR veteran ranger takes aim at a fiend by the El Rey Motel. Despite this looking badass, you can't actually access this platform or see NPCs using it. I tried. The sign's design is a twist on the real-world "Welcome to the Fabulous Las Vegas" sign, with "new" covering the loss and the E in the "new" cleverly swapped with a reversed 3. Also, a smiley face adds a nice little touch to the O in "welcome." The cool part about the sign is that it's not just in New Vegas. It also makes appearances in Fallout 4's Pip-Boy minigame Atomic Command, and spoiler alert, I'll wait 2 seconds, the end credits of the Fallout TV series. Just southeast of the Horowitz farmstead and just north of Westside, the Fiend House stands as a modest one-level hideaway in the Mojave Wasteland. This unmarked location is a treasure trove of chems, ammunition, and assorted goodies. Inside, you'll find a bed for when you need a nap. Just watch out for the fiends. Typically, one lurks indoors while another patrols the exterior. Outside the house is surrounded by a patch of maize that can be foraged. Isn't it nice that these drug-addled fiends planted some nice flowers outside of their crack house? I think so. Once a bustling major roadway in pre-war Nevada, Fremont Street now meanders through Freeside, the gritty makeshift neighborhood outside the Strip's impenetrable gates. The street runs along the old commercial district's edge, now a patchwork of dilapidated buildings and a hotbed of tension between NCR travelers and local squatters. In the world of Fallout, Fremont Street hosts a gritty backdrop where you might hear local rumors or find the Silver Rush, run by the Van Graffs. Though the game does hint at its real-world counterpart's history with an unused street sign in the files. Located west of the Gibson scrap yard, the shack was once a covert hub for Father Elijah to exchange top-secret tech tidbits with his trusted associates, including Veronica, before the Brotherhood of Steel's fall from grace. Today, the shack stands empty. Inside, you'll find a clutter of bottles, including an assortment of alcohol and chems scattered around. The decor is unsettling, featuring a skeleton sprawled on the bed, a butter knife jabbed into a broken TV, and a bloody lawnmower blade on the floor. There's also a finger impaled on a machete stuck in the wall, hinting at some dark history that remains a mystery. Though it's named for Old Lady Gibson, she never actually uses this place. It seems to have fallen into disrepair. I did read an interesting tidbit about this location though. Apparently Alice Hostedler has a set of dialogue lines and movement packages directing her towards Gibson's shack. If convinced to fulfill her own dreams and leave her parents during someone to watch over me, she would eventually make her way towards Novak in search of a home, and would then finally choose to settle down inside of this shack. Something appeared to bug out her movement and it was never fixed, so now this will never actually happen in the game. The Great Khan Armory is a hidden gem buried in the basement of a crumbling house northeast of Spring Mountain Ranch State Park. You can access it through the weathered yellow cellar door, and you'll find yourself in the heart of a Great Khan armament. It's guarded by a Great Khan and managed by the Armorer. His armory is pretty amazing for those with a solid reputation among the Khans. But if you don't have a good reputation with the Khans, then all you need to do is unlock a hard lock to access the stash of weapons and equipment. There's also a workbench and a reloading bench on hand for your crafting needs. I didn't know this place actually existed until I did this video. I've been playing the game since release. It's actually crazy how much content can be missed. I love it. Speaking of the Great Khans, did you know that they have 3 secret supply caves? Okay, you may have because they are connected to a couple side quests. But the Great Khan supply caves are scattered around Bitter Springs, and they do have some interesting loot. Located at the north edge of Bitter Springs, the irradiated supply cave is home to giant ants and a cache of radioactive supplies hidden behind a broken fence. Just keep an eye out for the irradiated environment. North of Bitter Springs, the Night Stalker Den supply cave is a nightmarish den of bloodthirsty Night Stalkers. The supply cache, protected by an easy lock, is located behind a gate in a small passageway. To the northwest of Bitter Springs is Oscar Velasco's supply cave. This cave is where you'll find Oscar Velasco. It contains a Great Khan supply cache and some minor loot with access guarded by an easy lock. You have to navigate carefully up the mountain path to reach it. I obviously don't think they ever intended to come back for these supply caches, but I guess you never know. It just seemed insane to come back here, down on your luck, looking for extra supplies to survive, and then you're greeted by a den of Night Stalkers. I'm sure that would be fun.
Griffith Peak. This is a mountain. Near Jacobstown, of course. I included it because I think that it's awesome that Griffith Peak in the game is located in the same geographical area as the real-world Griffith Peak, southeast of Mount Charleston, Nevada. The Gypsum Quarry Office. From the outside, it's just another dilapidated building in the gypsum train yard, blending in with the wasteland's aesthetic of everything's been through a blender. But step inside and it's like you gate crashed an ant convention. The office is a mess, not just from the fallout, but from its current residents, giant ants. They've taken over, with overthrown tables that now serve as ant real estate, littered with their egg clutches. You'll find a giant ant mound in the middle of the place. There is some interesting loot to be found here though. A sunset sarsaparilla star bottle cap to be precise. It's like finding a diamond in a compost heap, sitting pretty on a desk in the back room. Oh, and fair warning. If you alerted the death claws outside before coming in and didn't notice, you'll probably be in for a good jump scare as they can enter the building for some unknown reason. Hell's Motel is located on the western edge of the Mesquite Mountains crater, southwest of Prim. This dilapidated two-story shack was once the residence of Dr. Rotson, a ghoul who embraced the irradiated environment by setting up home there. The area around the motel, including an irradiated lake and the porch where glowing fungus is cultivated, is highly radioactive. But curiously, the motel's interior remains radiation-free. Upon entering, visitors are greeted by the unsettling scene of Dr. Rotson's corpse, in a pool of blood and a malfunctioning Mr. Handy robot. The first floor features a kitchen with a refrigerator stocked with irradiated food, a still for moonshine, and a dining area where a rare sunset sarsaparilla star bottle cap can be found. Upstairs, the living quarters include Dr. Rotson's lab and bedroom. Key items within the motel include a skill book near the entrance, various irradiated consumables, a pre-war hat, harmonica, and a weapon repair kit, making it a spot worth exploring for loot. However, the oven is purely decorative, and the crazed Mr. Handy can be disabled for those that are not interested in combat. Definitely a strange location. Also, I just wanted to add that if you resurrect Dr. Rotson using console commands, he has a full-ass routine. Cooking, eating, sleeping, and he will even trade you. Why would they include all this for an NPC that is supposed to always be dead? Really weird. I'm sure you see the title and are thinking to yourself that sure, that sounds like a great place to go exploring. If that actually is the case, you'll find it situated between Brewer's Beer Bootlegging and Ranger Station Foxtrot. It's exactly what it sounds like. A massive nest full of cazadors. And your prize for adventuring here and killing all of these monstrosities? A Mark II reinforced combat armor found in a duffel bag. Is the juice worth the squeeze? You tell me. The Hostetler home is set in the relatively safer East Vegas area, serving as the dwelling for Don Hostetler, his wife Becky, and their daughter Alice. This home is notable for its connection to the Crimson Caravan, where Don works, often returning home with a mysterious full pouch which intrigues local onlookers. Positioned east of the Gunrunner's kiosk and south of the New Vegas Medical Clinic, the Hostetler home is a modest setup with a living room, a small bathroom, a bedroom to the north, and a kitchen. Inside, you'll find one sunset sarsaparilla star bottle cap on a small table between couches in the living room. There's also an odd, oversized white plate that if you pick up and drop twice, will revert to normal size. The home's primary defender is Becky Hostetler, who takes on this role when her husband is not around. Their daughter Alice expresses that her mother's focus is predominantly on the house's defense. Interestingly, despite being a home for 3, it only has one queen-sized bed, indicating either a lack of sleeping arrangements for Alice or a gameplay oversight where Alice doesn't sleep. The Hostetler home is involved in quests like Abba Dabba Honeymoon and Someone to Watch Over Me, which might involve players interacting with the family or their property in various capacities. Usually we try not to include most unmarked locations that are connected to main quests because it doesn't really feel like it's an unmarked location, even though it's not marked on the map. But this one feels enough out of the way that we think it's still noteworthy.
Isaac's house is specifically just east of the Gunrunner's kiosk, located right past an overpass. As the name suggests, the house belongs to Isaac, who serves as the supply manager for the Gunrunners, a prominent faction in the game known for their weapons trading. On entering, you'll find a standard living room suggesting a simple but functional living space. To the immediate right of the entrance, there's a bedroom with an unowned bed, implying that anyone can use it for sleeping without repercussions. The house includes a kitchen equipped with a refrigerator, likely containing minor loot that can be useful for scavenging. The house can be easily identified by a shopping cart positioned in the front of its entrance, setting it apart from neighboring structures. Isaac's role as a supply manager hints at potential insights or interactions related to the Gunrunner's operations, possibly influencing players' strategies or quests involving this faction. While Isaac's house might not be a focal point for major quests or events, it offers a glimpse into the personal life of an NPC with a significant role that you might have missed. It's really interesting that Obsidian added homes for random NPCs like this. I'm always blown away by their attention to detail. Homes for NPCs, crops for large organizations to feed them, water sources, all mundane real-world stuff that immerses you so much more. The Jackal Shack is an unmarked locale located to the south of the Northern Passage, leading to the Honest Hearts DLC. This spot is characterized by its makeshift construction, featuring a scrap metal shack that barely stands as a shelter. Inside, you'll find rudimentary comforts like beds, various chems, and a selection of consumables, including bottles of vodka. The aroma of Brahmin steak cooking over a campfire adds a touch of post-apocalyptic hospitality to this otherwise barren setup. Adjacent to the shack, there's a boarded-up house surrounded by harvestable plants, suggesting an attempt at self-sufficiency by its inhabitants. Typically, you'll encounter 2 members of the Jackal's gang here, wielding lead pipes as their weapons of choice. These Jackals respawn every 3 in-game days. Other than that, not much else can be found here. Okay, let's run through all the unmarked locations that are buildings with unique signs real quick. We'll do a fun little montage. You know I love those, and I think you guys do too. Lake Lurk Cove is nestled on the eastern bank of the Colorado River, directly across from the Blue Paradise Vacation Rentals. This site is primarily characterized by its aquatic environment, where 2 narrow strips of land lead into a cave, creating an ideal habitat for the creatures known as lake lurks. These amphibious beasts make the cove a perilous place for the unprepared. Within the cave, you can discover remnants of past visitors or unfortunate souls. 2 duffel bags contain scattered loot, including a piece of reinforced combat armor, alongside the remains of a deceased mercenary and some skeletons. Wrong time, wrong place situation, I would guess. The Le Canard Apartments are an unmarked pre-war residential complex located near Westside, adjacent to the Thorn. The area is characterized by a sense of community and fortification, with several local residents milling about makeshift barricades and sniper towers for protection. The complex's courtyard has been repurposed into a garden, enclosed by a small fence, symbolizing attempts at self-sufficiency and order. However, these plants are decorative and not harvestable by the courier. The building itself is in disrepair, boarded up like many structures in the wasteland, with the interior inaccessible despite being able to explore some of the exterior walkways. The name Le Canard, meaning the duck in French, might playfully refer to this, a French satirical newspaper. I hope you didn't think I'd even try to pronounce that.
Little Rock Camp is a subtle, unmarked location found a short trek south-southeast of the Smith Mesa Prospector Camp. This site is minimalistic, featuring an unlit campfire surrounded by remnants of the old world, like a rusted-out Corvega Atomic V8, alongside a wooden plank and unusually large plants, including a Nevada agave and a banana yucca. What makes this location stand out, despite its lack of traditional markers, is its unique auditory environment. Upon entering the vicinity of Little Rock Camp, the game's ambient music shifts, introducing tracks like Dreamtown, Explore Tour 4, or the Red Rock Canyon theme. This musical change creates an atmospheric experience, with the music looping or transitioning to Dreamtown or Metallic Monks, as long as the player remains in the area. Explore Tour 4 comes from Fallout 3, so it's weird you can hear it in New Vegas. There must be some musical time warp here, or more likely a location where a dev was testing ambient tracks and left some in the files. The mercenary camp is positioned to the north of the Horowitz farmstead. It features a simple setup with 3 benches surrounding a campfire. Typically, this camp is occupied by at least 5 hostile mercenaries who will engage any player character they detect, making the approach potentially dangerous. However, for players with the Wild Wasteland trait active, the nature of the camp transforms dramatically. It becomes a Zayden alien landing site, complete with a damaged alien recon craft hovering near a cliffside. Here, instead of mercenaries, you'll encounter hostile Zayden aliens, including a captain leading to a sci-fi themed encounter rather than the usual post-apocalyptic skirmish. The loot at this location varies depending on whether the Wild Wasteland trait is active. Without the trait, players might find a unique Gauss rifle variant, the YCS-186, along with the reinforced combat armor. With the trait, the alien captain carries an alien blaster, offering a different set of rewards tailored to the alien encounter theme. Also, the ship is a direct model from Fallout 3. Is it really an unmarked location video if we don't talk about aliens? The Mesquite Mountains Lean-To is located west-southwest of the California Sunset Drive-In and directly east of the Mesquite Mountains crater. From afar, it's recognizable by an antenna jutting out from a sheet metal lean-to perched on a small cliff edge. This rudimentary shelter houses a motorcycle, but be careful. It's surrounded by a dangerous setup, a booby-trapped frag mine hidden under a road cone, posing a lethal welcome to unwary scavengers. Beneath this precarious setup, there's a mattress hinting at someone's temporary abode, and a half-buried box offering potential loot. Among the notable finds here is a Sunset Sarsaparilla star bottle cap within a crate and a hockey mask beside the booby-trapped cone. However, accessing these items comes with a risk, not only from the mine, but also from random coyotes that might trigger it, complicating loot retrieval. The explosion from the mine could send the hockey mask flying, making it challenging to recover, and the blast can cause significant damage and radiation contamination to anyone nearby. The Mojave House in the northern Mojave Wasteland was once utilized for moonshining with fermented maize. Now it lies abandoned. Its exterior, resembling many boarded-up adobe structures in the game, is located north of the Mole Rat Ranch and west of Filled Shack, accessible through average locks that, if picked, result in negative karma. Outside the house has basic amenities like lawn chairs, a refrigerator, and a mailbox, with a harvestable prickly pear cactus nearby. Inside, the house's floor is covered with soil and maize stalks, indicating its past use. The layout includes a main room with appliances and a still, a middle room leading to a bedroom with basic furnishings and a safe, and a back room with a generator and ammo boxes. Notable loot includes maize for harvesting and moonshine. Despite its deserted status, what's up with the negative karma for breaking in if it's abandoned? Squatters' rights or something?
Nuclear Test Shack is found within the old nuclear test site of the Mojave Wasteland. The spot is notable not just for its post-apocalyptic context, but for the story of its inhabitant, Trash, whose journals paint a picture of someone seeking transformation into a ghoul through radiation exposure. I feel like we've seen this story occur several times in other Fallout games. People will do anything for immortality. Upon entering the shack, one immediately notices the domestic setup gone awry. A refrigerator, oven, shelves, and an unusable chemistry set line the left wall, suggesting a life or experiment left unfinished. To the right, a queen-size bed holds Trash's body, surrounded by items like reinforced leather armor and a hunting shotgun on the floor, indicating both a life ended and potential scavenge. The journals and items scattered around, including a Sunset Sarsaparilla star bottle cap and the book Nikola Tesla and You, offer insight into Trash's last days and perhaps last wishes. I guess the radiation did what it does to 99% of the population, and poor Trash never had a chance. Ryan Moreno's house represents an intriguing unmarked location just north of the NCR Sharecropper Farms. This home, enveloped by a broken white picket fence, showcases the remnants of a pre-war suburbia, juxtaposed with the post-apocalyptic era. Orion Moreno, an aged Enclave remnant, settled here after the fall of Navarro, claiming the house as his own against the encroaching New California Republic presence, which seeks the land for agricultural expansion. The house itself is modest, with a single-story layout, a fireplace, and a carport, offering a glimpse into Moreno's life of stubborn solitude. Inside, the setup mirrors Doc Mitchell's house, suggesting a common blueprint across some of Fallout's residential spaces. You'll also find Orion here, unless you've already done the Remnant Enclave quests. Red Pass, also known as Canyon 37. It's an unmarked but historically significant location in the Mojave Wasteland, bearing scars of a dark chapter in the region's recent history. The site became infamous due to the Bitter Springs Massacre in 2278, where the NCR forces, in retaliation for the Great Khan raids, mistakenly attacked a group of largely civilian Khans, including women, children, and the elderly, as they tried to flee through the pass. First recon snipers stationed on nearby Coyote Tail Ridge were ordered to fire upon the fleeing group until they ran out of ammunition, resulting in a tragic loss of life. Following this massacre, Red Pass was transformed into a cemetery, a solemn reminder of the conflict's cost. The cemetery serves as a memorial for those lost during the incident, with graves marking the area. Among the remnants of this sorrow, a Great Khan spike helmet can be found hanging from one of the graves, symbolizing the fallen warriors.
Ringo's caravan lies northeast of Gene Skydiving on Interstate 15, marking the site of a tragic encounter between the Crimson Caravan and the Powder Gangers. This location became the scene of an ambush by a Powder Ganger faction led by Joe Cobb. Ringo, the caravan leader, along with his 2 guards and their pack Brahmin, were attacked with the intent of extortion, but Ringo's refusal led to a shootout. The 2 guards and the Brahmin lay dead around the caravan, their supplies looted, with only Ringo managing to escape to Good Springs, seeking refuge and causing a local dilemma over whether to protect him or appease the Powder Gangers. The layout presents a looted camper hitched on the highway, surrounded by the casualties of the skirmish. Upon the initial visit, the area might still see some activity, with additional Powder Gangers checking on their fallen, adding tension or opportunity for combat. It's another good example of Obsidian following through on their characters and their stories. They could have just placed Ringo in Good Springs and have him tell his tale. But here we are, witnessing exactly what happened to him. The Riverbank Alcove is located along the east bank of the Colorado River, directly opposite Camp Forlorn Hope. This small secluded inlet is notable for a semi-submerged cave that serves as a habitat for 6 lake lurks, kind of similar to the Lake Lurk Cave that we talked about before. The area around the cave features 2 explosive crates, while inside the cave there are 3 clutches of lake lurk eggs, suggesting a breeding ground for these creatures. Not much else in here beyond that. Interesting little spot though. The Scorpion Burrow is a dangerous location situated south of the Nipton Road pit stop. This area, marked by a dry lake bed, is primarily known for being a hive for rad scorpions, including a rad scorpion queen, but it also sees the occasional roaming pack of night stalkers. These 2 species typically clash, but the presence of a player can quickly shift their aggression towards the intruder. The exterior might seem deceptively quiet, but stepping inside reveals a long, ominous corridor leading to a cavernous double room. Here, players encounter not only multiple rad scorpions, but also the queen. Scattered throughout the burrow are signs of previous encounters gone wrong. A dead wastelander at the entrance, 2 more in the first room, and in the queen's lair, a deceased jackal gang member and a prospector. I don't think I've ever seen this burrow before making this video. I mean, I typically avoid large holes in the ground surrounded by scorpions, but I guess that's just me. The silt train is found at the end of railroad tracks, west-southwest of Ranger Station Charlie. It's a simple spot marked by a campfire and the presence of vipers. Nearby you can find Harper's Shack for fast travel, and there are cacti for those desperate for resources, though only one yields fruit. Surrounding this spot are layers of danger, potential viper ambushes, encounters with deathclaws from Deadwind Cavern, and the risk of meeting Legion assassins or NCR Rangers depending on your reputation. East of the tunnel, a Deadbright follower and strategic ambush points further highlight the perilous nature of this seemingly minor location. It's obviously sealed so we can't go in, but it's a neat little spot.
The sunken Sunset Sarsaparilla truck is found northwest of Lake Mead. This submerged site lies just west of Scavenger Platform and south of Fisherman's Pride Shack, presenting an underwater exploration opportunity for us. Upon diving to this location, you may encounter a truck with its cargo container partially submerged. Scattered around the back of the truck are 7 Sunset Sarsaparilla crates, with several empty bottles floating around. Venturing inside the truck's cargo container reveals more empty bottles along with 8 additional crates. These crates are particularly valuable as they contain unopened Sunset Sarsaparilla bottles, each crate holding 3 bottles, offering both hydration and a chance to collect star bottle caps. The site is a treasure trove for collectors or those seeking to craft unique items with the Sunset Sarsaparilla star bottle caps. Here you can find a total of 138 empty bottles, split between sunken and floating ones, alongside 23 consumable Sunset Sarsaparilla bottles. The real prize, however, lies at the very back of the trailer where 3 Sunset Sarsaparilla star bottle caps can be discovered. Exploring this underwater site isn't without its risks. The depth of the water can cause drowning, obviously. To safely loot this location, obtaining a rebreather from the Nellis Air Force Base is advisable. It's a fun location. The train station is found near the RepCon headquarters. The station's layout includes 2 points of entry, one at the front through the waiting area and another behind the ticket purchasing section. Inside, the atmosphere is one of abandonment, with empty bottles and burnt books scattered across the floor. painting a picture of neglect and looting post-apocalypse. While the station might seem devoid of significant treasures at first glance, upon closer inspection, you can find minor loot like a doctor's bag, a lunchbox, fission batteries, and pre-war money scattered around, especially in the ticket booth's shelves and cash registers. These items are pretty basic though. Another train tunnel, except this time we can actually enter. You'll find it situated between Raoul's shack and the Brotherhood of Steel safe house and north of the Gypsum train yard. The tunnel itself is pretty dangerous. Feral ghouls, including gloating ones, roam the dark passage, making it a formidable challenge for anyone. The environment is further complicated by the presence of frag mines throughout, with some even placed on ledges, requiring careful navigation. Near the western exit, you have to also watch out for bear traps. Both ends of the tunnels are secured with very hard locks, emphasizing its intended inaccessibility. Despite the dangers, the train tunnel serves as a strategic shortcut for players aiming to reach Nellis Air Force Base, while avoiding the artillery shelling outside. Exiting the tunnel brings you just south of Nellis, near the control tower, and following the tracks and fence line can help bypass most of the bombardment. Notable loot within includes a fire helmet on a dead ghoul wastelander and a construction hat in a maintenance room guarded by a glowing one. It's worth noting that deathclaws from the nearby Gypsum train yard might wander into this area, adding another layer of risk. Originally, there was supposed to be a Nellis train tunnel key that could unlock the very hard locked doors, but this was cut from the final game, leaving players to rely on their lockpicking skills or brute force to navigate through.
Everyone and their mother that have played this game has seen this monument. It's considered an unmarked location on the wiki, but I just wanted to give it a shout out because it's iconic. The Wind's hideout is found halfway between Westside and the H&H Tools factory in the Mojave Wasteland. This hideout serves as a hideaway for Sammy and Pauline Winds, who stole numerous pre-war relics, including Vance's 9mm submachine gun from the Vicky and Vance Casino in Prim, with plans to rob the strip. The hideout itself is a modest house with a pile of tires at the front door, suggesting makeshift security or camouflage, indicating a lived-in but somewhat disorganized setup. Inside the house, Sammy and Pauline stand in the center, surrounded by basic furnishings like a bed, a couch, a refrigerator with some food, and importantly, a safe in the corner. Some very cool loot is found here, like Vance's 9mm submachine, locked in a very hard safe. Alternatively, this can be obtained through a 55 speech skill check during the quest A Pair of Dead Desperados 2 to get the key. And both Vicky and Vance's hats are also unique items. Getting those takes a little more creativity. The hideout is central to the quest A Pair of Dead Desperados, which involves confronting Sammy and Pauline. Despite Pauline's claim of having only one gun, there's also a non-unique 9mm submachine gun carried by Sammy, and occasionally a shotgun in the safe, hinting at their readiness for confrontation. An interesting detail about the safe is its combination, 5/23/34, which references the date Bonnie and Clyde, the real-world counterparts of the Winds, were ambushed and killed, adding a layer of historical nod to the game's narrative. Everything within the hideout is free to loot, with no ownership restrictions, making it a prime spot for players to gather valuable items without repercussions. We did a whole video on these guys and the quest Desperados because it's such a uniquely hidden quest in the game. It's the unmarked New Vegas quest found on the channel. Go watch that, it's awesome. Zap's neon sign is located within the South Vegas ruins of the Mojave Wasteland in Fallout New Vegas, once a beacon of pre-war commerce famous for illuminating the Las Vegas Strip with its neon creations. It has transformed into a stronghold for the Fiends. These raiders have cleverly repurposed the vast array of signs for defense, creating an eerie landscape of faded glory, where the most striking relic is the towering feet of a tall boy statue. The entrance office greets visitors with immediate danger. A rigged terminal, a tripwire that sets off a grenade bouquet, and 3 frag mines near the workshop entrance. Inside the workshop buzzes with fiend activity, with workbenches lining the walls, indicative of their makeshift repairs or perhaps crafting. Ascending to the foreman's office requires careful navigation due to traps, including fire extinguishers next to the frag mines. Here, Duke, a formidable fiend with unusually high health and very evil karma, guards the office. His presence is marked by his scripted action to shoot at the extinguishers when players approach, triggering an explosive welcome. Within the office, an easy locked terminal on a desk provides glimpses into the past through its entries, and a first aid box is awkwardly mounted upside down on the wall. Notable loot includes 2 rare Nuka-Cola quartz bottles, found on a shelf near the first aid box. Duke's reveal feels like he's a significant adversary, but without unique interactions or quest involvement. It makes him more of a local challenger than a character with deep narrative ties. A curious inconsistency exists in the terminal entries, where the business is mistakenly referred to as McMurray's Neon Sign Designs, hinting it may be a lore oversight. A great final location with a secret scripted boss and excitement. Who could ask for more?
The Stalker's Camp is located just north of the river from Two Skies Cave in Zion Canyon. Although not marked on the map, it's referred to as Stalker's Camp due to an unused map marker at the spot in the game files. The layout of the camp includes a bed, a sack, and a very easy locked ammunition container situated behind some branches near a cliff. The Survivalist's Cache, situated southwest of the area along the riverbank in Zion Canyon. This cache includes a toolbox and an explosives crate positioned against the cliff wall, somewhat concealed by trees, brush, and Brock flower plants. The contents of both containers consist of random high-level crafting or explosives items, with the explosives crate guaranteed to have at least one detonator and a good chance of containing valuable explosives like the grenade rifles or C4 plastic explosives. By the way, hot take on this, but Honest Hearts is some of our favorite New Vegas DLC. Mason and I have both visited Zion several times in our lives, so it was really cool to see this place in game form.